Yo, what's good? What's up, chat? How y'all doing? How y'all feeling? What was on your side of the world? Y'all having a decent weekend? And yeah, man. Like I said, we're gonna be on for a little bit today as well. But yeah, today is Mother's Day here, so obviously I won't be on too long. I'm gonna be busy. Gonna be cooking and baking and stuff, so I want to get kind of an early start because people's got work tomorrow, so I don't want to be doing anything too late. That's the thing about when you actually start either cooking or baking, right? You're like, oh, it ain't gonna take me that long. Next thing you know, you're like cleaning up. You're just checking the time. Oh, I wonder what time it is. It's like, damn, already? I gotta shower. I gotta do this. I gotta do this. It's gonna be. Now we could go get some sleep, man. Get ready for work. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Still gonna vibe a little bit. Try to get mastery for this SMG. Cause we got over the 1K mark, so I think we're gonna be alright. If we have some solid games, we should get it by the end of the session. But other than that, man, we are gonna try and finish Mafia 2 at some point. I would have loved to have played it today, but I don't think I have time for it. Cause even if we did, I will have to go get everything. I mean, it won't take me long to get dressed up, but like, you know. I think we just vibe on some Battlefield for a little bit. A few hours. But yeah, probably Tuesday or Thursday we will most likely do Mafia 2. That way we could just like, kind of knock it out before the weekend. And then if we do happen to finish it by the weekend, then after that we'll probably figure out the Resi thing when we come back. Because I think it's like, how much time is left? Not that much time left. We only got like a few weeks actually. So yeah. A few weeks. And then we're gone for a week, and then we come back. Yeah, I think we'll be good. Yeah, I think we can set it up. We'll be alright. We just gotta hope around that time it's on sale. Because there are times where I get the email. Obviously, like Steam sends me email. Stuff on your wish list is on sale. So I'm like, alright, bet. But then I think about it, I'm like, damn, I'm already playing this. I'm doing this, like. So I think we'll be alright. But yeah, before we start, man, shout out all the moms. Happy Mother's Day to everybody. Hopefully you have a good one with your family if you guys are doing anything. And yeah, man. But yeah, we're gonna just load up some games, see how it goes. Well, yeah, we'll have to wait till Tuesday for them to add like new modes and stuff, you know what I mean? So my guess is shut down or Control are coming back next week. They should sneak though Frontlines in there too, I'm just saying, but I think Frontline was one of those popular ones, like Shutdown was. In a weird way, I feel like they think, I don't know, I guess Control was popular. I don't know. They brought it back for like a little bit again, and I was like, do people actually fuck with this like that? I mean, like, it's an okay mode. The only thing is, like, I just think in some maps, it just, I think the pace of it is not as fun as the other two.
Let's get started.
I think it's very, how do I say it? I don't know. I just think the pace of it's just not it. And like, I still get confused when it's towards the end of the game, cause like there's a final point, right? That like everyone can capture. And my question always is, if the losing team captures that, does the game still go on, or do they win? Cause like, there are times where like the final one is there, but the time limit's like, you know, not that long. So it kind of, you know, it kind of goes hand in hand, right? It's okay. There's this amount of time left. We gotta kind of, cause like you don't really capture the last one fully. Like you stay there for a good while. It loads to maybe like half, and then if your team's still in there by like halfway, you just win, right? But then I get confused because like, what if the losing team like, does the game still keep going? Because there's not enough time left, and then like, well, what was the point of them capturing it if they still can't win? Like, time's just gonna go out. So like, did they just let the other team capture it so they win? Like, it's I don't know. It's just weird to me. I didn't really understand that bit. Because I think personally, it would be interesting if like the losing team captures it, the final big one, they actually have a chance of winning the game. Cause then that makes it more sense for like the winning team, right? Cause then you can't really get too comfortable. It's like, okay, we still gotta defend their ass off on this last one, cause if not, they're gonna snag this dub, and you know, nobody wants that. So, but yeah, I don't know. That's the only thing that confused me about Control. I don't really understand that. Cause like I said, what's the point of a losing team trying to capture it if they probably won't even win? Unless capturing it adds more time, which is crazy, but I don't think I've seen that happen, like, at all. So, but then again, I don't really like playing it that much. I'd rather play Rush or Shutdown over that one. And then they snuck Frontlines in there. Frontlines is just beautiful. Alright. Let's see, get a warm-up game on... Yeah, we could just warm up on some Rush. I mean, this actually, no. This map is definitely not ideal. Actually, yeah. Oh, Flashpoint. We dodged that real quick. That was like instinct right there. That was, ooh, nice. Got the snow map, bet. Alright, let me change everything, and then we can get it cracking. Wait, I need to go clear something up before I do this. Cause I got some money for cookies, but I don't know what cookies they want.
Charlie 1 under attack by hostiles.
Alright, cool. Yeah, because there's just money here for cookies, and I just wanted to make sure I want to just make whatever. I mean, let me pull up the YouTube here on the iPad real quick. It's easier for me to see chat that way. Cool, cool. God, it's just I can't have the YouTube chat on here too. I mean, I can pop it out, but I've done it before in a weird way. Like, what's the word? I don't know. Like 2 times I've done it. It ended my stream, or it said my stream was ended. But then, like, on OBS, it's not.
Jesus,
and I'm like, yo, that's fucking wild. Oh shit. Yo, what's up, Mr. Wolf? How you doing, man?
Take what you need.
Oh, Lord.
You're alive, but not safe.
He's sniping, but I don't know from where. What the hell? Sir, you can't park your Wildcat here. What the? That's funny, man. Yeah, I'm good on that. Mm-hmm. It's good, man. It's good. I'm alright, man. I'm alright. I just feel like this weekend's gone by quick, but I'm alright, man. I'm alright. Yeah, it is. Always on the grind. Always on the grind. Yep. Excuse me. I hear somebody. Hear that? You hear him here? Oh, ho, ho. Again, I will always reiterate, yo. This is why you don't sprint in this game. You are the loudest thing on this planet. I'm trying to tell you. Oh. Like, imagine that. Imagine hearing just footsteps over all the explosions, all the other stuff.
Got one, target. Here, got supplies.
Hey. Oh, I should probably try to get you. Hold on. Oh, never mind. You got rest. You are good to go, sir.
Reloading.
You know what? I think it was a standard that was selling last time.
Pet supplies for you.
Enemy focusing on Charlie 1.
Oh, I hear somebody. I don't want to shoot yet though. Heh. You ain't spawning nothing. Oh shit. Oh damn. Okay. Don't know how he saw me. I guess. But, yes sir. Yes sir.
Take some.
Yeah, what you been playing these days, man? If you have been doing any gaming, I don't know. Maybe life's caught up and you've been busy, but
We have outlasted the Americans. This site remains secure. Well done.
It was a nice little warm up. Get the blood flowing, you know what I mean? Then we gotta wait for Tuesday for the new challenges so we can get closer to 100. That skin at 100, oh, clean. The thing is Zane, which is good, because he's one of those people we're trying to get mastery for. That'll give us even more of a reason to use him, right?
Maria Falk reporting for duty.
True. I kind of feel like I'm getting to that point. I mean, every time I play, the only thing I really play is this. Not that I don't have any other options. I just, at the moment, they just don't interest me. So I just come back to this. Even this doesn't interest me for that long. So like, you know, I feel you though, man. I feel you. It's good though, man. It's good you're keeping busy, keeping well. I started working on this other song I've been thinking about. It's gonna be more jazzy though. Like I've really been locked in on like that side of piano. It's been fucking awesome, man.
Local rebels in Panama informed us that the U.S. has invaded one of their outposts.
Tell you, bro, by the end of the year, I feel something's gonna be so much more confident. It's just, it's gonna be so good, man.
Allies need a show of strength. Defend the canal, break the American offense, and your contracts will
And then obviously I'll try to implement it to stream so you guys can kind of sit here and vibe with me. Maybe I'll have like, some days I'll do like a little sesh and like an hour, 2 hours, just chill here, play something for y'all. Or we can like turn it into like a, nah, cause then I would have to like play something different, right? I was gonna say like bring it out to like play like the outro of the stream. But then, like, I don't know. I guess, I mean, if the song is good, people, I guess people wouldn't care if it's the same one every time. But I think it would just feel right to switch it up. And I don't think I have the creativity for new songs every goddamn time. I mean, who knows? Maybe, but as it stands now, it's like, goddamn, I don't know about all that. But I don't know. It's a cool idea.
Med supplies.
I don't think you're into shooter games like that, are you? Have you ever got into, what was it, Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I feel like that's your kind of game. I know you play a lot of Dead by Daylight, stuff like that.
You'll fight tomorrow.
Yeah, people mounted up there. Yeah, they got the heavies. Heavies.
Area is lost.
That's fine.
That sector and continue your defense. Multiple ground troops. 90 meters away from my position. Objective set. Hold this sector as long as you can.
Oh yeah, I don't think I can hear you from over there, boss one.
Med supplies. Use them.
I know there's like a cheeky spot you can get from like, I think it's right here. I mean, if I had like a ACOG or something, might have been a little bit better. But, Jesus, tits.
Bravo 1 under assault.
I've got you. Hold on. I'm here. Don't move.
I had to be quick about it, y'all. I didn't want to get sniped.
Grenade out. Step away. I need to reload. This should help.
Oh! I mean, I would have had to, but,
Enemy neutralized. Med supplies. Never stabilized. I'm reloading.
US troops invading Bravo 1.
Oh, I don't have a nade. I was like, I'll see if I can slide that right in there.
One's down. Matt, take what you need. Okay.
Team's holding it down. I can't really do much to revive people. Yo, they're all up in that. I don't even know what to call that. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Now. Guess some things never change. Alright. We're gonna change our fit though. We're gonna go crazy eyes. I haven't been crazy eyes in a while. I don't think I'm gonna actually yeah, we'll see the whole set. Fucking crazy eyes. Crazy nurse. About to go nurse ratchet on you. Oh. You know. It's okay, all part of the plan. Okay. There you go. Nice, good shit. Yeah, this fucking high power runs out quick, yo. Oh, there was another one. My fault. Alright, I'm out of there. You got it. I mean, there's one thing that I didn't see him, but how did he not see me before I saw him? If I don't move, you won't know I'm here. Like, that's really one of the. It's like, if I don't move, he won't see me. I mean, I almost didn't see him. I can't lie to you. I almost didn't see him. Damn. They're just fixing stuff and
Enemies attacking Bravo 1.
like they don't even actually play or look into whatever people are talking about. They just kind of change whatever based off something. It's kind of shitty. To be fair, the game's been out for a really long time. Like I remember, I forgot who I was talking to, but I was like, I'm impressed. This thing's still like, we're still doing stuff for it. I think I was talking about that game. Somebody, I was like, I'm surprised, like, still kind of doing stuff for it. It's cool, man. Oh yeah, Texas not a bad game. I mean, that's pretty cool. Actually, I mean, I haven't gotten into it like that. But when I did play, it was a cool little concept. Dum, dum. I'm pretty sure didn't they make another kind of game like that? I forgot what it's called. Recently. Oh, I was gonna try to save you, never mind.
Hostile forces at 50%.
We need you! Hold on!
Hostiles attacking Bravo 1.
I was saying, I'm convinced he's still up there. I don't think anybody got him. For real, for real. Yo, they got quarterbacks all over there. Look at that. Guess what? I'm first string too, baby. Let's go. Ah. Oh, what I tell you. Oh my goodness. It's dangerous out here, baby. Oh. Watch this. I might catch him with another one right here. Boom. Okay, maybe not. Alright, I'm about to Peyton this motherfucker right. Oh, he had a trophy. Alright. Alright. Ooh, he muffed that bad. Excuse me. I'm out of paying this boy. Ah. Oh yeah, I forgot. Never mind. So, you got any Cheerios? No. Put some strawberry, some banana in there, you know what I'm saying? Put a little bit of sugar, you good to go. Yeah, man. Oh. You got 8K hours in what, a Dead by Daylight? Damn. That is a lot of hours. Yeah, that is a lot of hours. I think the most hours I got in any game might be probably this one. If not, it's probably Battlefield 1 on Xbox, I think. And then third's probably Fallout 4. Either Fallout 4 or Fallout or Skyrim. One of those two.
Objective lost. Withdraw to the next sector. Mount your defense there.
Impressive though, man. That's the thing. I feel like it'd be very rare to find a game or like another game that will even come close to making you put in. I would even go to say half those hours. Like, you know what I mean? Takes a special game, yo. Really does. That's why I said it sucks to hear that, like, what you were saying about how the game's just going to shit now. Devs are changing it in a bad way. Oh, I did not see him. He was in the fire. Oh, you were, damn, I was gonna get rest. I was talking about people not having faith right there. I ain't have any faith. I ain't think I was gonna get saved. I'll be honest. Hasn't been those kind of days, man. Alright, alright. They're already playing that well already. Damn, range is 10? What the fuck? 13? Oh my goodness. For why? I mean, I don't want to put it on. I actually want it to be like a... What's the word? Like a second one that I use. I feel like if I have this paired with this, I think I'll be alright. If I have the other ones, oh, I ain't getting kills at any point. No, so. Oof, we almost paid that boy. Yes, we did. Just everybody get this guy right here. Watch. Peyton from deep. Oh. Oh. Too bad we didn't get the kill, bro. I'm trying to tell you, man.
I get you moving! Hold on! Steady, I have got you.
I mean, I don't mind reviving you guys, but where's the action at? Oh, okay, there we go.
Target neutralized! Cover me, I'm reloading!
Oh, suppress high power is nasty.
Reloading weapon!
Putting people on shirts, baby.
Lead hit!
Oh, yeah, he's right there. Oh, restaurant boy, you're a G. We're good here, I think. I think. I got trophies and nothing, but maybe I should play Irish. Here, bro, I got you with heals right now. Don't worry about it. Throw your nades, throw hell in there. Oh. Damn. Yeah, Zane fucked us up. Oh, true. Yeah, I can, I can see that. I think I remember you talking about it a few times. I think you streamed it a bit too. Team holding it down though.
Enemies down! We'll get you moving!
Yeah, that teamwork. Yeah. That's... Watch out, get out of here. Never mind. That wasn't good.
US troops moving on Charlie
Yeah, I think D1 was the only one I really played like that. But I only like PvP though, really. Obviously, I did the story, you know. I would do raids and people would get on. I mean, the raids were cool, but I don't know. I just wasn't a huge fan of them. I liked PvP a lot more. I just play Control, Iron Banner. I play, what was it, the Trials of Osiris. Just go in there, sturdy. It was fun, man. Oh, nice. Good shit, William. Good shit, man. Oh. Save yourself. Get out of there. Get out of there. Save yourself, bro.
Hold the line here. Protect this sector or we are defeated. Hostile marked. 60 meters away from your position.
Oh, that was on the Resi. That sucked. Oh, it's because he was probably outside the zone. That's probably why. But yeah, then number 2, obviously for number 1, I just lost interest in it. So then when 2 came out, I didn't really get too hype about it. And then the way people were explaining 2, now they liked it, I was like, oh, well, why should I go back anyway? In my mind, I'm like, I guess it didn't get any better. Okay. Muff that one, chat. Oh. Nice. Oh, it's a shame. That fucking sucks. For why though? Like, imagine having a good thing going and just taking another route for no reason. It's crazy, man. Crazy.
Extracting stem!
That sucks though. Pay to win.
Well done.
Yeah, I did hear like somebody was saying that like you can't even just buy the base game and do anything anymore. Like you actually have to have all the DLC
Take what you need!
to actually do stuff in the game, which is crazy.
You're alive, but not safe.
Cause it's like what it was like each update had like I guess increased the light level or whatever. So you kind of had to, or else you would get left behind anyway. So it's like okay. I remember, I think it was when it was free to play, or when it was free to download, I think, on Epic. People were like, yeah, but that one doesn't give you all of it, and I don't want to just download something and then get stopped, because I need the other DLC just to keep going. It's like, I mean, that is shitty. Like, imagine you having a good old time and then, alright bro, let's load it up. Oh shit, I can't do it. Listen here, drop $30 on something. What? I'd be fucking mad as hell. It does suck though. I mean, obviously you don't take interest. I don't know if you're interested in sports games at all. That's kind of the,
Let's get started.
I would say, the downfall of those games. Like, they all started off as just casual stuff you can play with, you know, your friends, your siblings. Just kind of play sports games against each other. The next thing you know, you gotta spend money on packs. It's crazy. Crazy. Crazy.
You must stop the Russian invasion. They have limited resources in the region, so make sure they pay for every step they take. Go. Transport's waiting.
There's one of those things you wanted to play as your favorite player. You know, it's cool as hell.
Hold your ground and fall back to the next sector if they're overrun. We need to make this attack too costly for the Russians to sustain.
But it is what it is. Oh, he's a dead person. He's also a dead person. What the hell is going on, bro? Like, I'm legit trying to figure out what's shooting me. I was getting barbecued, yo.
You'll be okay. For my stock. Where's my help?
Oh, that is an enemy vehicle. Okay. Yo, the vehicle's almost done. Get him, get him, get him. Nice.
Clean hit! Hostile down!
Ooh. Sat him down. Talk to him for a second.
Take the supply!
Told you, bro. We're determined to get mastery for this today. I'm trying to tell you.
Move out there to my method.
Boom, 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 boom.
Enemies attacking Alpha 2. They've taken Alpha 1. Taking control of the marked objective.
Okay, friendly. Can't be too careful, you feel me? Excuse me. So 3 of them around us though. 2. 1, 2 again. Huh. Landed right in their arms, technically. I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been something to say. Peyton. I Peyton somebody. He walked back into it. I can't believe we didn't kill him though. He walked right back into it.
Alpha 1 is under attack.
Medics are asleep. Medics are asleep. Oh dear. They're squatted up in here. Nice. I was about to say, I hope we see these people on the roof. Nice. Somebody got the other one back. Oh.
An objective is fallen to the Russians.
I mean, he probably still get me. Can't tell you what's going on the left side of this thing, but oh, never mind. You know what time it is. Okay, definitely not that time. Oh, my smoke thing didn't work. That's crazy.
Targeting Alpha 1.
Russians have taken too much ground. Fall back to the next sector.
Oh, I missed. I was like, if anything happened, I want to take this guy with me. That clearly didn't work.
Here's our next line of defense. Guard your objectives.
Oh, we actually hit him. Nice. Oh, there's no way I'm getting somebody with this. Boy, was I wrong. Okay. Just make sure it doesn't see us. What did that one guy do? If it doesn't move, it won't see us. Can't believe you tried that. Shit was funny as hell to me. Oh, that is a 2 vehicles. Let me stay out of that.
Dropping med supplies. Hacking the wounded.
I mean, sure.
Target down.
Paying.
Grenade out.
Okay, we ain't got that's a complete pass. Oh. Well, never mind.
Whatever objective is
Grenade out.
Oh, that would have been a dirty kill too. That's that no look Mahomes.
Got one.
My God, he was in there with us the whole time.
Hostile mark.
Okay. I mean, I would have had you, boss. I would have had you. Oh shit! He was right there with the. Why was he? Why'd he walk in with the guy? What? That was crazy. Shit caught me by surprise a little bit.
lost. We'll keep fighting deeper.
Actually, you know what? I like this one better. And then we'll go like, try that one. Yeah, all these. See where we're at with it though. Oh, less than 100. Okay. Doing all right so far. We just need to pop off more, man. That's all. Hey, he better up. Okay.
You will hurt tomorrow. Grenade!
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Who's shooting these guys?
I can help.
Charlie 2 is up.
Reloading weapon.
What the hell?
I need to reload.
Yo, what was that?
Reloading. You're stable now. Keep moving. Stay healthy.
Lost.
I hate pushing this thing. If I could just saw out in the open. Out in the open, you're running through water, like, god damn. What does one do? Let's go, my boy. Yeah, none of us are playing too well, huh? It's all good. We had our stats together. We at least a little over average, maybe.
Allies engaging at Charlie 1.
Oh, he's on his broomstick.
Transportation here. Spotted a hostile. 40 meters away from my position.
Did he stick the landing? Oh, shit.
Pet supplies for you.
Oh, that's a sniper, it looks like.
Friendly wounded.
Yeah.
We'll get you moving.
Oh, no.
This sector is done.
Send in a
Let's
ranger
call
to
it a
get these
thingamajig.
orders.
Maybe I'll upside a little bit.
Russians coming in fast. Hold the sector. Defend the objectives.
Light supplies! Use them!
Come on, thingamajig, let's go. Oh yeah, I wonder if you can still do this. Hold on.
Ranger! In position!
Ah, there it is. What's up, buddy?
Ranger, return to me! Good! Neutralized! Grenade out! Step away! Got my stuff!
Don't worry about him, Bruce. We don't gotta worry about tanks right now. What about that?
Dosage set.
Russians are
Boy's aggressive. She's on. It's on sight with him. All right, you can light that one up. Let's go.
Support drop ready and waiting.
Gotta be on sight, my boy. What you doing?
Our troops have lost it.
All right, come on, let's go. Not even gonna even think about from where.
Hostile spotted at Delta 1.
Get down!
Yeah, go up in his grill, boy. There you go. Oh damn, man. I thought it was, I thought it was the ranger that got him like that. I'd be like, damn.
Danke!
I was about to say that's not like adrenaline kicking in from revenge or something. I don't know what that was because he lit him up. That was the other guy.
Delta 1 control lost.
Nice.
Down an objective. Russian forces captured an objective.
Okay, I get it. Don't go that way. You made it very clear, yo. Very, very clear.
One of our
I
objectives
feel bad because he's like, I left him down there.
This might help!
Oh. Right there, you see him. Nice. There it is, boy. Good stuff, man. He's oh shit. Nice.
Good!
Oh, that fox saved my ass. Actually, I can get you. I don't know how to get up there. Oh yeah, there might would have been it. Alright.
They're attacking one of our objectives.
Nice, thank you.
Tapping their strength. Just need to hold together.
Hostiles down! I need to reload! Oh,
We. But I hope chat's having a good Sunday, man. If you're having, just vibing, watching us drop people on some Battlefield. Oh! Nice.
many thanks! Bed supplies! Use them! Emergency tools!
Resistance, okay.
I'll get you up!
I would say just get out of there.
Russian troops have entered one of our objectives.
No, I was trying to go down, not up. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I think homeboy saw us. Hmm.
Delta 1 is under our control. Spotted an enemy! 60 meters from me!
Ooh, doo, 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 doo.
We need to retain.
Oh shit, he's like right there. Yeah, body though. There you go, we good. Appreciate you. No, that's, you good, I got you, hold on. Okay, no, I don't.
The enemy has taken objective Delta 2.
Everyone's fighting though. Oh, he's about to get jumped. Oh, he's sturdy though. Hey, that boy. Oh shit, behind you. No. No. Poor guy. I couldn't tell him. There was no way to tell. Damn.
Away from that objective.
He clutched that 1v2 though. That was nice.
Bed supplies!
We are securing Delta 2. Troops on site.
Wir verlieren, Leute!
That might have been his ranger, because that thing was fighting hard. That thing wanted revenge. For real, for real.
Success! One down!
I think he's above us. Never mind, somebody got him bad. Let's go, baby. That's a dig. That's a dig.
Adjusting dosage!
Just lost control of an objective. expended roughly 50% of their resources.
Boom, 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 boom. Ugh. Shoo.
Hostiles are attacking Delta 2.
So we got located? What?
We need you! Hold on!
Enemy occupying an objective.
Oh! My bad. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, what? That didn't even damage her a little bit. Well, 900.
I can help! You're stable now! Keep moving! Grenade out!
Oh, I couldn't pay now. Nice. That clutch. That out coffin.
Handing the wounded!
Oh, he dropped. No way.
Delta 2 is being contested by our enemy.
Oh, never mind. He gave up on the revive. That's cool.
We're good to go!
under attack by hostiles.
Hmm. Oh. I thought I was trying to time it so I didn't get to see a vehicle when I ran out there. And god damn it if there wasn't one just chilling there as soon as we stepped out the door. Mm. It was just like, oh hey.
One of our objectives has been lost.
Yeah, let me see if they ever.
The last line of defense. Hold the sector, whatever it takes.
It's like it's about to storm like crazy out there, man.
Ejected dosage!
We did get like a random like bunch of like rain and crazy wind last night for like 20 minutes.
Hostile spotted at Echo 1.
I've got you, hold on. I get you moving! Hold on!
Oh, if we had the sniper, that would have been beautiful. He's basically inviting us to shoot him in the head.
Tango down! Tank spotted! East!
Moving, baby.
Reviving wounded! Stay alive!
Oh, hello.
Hold on! I can
Nice, good follow up. So look at that. You start being a team players. Everybody else follows suit. Yeah.
If we can continue to hold off the Russian attack, we may have defeat.
Look at that. They started off reviving nobody. Now look at this. They're on it, boys. They're on it. Shout out to them. Sometimes you just gotta lead by example, yo. Sometimes. Maybe not that time, but You know what I meant.
We have secured an objective.
No. Oh, they're all in there having a little circle jerk.
Echo 1 is no longer under our control.
We should have just tossed the fire. Telling you, Chad, this guy's axing to get sniped. You might have to do it. We might have to.
That's a place for you.
To the enemy.
Russian troops are closing in on the
So is that guy. Like, we legit might have to, yo. Oh, there's another one. Oh my
We've
god.
made a better world. For now. I can help.
I was actually about to be surprised. Because I was like, how'd the guy not see me through that door? So I was like, I bet. But we still got guy anyway. It don't matter. Alright, let's see if he's still over here, chat. Is he still over here? No, he's not still over. There's the one that's like over there on the crane or whatever. Oh yeah, he's still over there. Okay, I just saw the purple Dorito. Oh, he's on the thing. Hello. Alright, where's the other one at? He's on that crane. Let's see if I can get him. I want to find a nasty little spot to get him from the... I get him from here? Or if I can get him from here? Oh. Okay. Oh yeah, one of them, chat. Firstly, we couldn't stay long enough, live long enough to get the other one. We can't get. Oh, hi. Nice to meet you. Oh, what the hell? Okay. This wasn't bad. I don't know how many bullets he shot at once. That wasn't bad. Did he move? He might have. I don't know. Pretty sure this guy moved though. No one was on top of this thing. Oh. No. You guys fight it out. Let me get the hell out of here. You know what I mean? That's not our fight right there. Okay. Oh, he's a medic too.
Hold strong or we'll be forced off the field.
We got this.
hit marker again.
You've proven yourself to
Aiming just a little bit too low. Aim a little bit higher. Look at that boy. Look at that. They all stepped it up. You remember, right? You remember how they were playing? Yeah, that's all. See, that's what we like to see, man. Come on. I mean, we lost, but like, still, they were like, two of them were like 6 and like 24, or like 6 and like something. Right? They were like 6 and almost 20. The other guy was like almost the same. Justin was kind of climbing up there. I wasn't doing that great either. I was like 11 and like 13 or something like that. And I remember I went and checked. I was like, damn, I guess none of us are playing that well, are we? We were at the like the swamp area. Boy, they turned that shit around. It's unfortunate they didn't win, but they turned that bitch around. I'll be back, so. Yeah. Time is it? Okay. Oh, fuck, another couple hours, huh? Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah. They got stuff for the cake. Ow. So the plan is touch I'm gonna cook her some food. I remember the last couple of times I made chicken. She highly praised it. So I was like, I'm gonna just make some chicken this time. And then make a cake. Try to draw a rose on it, maybe. That's pretty much her name in English, right? So, I think it'll be fitting. Yeah. I already have like cake icing things, so I can try and do it that way. The trick is gonna be drawing the rose, but I think I could do it. I'm pretty sure I could pull it off. There's different ways I want to design it, but I think the way where it's like, and then a decent size actual rose, not cover the whole cake, but like decent size, and then try to write Happy Mother's Day on it. So that's why I'm gonna get off kind of early, just so I can get a head start on everything. Cause yo, once you're in there, you start going, man. Time flies, yo. You see, I know it's 5, 6 o'clock. I'm like, damn, okay. So, you know what I mean?
임무 확인.
A satellite launch facility in French Guiana is about to come under attack. We need you inside and ready to defend it ASAP. The Russians will try to take the facility sector by sector. We need to slow them and force them to withdraw. There's lots of open areas, so be aware of your surroundings at all times. We're counting on you.
Just realized what map this is. I mean, we kind of already stepped in it. Sure, why not? Like I said, we kind of already stepped in it, so. I didn't even catch it, yo. Jesus. Oh no. That man stopped me from healing. That's crazy. Oh, does he see us? Sorry, he does see us. But I said, boy, it's crazy.
Alpha 1 is lost. We do not have control.
Yeah, the road, there's a tank coming this way.
Enemy has seized Alpha 1.
I got you!
Cause there's three, I'm assuming that's a tank, right? Oh no, that's one.
We have secured an objective.
Oh, I got sneaky, yeah, yo. Can somebody get him? I think so. Oh, we all suck. That's crazy. Oh my god, damn, that's crazy. Talk, chat, that's crazy. I don't even want to talk about it.
Reloading! I get you.
Oh, damn, yo, he missed it. Oh, well. Those things where I actually don't mind getting off this map.
Hold this sector. Don't let the Russians through. Russian attack at one of our objectives.
But chase that boy down. I don't know who shoot me, but they got some crazy aim.
You're lucky I'm here.
Oh, I already went up too. I can still get him, but Oh, you guys doing it? Nice. Oh no, never mind. I thought he was.
Parachute won't survive.
That's alright. The only thing is, I think I has one more spot that they can take. I believe. It's that god dang rocket ship.
Hostile down. Reloading.
Fall back. Mount a new defense.
Oh no way. No, he's still alive. Oh, nice. I'm trying to go, serpentine.
I have eyes on an enemy helicopter. 90 meters from my position.
Can he even still be alive out there? What the hell? That's like out of bounds. That's like further yonder. The hell got you?
Engaging Charlie
I'm
1.
here. Don't move. Hostile down. Ejecting dosage.
This is that one guy that's over here. I don't think he got killed. Nah, I don't think he did. I wonder. Oh, was that him? No way, bro.
Lost an objective. Charlie 1 is home. It's enemy.
Alright, I got you. Oh, never mind. We are gonna need some ammo though.
Emergency tone.
The drum don't got none. Eventually this won't have anything either. Oh, look, it's the guy who was in our squad last time. Fucking betrayed us, yo. It's crazy. Boom, boom, boom.
Objective Charlie 1.
Thank you.
Many thanks.
Just push this off, Charlie 2.
Oh, there was another guy on the right too. Dang, I would have got messed up.
Abandon the sector. Fall back, regroup. We'll hold the line in the next sector. You have to hold this sector. There's nowhere else to fall back.
Howdy.
Stay healthy.
Enemy spotted. Stop the enemy before it's too late.
Don't despair. Adapt.
We can use this recorder.
We need you. Hold on.
At least we're at the final one though. Get off this dying map.
Tango down.
Oh. Oh, I thought he was a medic. He ran over here like he was about to save us. I mean, if you want to wait, I could probably get you. Oh, never mind.
Objective lost.
Tango on my mark. Around 70 meters from my position.
Oh, he got away, you slippery motherfucker. Come on, Skinny. Oh, then there's a tank right there. I mean, he might not see you. Yeah, he won't see you. Oh, man. I mean, to be fair, I probably would have tried to get somebody to. I would have tried to play hero and died too. Oh, that's awkward.
Stay any longer, we'll all be killed. Evacuate all our remaining troops.
Give 14 days of Game Pass, PC Game Pass for free. Oh, this is a good map too. Oh well, yeah, we didn't even check to see where we're at with this thing. This mastery for this weapon. But yeah, I appreciate y'all lurking vibing. You guys don't already, remember check out the YouTube. We do stream on there as well. Let's see, check out the merch. Rocking the hat. And then of course, last but not least, hit him with bam. We're drinking the big energy one, which is the blue raspberry one. Decent, man, it's decent. I'm gonna try to get some more flavors later on in the month. Let you guys know how it is though. Yeah, use the code, use the link, 10%. You're good to go, man. They got a nice little starter pack. I like this map, just not this first area. I don't really like the first area like that. Damn, nice. They made quick work of that though. Oh, you got me from over yonder. That's crazy.
I am grateful.
I'm getting lit up, Glasgow. I'm getting lit up. I was about to see if I can paint that boy. I probably can. Let me see. Oh, he's about to fight. Oh, he's fighting. The Ranger's fighting. There you go. I was about to say, please turn around, Sasquatch. Oh, he turned around there. Nice. Look at him go. He's dropping bodies. Okay. Brought him back to life. Let him loose. I missed the shit out of that one. Oh, yeah, I'm not messing with that.
You're good to go. I save you. I've got you.
Oh, that's a sniper. Better get out of there. Oh shit.
Подходите ко мне!
It's a little bit slow with it though.
Trying to shoot my beacon.
This might help! Take what we need!
Oh, he's going crazy. Yeah, they're on that cliff top right, or that cliff right there. Sorry, I was thinking hilltop and cliff at the same time. I was about to say, how does he not miss? I might go Irish on this one. Put some trophies underneath these wings.
Quick supplies for you!
I was about to say, we muffed that bad. Is it gone? Okay. Oh. Oh. Alright, let me switch to what's this thing real quick. We just almost got sniped. The fuck.
Rigging up protection.
Oh. yeah.
Hey! Patch yourself up!
I always forget about that.
Tango is down!
Woohoo! That tank does not like us, I promise you.
Here we go! They got one of us!
Bam, I get you. Is this what I think it is, or is it? Oh, well, it was. I was gonna try to sneak it, but
We'll focus on defense here. Defend your objectives.
Da, 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 da.
I got this! Shit's getting real!
Oh, somebody shooting those Hail Marys.
Hostiles invading Charlie Rock.
The composure, bro. That man was not startled, not once. Somebody come through here, the dead meat. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I'm not Falk. I can't hail him from over there.
Enemy forces attacking
Tear this
Charlie
down,
Rock.
fuckers! Reloading! 1 second!
Someone get me some ammo!
There's one below us somewhere. That big old satellite out of here.
Vent supplies! Use them! Marking trouble!
I didn't see him laying down there.
Yeah, nah, you good, you good. Da, 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 da. Oh damn, he died on the spot. What the hell?
Target neutralized!
That one was funny, yeah. He definitely wasn't expecting somebody to shoot his claymore from the same room he was in. He looked at me like, what? He was like, what? How'd you get in there?
We need you
Yeah, I think we'll play like 1 or 2 more after this, and then I'm gonna go do my thing. So I want to make the cake a little bit early, just leave it in the fridge, or till like dinner time. Take it out like an hour before or something, 45 minutes before. Just kind of, yeah, man. Like take like a half an hour before. Not too crazy.
Hostile forces at Charlie 1.
Hostile activity at Charlie 2.
Busy. It's gonna be good though, man. It's always the end result. It's just satisfying. It actually turns out decent. Oh.
Protection.
One of our objectives is under attack.
Grenade out.
I mean, they're both shooting up there. Hopefully somebody's up. I can't see him.
Supplies.
There it is. I was wondering, I wonder how he's still alive. It's a goddamn dozer. Sitting there, shit up. Be after summer jump off, so get an early start. I'll probably leave you guys with the audiobooks though. You haven't been showing a lot of love on YouTube. People have been commenting and stuff. I appreciate y'all, man. It's unfortunate I haven't gotten around to finishing the other stories. Like finish editing and posting them and stuff. Oh, he was up there the whole time. Like I said, I try to balance things, but I try to pick and choose what to dedicate my time to. It's just not enough for everything, right? Unfortunately. Unless I literally cancel something out. But I still haven't found I guess I love streaming, still love hanging out with you guys, catching up with the community and stuff, so That's why I always try to, you know, even just for a little bit, even if it's just for a few hours. So. And like, I'm not really a morning person, so I kind of do gotta sleep early.
Distributing meds! I can help you!
Oh, no. He wanted to play sorry when he was on our squad. Now when he's on the other team, he wants to fucking fight his heart out, yo. It's crazy.
One of our objectives is under attack.
I don't know why I thought I heard somebody on the left side, so I was like, what?
Objective Charlie 2 lost.
I was being stupid, I guess.
All objectives lost. Withdraw to the next sector. Not to defense there.
That was designated, I mean.
Make our last stand in the sector. Be ready. Defend it at all costs.
Hostile contact! East!
One of our objectives is being invaded.
We believe they have expended half of their resources.
Oh, I would have been dead. Do we not have a gunner anymore? Oh shit, we don't. I was like, is he asleep? He got out and realized, or he got killed. I don't know, one or the other.
Hostile striking at Delta 2.
Putting down defenses!
Whoops. Sweet baby Jesus.
Ah, shit. Why me?
Oh, I got you. Oh! That bird is fucking me up. Yeah.
I'm trying to get a few RPGs into it once I respawn. You think a Apache would be able to take it out, but alright.
Spotted enemy helo! Far away!
There it is right there. It's money.
You just
Wow.
people
Oh, I missed.
right in front of my face, and I'm dead.
There it, oh. Oh shit.
We gotta make a push for D1 and try to stall them out.
Alright, I'm gonna try to go. I switched though. I didn't mean to, but I'm about to go. I was trying to help take out the
Oh shit, on me, 2 guys on me.
helicopter.
Never mind.
Hello.
One down.
Keep pushing.
Oh shit. Big push from D1.
That's it.
Burn, bitch. Another one down.
I don't know if they're still there. Are they still there? I didn't get no damage assist. I don't think so. Hopefully they're done. I think they are though. Oh, what?
Shots
Another one
fired.
down.
Left side.
Another one down. Yeah, they finally got. Shit, I laid down on the floor.
Oh, he's getting sturdy, and I forgot he has a thing on him too. He got a doot doot. We both got a doot doot. This is good. The doot doot is strong. I like the doot doot doot, but it's a little bit harder to aim. It's still nice stuff. Fuck with it.
Who the fuck is shooting at me?
Oh, we don't have a driver.
Well, you better stand, bitch.
Oh, there you go. Oh, he wants to go fight the vehicle.
That hurts.
They're on the back foot. Finish her.
Oh shit, Matt push. Oh, Matt just fucked me up.
He's still in the thing, no way. Hell no, I ain't driving this thing. He keeps. No one wants to drive that thing, yeah. Everyone's like, nah, I'm good at it.
Cleared out D2.
Alright, I'm gonna try to spawn you.
One person stay, 2 people here. Don't know where. Oh shit, they're behind me.
Ooh. Yeah, they're fucking deep. We got it though, we're taking it back. Oh, you're not? Okay. Hey, it is. GG's. Time is it? I have the time for one more, maybe. Actually, Actually, nah, because I feel like when I'm done with all the baking stuff, I should it'll be time to make the food anyway. Because I don't want to cook too late. So, cook around like 4 or something. 3 or 4. I gotta bake the cookies, I gotta bake the cake. That's gonna take time. At least a couple hours max. So, but yeah. Like I said, I did want to stream a little bit today, so glad we were able to do our thing, you know what I'm saying? Better games today though, which is good, because yesterday we literally got a win, I think, for the last game of the of the stream, which was fucking hilarious. Yeah, today was better, man. We'll probably be back on Tuesday. We'll definitely do some Mafia 2. Then probably more of this as usual. We'll have new challenges. Probably either shut down or one of those modes will be there. So yeah, I already know what it is. Oh, we didn't even check if we got mastery. We'll just check next stream. It's fine. But yeah, I'm gonna leave y'all with the audiobooks. Hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of your Sunday. If you are in America, happy Mother's Day. If you are celebrating it, hopefully you guys have a good one. Just your moms, the fam, whatever y'all got planned. And yeah, has been real. Peace. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. A collection of horror stories for you guys. These will be from a series titled Wicked Whims, written by various authors. Remember to use the links in the description to show love to them. Comment, like, and subscribe. Story 1. Autumn, written by Amber Callista. Griffin? I holler. We're placing the hot mug of coffee on the counter. Spinning around in our galley kitchen, I reach out for the charred toast as it pops out of the toaster. Today of all days, sleep through my alarm. Why didn't you wake me, Piper? I shake my head, seeing him struggle to fasten his pinstripe necktie. Quickly spreading the orange marmalade on his toast, I set it next to his to-go coffee. I tried, but as usual, you grunted and rolled over. Hey, did you move some boxes from the garage last night? I walk toward him and assist with his tie, patting out a few wrinkles in his navy blue jacket. No. I went straight to bed after I got home. Why? I don't know, it was the strangest thing, but I found an old box sitting on the doorstep this morning. It was full of what looked like medical supplies. Thought maybe you left it there in your exhausted state and forgot about it. Nah, I don't have time to breathe, let alone fish boxes in the garage. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be out late again tonight, but I have the day off tomorrow. Love you, sweetheart. Griffin kisses my forehead, grabbing his coffee and toast before he hurries out the door. Walking toward the side entry of our 2-story home, I gaze out his pane window and smile, feeling blessed to have such a loving husband. Griffin and I met in my first year of college at the University of Vermont. He was attending law school elsewhere, but had family that lived in Burlington, so we ran into each other quite often. By the third or fourth meeting, he finally asked me out. My 21-year-old self couldn't be more thrilled. Not only was he ruggedly handsome and made a pair of black frame glasses look sexy, but he had such a way with words. We dated for about a year before he proposed, and were married a year after that. I've always had an infatuation with Halloween, so we decided to have a non-traditional wedding and recited our vows on All Hallows Eve. We asked our guests to dress in costumes to make it more theatrical, and it certainly made for one heck of a party. Pirates, zombies, and murderous serial killers lined the room of our wedding hall here in Stowe, Vermont. Shaking the memories, I continue with my morning routine and put the last of the breakfast dishes in the dishwasher. Hearing the home phone ring, I grab a hand towel to dry my hands and reach across the counter to answer it. Hello? Hearing nothing but static on the other end, I check the caller ID, but nothing shows up. Hello? I'm sorry, but I think we have a bad connection. Putting the phone back on the receiver, I start to walk toward the stairs, and then it starts to ring again. Hello? Again, the same static noise. Listen, I don't know if this is a prank or you're selling something, but I'm not interested. Hanging up the phone, I set it on the receiver once again and make my way up the stairs to my office. I don't have many hobbies at 29 years old, but helping people talk through their struggles is most definitely one. That's why I've been a mental health counselor for the last 3 years, and as of 6 months ago, it became permanently remote. Turning on my computer, I reach for my headset and see the phone ringing again. This time, my husband's name appears, so I answer quickly. Let me guess, you forgot your briefcase? Nah, not this time. Can't believe I forgot what today marks, and I feel like a jerk for not seeing if you were okay before I left. What do you mean? What's today? I know today marks 6 months since Autumn disappeared, but it feels like yesterday. I have to get out the photos and... Shit! Hey, there's a stop sign there, you dumbass. Cripes. Would it kill people to watch where they're going? Anyway, I better focus on the road, but I'll call you on my lunch break. Love you, Piper. Love you. Too. Setting down the phone, I take a seat in my chair and notice the date on the computer screen, bringing me back the reason for my husband's call. 6 months ago, our world was shaken when our 6-year-old daughter disappeared, and still no trace of what happened to her. That day feels like a blur, even though I've repeated the words hundreds of times for the police about what she was wearing and where she was. Griffin was so wonderful in helping me piece things together. Sometimes my brain plays tricks on me, and going through a traumatic experience like that didn't help matters any. Seeing a call coming through my computer, I quickly turn on my headset and begin the workday. Spending the next several hours talking through a variety of struggles and doubts, I choose to answer one last call before my lunch break. Hello, how are you feeling today? I'm sorry, but the screen isn't showing your name. Who am I speaking with? It's me, Mommy. It's Autumn. feeling a cold chill creep up my spine. I shake my head and reply, Um, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Who is this? Don't you love me, Mommy? Why are you doing this to me? The words pierced through my headset like a wailing banshee, causing me to take it off and rub my ear. Looking back at the screen, I see a flash and flicker like my internet connection isn't working properly. Tapping on the 1990s hunk of junk, the screen comes back into focus. Putting my headset back on, I ask, "Are you still there? Hello?" Hearing nothing, I decide to turn off the computer and make my way downstairs into the basement to check if something is wrong with the fuse box. Our country home was built in the early 1900s, and the electricity goes haywire sometimes, but I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Having an infatuation with Halloween, I also have a fondness for vintage things, my home being number one. Griffin has tried multiple times to talk me into purchasing a more modern house, but I just can't part with it. Opening the basement door, I take the 20 creepy steps and pull the string in the middle of the room and turn on the light. Finding the fuse box, I open it up, but suddenly feel something behind me. The cold wind blows across the exposed skin of my back. Spinning around, I look around the dim lit area, spotting a familiar object wedged under one of the steps. Walking toward it, I pull it out and feel an odd sensation journey through me, gazing at my daughter's doll. Autumn got it for her 6th birthday and carried it around with her everywhere. The doll is a spitting image of her, blonde hair and eyes as blue as a periwinkle plant. Griffin always said the two of us looked like twins. Brushing my fingers through the doll's golden locks, I smile as the highlights of her playing with it dance in my head. My smile quickly falters as my skin is met with a wet liquid that starts running between my fingers. What the? Holding out my hand, I see what looks like blood oozing from the doll's head and down my arm. Like the substance has my brain in a fog, I stare at it and bring it closer to my nose. Inhaling the rust scent, I stop, hearing a whispered voice. Why are you doing this to me? The tone is like an eerie echo crawling out from the depths of my memory. The telephone goes off, forcing me to drop the doll and dash upstairs to retrieve it. Reaching the well-lit level of the house, I look down at my hand and see the blood has somehow vanished. Hello? Hi, sweetheart. Is everything okay? You sound like you're out of breath. Oh yeah, I was down in the basement because my computer was freezing, so I wanted to check the fuse box and... You shouldn't go down there. I will take a look at it when I get home, but I wish you let a professional put in a new one. It's not broken, Griffin. You know what they say, if it's not broke, don't fix it, I know. Have you taken your medication this morning? Oh no, I ran out a few days ago. I told you I needed to get a refill, but you insist on driving me everywhere and won't let me do it myself. Piper, you know you can't drive while you're on medication, and you certainly can't function without it. Look, call in the prescription, and I'll pick it up this evening and leave the office early. Suddenly, feeling lightheaded, I hold on to the counter for support and close my eyes. Squeezing them shut, I open them again, find that my vision is suddenly foggy. Lord, what is happening to me? Seeing flashes of red and white spots, the room starts to spin like a whirlwind of thoughts that suddenly sucked me up to its overbearing winds. Mommy. Turning my head to the right, I nearly jump out of my skin, seeing what looks like my daughter Autumn standing next to me. Why won't you help me? She cries, as her body goes in and out of focus like a cloud of static and then disappears. Piper? What's going on? Is everything okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'll talk to you later. Floating toward the bathroom, I push the door and open the mirror cabinet. Frantically searching for anything to help cure this overwhelming bout of dizziness that has overtaken my body, I fall short. Tossing all the empty bottles on the floor, I slam it shut and turn on the faucet. Splashing some cold water on my face, I reach for a towel and dab it across my hydrated skin. Looking back in the mirror, I stop, seeing what looks like scratches on my cheeks and neck. Examining myself more closely, I trace the marks with my fingers, and the mirror suddenly bursts into tiny glass shards. A loud screech filling the room simultaneously. Ah! I shout, feeling tiny stabs of glass puncture my face. Running out of the room, I stop in my tracks, seeing that same image of my daughter from earlier. The same white dress with pink flowers stitched into dresses like her body, like it did the last time I saw her. Why won't you come back for me, Mommy? It was an accident, wasn't it, Mommy? Autumn? What was an accident? Her image goes in and out of focus like my current state, causing me to see things that aren't really there. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. Please help me. She reaches her arms out, like she used to whenever she wanted to be comforted. What are you talking about, sweetheart? Never hurt you. I step closer to grab her hands, but she moves backward and floats down the stairs. Autumn, wait! I rush down the steps after her and see that she's hovering next to the basement door, like she's waiting for me to follow. Taking the squeaky steps, I see her standing in the middle of the room, hugging her doll. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. Autumn starts to sing the song that became our bedtime ritual as she sways back and forth with her doll. Autumn? Is this real? Are you really here? She turns her head to look at me and shakes it up and down. How is this possible? What happened to you? I step closer as she backs up and points her finger at me. Her eyes now seem sunken and sad, like she has been crying for months on end. I really don't understand what you're trying to tell me, sweetheart. Please, help me understand. I beg, wondering what this is all about and what it all means, and why she appears the way she does. You can fix this. You can save me, Mommy. Autumn? Hearing that loud screech pierce through me once again, I bend down and cover my ears, hoping it will ease the pain. Falling backward as the sound becomes overbearing, I bring my hands to my face as the shards of glass fly out of my skin, like a dart zeroing in on a bullseye. Seeing the outline of a door where the shards drifted off to my left, I quickly get to my feet and walk towards it. Seeing that it's bolted closed with a lock, I search for keys or anything to pry it open. Standing on my tiptoes, I feel around the top of the doorframe to find the key. Unlocking the deadbolt, I'm greeted with a rotten scent as the door creaks open, causing me to cover my nose with my t-shirt. Stepping through the door, I can make out a few wooden tables and what looks like a small bed on the other side of the bathroom-sized room. God, what's that smell? Feeling around the walls for a light switch and flipping it on, it blinks a few times and then let my eyes adjust to the fluorescent light. I get caught on the bed, seeing a small person occupying it. Catching a glimpse of strands of blonde hair hanging out the blanket, I call out, "Autumn?" I walk toward it, remove the blanket from her body. Oh God! I back up into a wall and bring my shaky hands over my mouth as I slide down onto the concrete floor. Tears slip down my cheeks, seeing her lifeless body hooked up to all different wires. Bruises cover her arms and legs as dried blood is smudged on the white and pink floral dress she was wearing when I last saw her. God damn it. I told you not to come down here. I dart my eyes to the doorway and see my husband standing there, anger dripping from his stare. Griffin. My words pause as I realize he's not in the least bit shocked to see what's in the room. What did you do to her? I shriek. My body trembles as he steps closer, not entirely sure what's going to happen next. Griffin bends down in front of me, brushing my cheek to his fingertips. I was only trying to help you, Piper. I love you. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, for a second, I almost forgot where we were. Griffin had always had a way about him. With a few words, he can quickly subdue any worries or fears that I have, like he's the calm to the raging storm that's brewed in my head ever since I can remember. What do you mean, help me? Look, it seems taking your meds has completely cured your personality disorder, and I didn't want you to be punished for something that was out of your control. So, took care of it Our daughter is going to be okay, and I promise we'll all be together once again, once I find the right organ donor. Organ donor? Glancing around the room again, I take notice of all the medical supplies, the machine that's on the other side of the bed. As it breathes life into our daughter, I hear the screeching noises once again, as visions flash through my head. It had been a long day at work, and I was feeling the weight of it, so I rushed home. Not having any medication for a few days, I tried to scavenge anything I could find, but this voice was controlling my every move. Like she was telling me I could thrive without the pills. So I went to pick up Autumn from school. I'd never been an organized woman, so my prescription going missing was quite common. Usually I could find it with ease, but this particular week was stressful because I was taking on more cases than I could handle, and I forgot to refill my medication. Autumn was being her usual chatty self in the back seat, telling me about her day when I tried to curb the voices, but all I could think about was how I wanted everything to be silent. Like the chaos was forcing me to act irrationally, I spun around in the driver's seat and screamed at the top of my lungs, telling her to be quiet. Before I knew it, I had crashed into a forest of trees just outside of our country home, and the voices stopped. Oh my God. That's what she meant. I did this. The realization hits me as the words slip through the cracks of my lips. Who's she, Piper? Or is this the other Piper I'm talking to? Griffin's words force me to look at him. Autumn came to me, Griffin. She said I could fix this. I did this. I did this to her. Oh God. Autumn didn't go missing. Why did you do this, Griffin? I'm trying to save both of you, Piper. I saw the accident, and once I realized your condition, I knew it was up to me. You had glass shards in your face and neck from the windshield, and your hands were all cut up, but you sat there, laughing. You kept repeating the words, finally, over and over again. I knew it wasn't the real you who had been done to, and I took care of it. Like everything that I do, Piper, I was putting my family first. Had I let the police find you, you'd be put in the nut house, and our daughter would be dead. I would have lost everything. But she needs a doctor. Has she gone to a hospital? She could have lived. Kept her down here for 6 months? How? She's alive, Piper. The machine is breathing for her, but she's there. I know she is. And if you recall from college, I took a year of medical classes before deciding I wanted to pursue law. This is insane. I quickly stand up and once again feel the world spinning. That eerie voice screeches and drowns out every rational thought, forcing me to grab my head and shake it uncontrollably. Mommy, Mommy. The voice becomes almost unbearable as it cries for me like a child. Griffin reaches for my hand and I instinctively shove him off, not sure what to do. Glancing toward the machine, I see a large plug in and try to figure out how I can reach it before he stops me. Closing my eyes, take a deep breath and realize this is what Autumn meant by saving her. She wants to be free. Griffin's eyes dart to where mine are as he steps in front of me. Don't, Piper. I promise I can fix her. I refuse to let either of you suffer. Seeing the love disperse into the air from his words, I realize how genuinely he means that. When we met, my other personality triggered more, and instead of running for the hills, he stuck by my side and helped me get the diagnosis I have today. Never imagining that my other self would cause me to commit such a heinous crime, I understand now that it's a fate for someone like me. Brushing my hand across his cheek, I shed a few tears before looking in his eyes. That's just it, Griffin. No matter what you do, I'll always be this person. You can't save me. His chestnut brown eyes begin to pool with water as he looks down at the floor and tries not to cry. Pulling him close, I hold on to him for a few seconds and reach for a sharp knife on the table. Bringing it behind my back, I kiss his cheek and back away from him. Holding the knife to my neck, I whisper, "Save her, please. I love you." Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another short horror story for you guys, written by Miss Unicorn 257. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Babysitting. A young girl was babysitting some children late one night. Once she put the children to bed, she went to watch TV. In the middle of their show, the phone rang. When she picked up the phone, all she heard was laughing from the other end of the phone. She listened for a minute and then hung up. After a few minutes, the phone rang again. This time, when she picked it up, there was a male voice that answered and said, "Have you checked on the children?" The girl asked who he was, and in reply, he laughed and hung up. She was scared and called the police. When the police showed up, they said it was a prank call, to call back if it happens again. She got another call from the man asking again if he checked on the children. She hung up, and the police told her that she should get out of the house immediately. The calls were coming from the upstairs extension where he already murdered the children. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another collection of horror stories for you guys. These will be written by an author named Vivian Justin. So remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1, Belial. I just stood in front of the mirror. I looked at the tiniest flaws in my naked body. What would happen to me? I asked myself. What will happen now if he catches me. I grabbed a towel and walked out the bathroom straight onto the balcony. I looked down at the city and thought I saw him on the other side. My heart was pounding. He's here, and he's found me. I clutched the railing and hoping he hadn't seen me. I ran inside and got dressed. How many could there be? Oh, why do I have to take part in all this nonsense? I grabbed my keys, hoping that the back door would be open and I wouldn't have to leave through the main entrance. I ran down 2 floors, relieved when the door opened. I looked around, but no one was there. I was looking at my phone in my pocket. I have to call Robbie. Shit. I heard a noise behind me. I started running, looking for Robbie's number on the phone book. My car was parked 2 blocks away, just in case. I drove about a mile before I spotted Robbie at one of the exits. What was left of him, anyway. I jumped out the car and helped him up. Part of his face was covered in blood. His skin was hanging in shreds from his right calf, and his stomach was held together only by the sturdy binding of his t-shirt. It was a horrifying sight. I put him in the back seat. Robbie, what happened? I was gonna call you. I think I'm being followed. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Robbie, this is not the time. And Robbie just fell asleep, and I started ahead as I drove. It was 11 at night. There were no more cars on the road. I pulled up at a rest stop and used the restroom. When I got back, Robbie was not in the car. I clutched him to my heart and nervously scanned every inch of the car and then the surroundings. There was no sign of Robbie. I screamed, I stomped around, but they took him away. I fell to the ground, and while I cried my heart out, my fists were pounding a small patch of gravel road. Then, when no more sound came out of my throat, I looked at my bloody hands. In the meantime, a pleasant feeling came over me. I stood up, tapped every bone in my body, and went in search of Robbie. The woods were dark, bleak, and damp. I treaded cautiously forward, heedless of the thick crackling of tree branches in the background. Honestly, I just wanted to find Robbie and get him to the hospital as soon as possible. Strange though, because I could see shadows slipping through the trees. In the distance, I saw a shack. Light filtered through the windows. And with quick steps, I ran towards the cabin, hoping to find Robbie inside. I froze for a moment, a strong smell hitting my nose. I could smell rotting flesh. I switched on the flash on my phone and headed for where I suspected the stench was coming from. I smelled it more and more strongly. I held my nose with one hand, but it seeped in through that too. I stood at the base of a tree and held my hair and vomited. My body couldn't stand the smell anymore. I straightened up and walked on with my phone in my hand. Even the buzzing of flies was foreboding. I approached. A few meters ahead of me, I saw a foot. Oh my God, Robbie, I thought to myself. He's running headlong, but it wasn't Robbie. The 3 rotting corpses were our friends, killed by the same people who followed me. Their bodies lay mangled on top of each other. There was blood and body parts everywhere. I found myself stepping on toes. I jumped, and my breathing became labored and my forehead sweating. Then I saw perhaps the most horrifying sight of my life. The throat of one of the corpses was slashed open, maggots crawling out of it. I shuddered. First, I'll get Robbie to the hospital, then I'll go straight to the police. After I calmed down a bit, I headed for the cottage again. If someone had taken Robbie from the car, I'd be no good to him without a gun. So I crept onto the porch and peered cautiously through one of the front windows. The room was empty. I ran over to the other one. It was the kitchen window, but there was no one there either. I opened the front door noiselessly. I looked around slowly, and everything was empty. I stopped in the middle of the living room. I heard a noise from upstairs. Could someone be there? Or was my mind playing tricks on me? It was as if someone was walking upstairs, and the beams crackled. I took one step after another, and when I got to the top, I looked to my right, and there was the same figure I had seen across the street. Where is Robbie? I screamed at the top of my lungs. But there was no reply. With a sudden idea, I threw my phone at him. The mirror shattered, and I ran down the stairs. I didn't stop until I reached the car. And I had the feeling again that someone was following me. But I didn't dare turn back. Because what if he was right behind me? I avoided one tree after another, and I couldn't wait to see the car. As soon as I saw it, a great weight fell off my heart. I ran to the back door and almost collapsed from what I found. Robbie's body was lying there. The whole seat was covered in blood and mucus. He was the only person I loved, and I couldn't save him anymore. There was just damage all over his body. The flesh was coming off in pieces. I was backing up when a piece of leather fell on the car. I vomited again. I ended up hearing voices in the woods, but it didn't matter. I screamed from the pain that was gnawing in my chest. I felt dizzy, and by the time I opened my eyes, I was looking at the starry sky. I blinked slowly, trying to regain my strength. I hoped it was just as bad as this was just a bad dream, and by the time I woke up, Robbie would be gone. But there he was. I knelt beside the car, as if that would bring him back to life. I heard voices in the distance again, but it was the sound of a car. Lights were flashing. I closed the back door, got behind the wheel, but the car wouldn't start. I'm swearing, cursing, and I keep turning the key to no avail. I put my head on the steering wheel and slapped my hands on the dashboard. Everything became a blur. At least 7 police cars and 2 ambulances surrounded my car. I saw some police running into the woods, and the rest were standing around the vehicle with guns in their hands. I got out with my hands up. From the side of one of the ambulances, I saw my doctor approaching. Besides Robbie, I trusted him. But now, his always happy face was gone. It was different now. What have you done? It wasn't me. It was Belial. Don't play games with me again. They all lied to me. This is all Belial's doing. The demon. He killed them. He was following me and he was gonna kill me. I mean, I suddenly remembered the mirror that broke upstairs. Your darkness is heartbreaking, he said. I was riding in the back of the police car with 2 other police officers. When we saw the city lights, I burst out laughing. It was deep and unstoppable. It was all Belial's doing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Soresco back again with another story from the collection Macabre Minds, written by Auntie Hart. Remember to check out the links in the description, show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Story 3, Bloodbath. I hear that there is a place where God watches over you and your children always listen. I'll eat my own shit before I admit a place like that exists. Hell, on the other hand, certainly has a setting of its own. I know that for a fact. I moved my family out to a remote country village a few years ago. My 2 children, both boys, were young, hard-headed, and warranted suicide prevention 24/7 with their mischievous antics. I deliberately bought a fixer-upper and a few cows and goats, for I figured it would teach the whining sons the importance of responsibility. I remember their continuous complaints and firm declarations of my abusive parenting style. But while my sons contemplated the degree of my sadism, I knew I was raising them right. They loved their animals and they loved the home. I wish it could have stayed that way forever though. I had the peculiar fortune of calling the Legend family my neighbors. They seemed to have stepped out a rendition of American Gothic, as the couple had been younger and shown with 2 doll-faced children. Anyways, Tom Legend was a large man in height, and his rippling muscles on his right arm always strove to emasculate me. However, his non-existent left arm promised salvation for my crippled dignity, even though it was nauseating how it seemed to swing back and forth automatically like the chime on a grandfather clock. It was like it was counting down the seconds till his death. I didn't know the wife's name, but she was thin, cold woman with lips stretched in a peculiar and perpetual scowl. She spoke with the icy words of a strict Christian mother to her children, and the only time she spoke to me was when she mentioned my own children looked homeless. In my defense, my boys worked, and their maturity was measured with the amount of dirt and sweat collected in their orifices. I couldn't change the fact that the wife dressed her kids up like porcelain dolls, perfect girls with perfect golden locks and white dresses. The youngest, just a baby, still fussed with the lace, but the oldest girl, Emily, skipped in front of our house and leaned so her skirt was caught in the wind. She was only 5, but she still tried to catch the eyes of my bemused boys. I told them they could do better. They silently agreed. The rural country setting always seemed to warrant gossip. I was too close to the Legend family just by living next to them. That could be why Emily came skipping up to me one day, face glowing like the rising sun. She grabbed my hand and begged me to my feet from my comfortable position on the porch swing, and I put down my beer with sparking annoyance as she dragged me towards her house. Mr. Jordan, you've got to come see what Daddy bought me. She was alight with joy as she babbled about her love of her father and her more pronounced love of her new gift. I figured she took me because my boys were at school, so I began to lament on the loneliness of the poor child and how I was somehow cured. Their home was a large, typical country home. White painted wood, crackled with termites, seeming to age by the minute. Windows remained forever plastered with dust, promising me that I was never a pry to the lives of those who lived within. The little girl led me by my hand to the back of the house, which was even more dilapidated than the front, and she opened her arms wide in front of a collapsing shed. "Ta-da!" she exclaimed, and she ran into the open barn and wrapped her lithe arms around a grunting pig. Oh, wow. At least she wasn't fooled by the sarcasm. I was an expert since I raised 2 boys fascinated with dead bugs and dirt. Her name is Alice. Mama just read me Alice in Wonderland. Have you read it, Mr. Jordan? The way she said it was so condescending that I bobbed my head furiously. Of course I read it. I wasn't illiterate, despite the few words I ever said. She was a damn ripoff if you ask me. Sorry? I paid a damn fortune for that pig. Em's been begging and crying for one for months. But that bitch is pregnant. Pregnant. Now what am I gonna do with piglets, huh? He looked at his daughter accusingly, and she just wrapped her arms tighter around her pig. We're gonna love him, of course. Or you could have extra bacon. I was only halfway sarcastic with that comment, but Tom clapped me on the back with one good hand. I think I still have a bruise from it. Now that's an idea. You like bacon, right, Emily? Daddy, you wouldn't do that. Ah, of course, I was just kidding. Sensing the conversation was taking a rather nasty, dishonest turn, I took a few steps back to leave. When Emily grunted a goodbye to me, Tom looked at me in the eyes and took my hand in a rough embrace for a brief second. He asked, "You have daughters, Jordan?" "No, just 2 boys." "Well, I guess you're lucky. It's easier not to spoil boys." And with that, I fled back to my house and immediately set my frazzled and grumpy son to work. I saw the little girl continuously after that. She spent her days playing in her front lawn with her new pet, giggling and laughing, lighting up the world like only a little cute child can. Her bell chime laughter caused my sons to stare and admit annoyance, but I told them that the least of their worries, I chased them off with a shovel. Besides, didn't they notice the pig growing plumpier by the day? Didn't they see Tom sitting on his front porch, cigarette smoke blooming in front of him, an awful seeming scowl on his face? I wondered as to why he looked so furious, but I found my answer late one October night. I was woken by a loud thud and a curse. Getting out of bed with a blasphemous word of my own, I peeked out my window. The darkness only partially concealed a large, one-armed figure standing at the legend's front yard. A long, thin pole was held in Tom's one overly large hand, and I realized that the moon's light revealed it to be an axe. A sack lay in front of him on an old tree stump, and he methodically set about bringing the axe down to it. Thud, thud, thud. "Jesus Christ, go to bed, you weirdo," I grumbled, and I left him to his shady business, crawl back to my chilling bed. Sleep was definitely fleeting that night, for I was again awoken as the first rays of sunshine began to paint my bedroom walls by a piercing shriek. My youngest boy even came into my room, rubbing sleep from his eyes, the cocky smile plastered on his face. "Look, Dad, Emily's having a meltdown." I threw a pillow at my son, but I abandoned my comfort all the same. I glanced out my window yet again, and I was almost revolted by what I saw. Emily was screaming and sobbing, her despair slicing through the morning like a reaper's sickle. She was hitting her father, who was trying desperately to restrain her with one arm. He was like a broken windmill, waving her arms as she drove her tiny fist to Tom's stomach. Where's Alice's babies? Where are the babies? Where are my pigs? Tom seemed to be yelling nonsensically back at her, and I noticed he kept glancing at the axe that lay right behind his daughter. Em, it's okay. They're with God now. Wow, and I thought there was something wrong with my family, my son said as he cupped his hands to the window. I threw a shoe at him, and then he left with a grunt and a jab at my lack of humor. After that, all I saw of the Legend family were strained interactions. Emily sat mostly in front of her house with Alice, hugging and cooing at the pig. A frown set deep in her young face. When her father spoke to her, she answered with such terseness that he would often wave his hand and point to what I assumed was her bedroom. My family and I just watched from our own little corner of the world. There was something about an axe and missing piglets that I didn't want my sons to have any part in. Even though they found their oddness kind of cool, I still tried to distance them from the darkness that seemed to envelop my neighbor's house. I don't think I succeeded. Months after that encounter, as the weather began to chill, Tom approached my house late into the day. I was just beginning to doze to the sound of my son's video games when I heard the rasping on the door like a reaper to come claim my life. With a groan, I rose to find him standing on my doorstep. One arm swaying slowly in the cold wind, complete with a black hoodie. Jordan? He said it so civilly that I think I stared at him for a few minutes before replying, Tom. He fiddled with his left sleeve and said, I'm sorry to bother you this late at night, but I was wondering if you can help me with something. I have work tomorrow. Can't this wait? No, it cannot. Come on. As I followed him into the darkening sky, casting shades of crimson, he explained cryptically, See, Em thinks it's funny to let her pig wander around unsupervised. She knows it pisses me off, but she just lets it run free. Well, pig's pregnant again. Just had the pignets, actually. You have a pig, don't you, Jordan? I pursed my lips. So, it was the blame game he wanted to play. I wanted to tell him where to shove it, but what came out was, yes, I do. And it's male? My boys had bothered me for a male pig for months. They had promised to take care of him, and I believed them after all that hard work they pulled on the farm. I mean, they were good boys. So I said, yes, it is. Tom's accusatory glare raised bumps on my neck. His one arm swung as though to hit me in the face, but instead it rested on my shoulders, and he said, well, we're in this together. I cringed at the thought of being connected at all to the Legend family, but I supposed it was the inevitable horror that stemmed from being neighbors. As much distance as I put myself between the family, it did not change the fact that we lived just next door to each other. I cussed out loud and Tom glanced at me. Shit is right, Jordan. Life is shit. Tom dragged me by my shoulders across the cracked street towards his dilapidated home. In the back of my mind, I had an inkling of understanding, especially when he led me around the house. But something, call it sanity, blocked the truth from unfolding. A tree stump swam into view, and next to it sat a burlap sack that squirmed and squealed. In front of it rested a bloodied hatchet. You first, Tom said, shoving me forward roughly with his one arm. I shook my head like a rag doll, and my body stiffened like a car wreck victim when he handed me the hatchet. You owe me. These are your responsibilities just as much as they are mine. You don't know that. Really? Did these piglets come from a fairy or a unicorn, Jordan? Look, I'm not fucking doing this. Ugh, you're more of a coward than I thought. Steam began to rise from my face, but it was quickly chilled as Tom brought the hatchet down on the burlap sack. It made a sickening thwob sound, followed by the screams of the dying. I took a few steps back, my body a doll again. The hatchet sliced through the sack 6 more times. He finally threw it to me, whacking me in the knee. I cursed as I felt a bruise blossoming. And that's how it's done. That is called life, and life is shit, Tom said. I think I ran from Legend's backyard and did not look back, not even when I reached the minimal safety of my own house. I did not sleep that night, but the day broke with the crying of a little girl and my son's footsteps as they ran into my room to peek out my overlooking window. Damn, you two are so noisy. But my half-hearted tone caused them to completely ignore me. So I rose from my bed with a groan and went to join my children at the window. Alice, the piglets, where are they? Where are they? Alice was punching her father again, and I noticed she began to go for his half arm. He recoiled fiercely when she knocked her chubby fist to his closed wound. Phantom pains, I suppose. Tom's reply was exactly the same. Irrational. He just said they're with God now. A storm picked up the following week. The darkest of clouds rolled in, and an angry winds ripped through the wood on both my house and the Legends. The unforgiving rain, icy like a serial killer's heart, sliced through my skin when I went outside to repair the damages. I saw Tom through the storm attempting to do the same thing, struggling as he lifted fallen beams with his one arm. When the brutality of the heavens finally subsided a little, leaving the world with just a slight drizzle, I walked over to my neighbor's house with a 6-pack. Tom answered the door when I knocked and started with, "Some storm, huh?" I held the pack of beer up as a sign of friendliness, and Tom took it with a spectacled scowl. Yeah. Damn winds nearly tore my house apart. Yep, that's why I brought beer. The interior of the Legends house was about the same as the outside. Moth-eaten furniture decorated a cracking wooden floor, and peeling brown paint covered the walls, hidden by a few pictures of the little Legend girls. Emily came bouncing up to me, absolutely aglow with joy. I wondered at the misplaced happiness and the small child exclaimed, "Hiya, Mr. Jordan. So good to see you." She gave me an awkward hug, which I returned with hesitation. Tom frowned on his daughter and said, "Supposed to be taking a bath with your sister, Em." The girl giggled, but she oddly agreed with her father and ran off. That's odd. My boys hate baths. Yeah, she's an odd child. He gestured for me to sit at the couch held together with duct tape. I graciously sat down, and we silently cracked through the beers. For a few moments, the quiet was reassuring. The rain had finally stopped, and the silence hung thick like a blanket. For those few seconds, I finally felt at ease around Tom, who was just chugging his beer and smiling tentatively. I mean, we were neighbors after all. We were in this life together. The calm was disturbed suddenly by a loud scream, followed by a crashing noise. I jumped, but Tom just calmly rose to his feet. Ah, damn children, the hell are they doing? I followed Tom across the living room towards a shut door next to the hallway. He opened it and immediately jumped back, holding his one good hand to his open mouth. No. My stomach emptied itself when I saw the scene. The bath water was turned a nasty shade of crimson, and red painted the white pristine bathroom walls. Floating in the bathtub were severed limbs of a tiny child. Standing in front of the bathtub, with a hatchet at her feet, was Emily, smiling brightly, covered in blood. "Don't worry, Daddy. Sissy's with God now." And that, ladies and gentlemen, yo, what is up everybody? So let's go back again. Another short story from the collection titled Wicked Whims, written by various authors. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Story 4, Bonded Souls, written by Amber Callista. "Are you sure we should be up here, Ricky? Didn't your friend say upstairs was off limits?" I ask, squeezing his hand as he leads me down a narrow hallway. Letting my eyes wander, I see a few other rooms, green lights glowing under them like Mr. Boogedy is about to make an entrance. Although today is one of my favorite holidays, I would be lying if I said I didn't believe in things that go bump in the night. Just being around my Mormon parents my whole life is horrifying enough. Ricky halts my thoughts as he steps in the front of a door and looks over his shoulder at me. "Don't tell me you're afraid, Angelica. What's Halloween without a little thrill, right?" Stepping through, my face is met with several strings of cobwebs, like a fleet of spiders occupies the room. Brushing the silk strings from my face, I glance around and feel an odd chill run up my spine. The room is lit with a single candle, revealing the pewter-colored walls. No other furniture except the mahogany-colored bed frame that sits in the middle of the room. Maybe we should go back to my dorm. My roommate's gone for the weekend, I offered, feeling creeped out at this moment. Ricky shuts the door and walks towards me. The mischievous look in his eyes makes my heart race as he brushes my black and white hair away from my eyes. Don't be afraid, my little dog napper. This is one pooch you can slay anytime you want. Did I mention how high you look in that costume? You may have mentioned it a few times tonight. Tonight was this annual Halloween party hosted by his friend Preston, and the theme was Disney. Cruella DeVille being my favorite Disney character, I dressed as she and Ricky in a Dalmatian costume. Surprisingly, he wasn't the least bit upset by the choice of outfit and went along with it like a champ. Perhaps it's the fact that there's nothing to it, as the black and red corset hugs my thick curves like a glove. The black booty shorts and fishnet tights accentuate my long legs. Got my walking, talking sign that reads, "Fuck me." I close my eyes, let his mouth bring me to the desirable world I love visiting whenever we're intimate. We haven't made our relationship official, as we just met a few months ago. We've been enjoying each other's company nearly every day. One bat of an eyelash on that warm August day was all it took. I was hooked. Like a fishing rod, Ricky reeled me in and has been the eye of my affection since. From the curly locks to sit atop his head, the emerald green eyes, and muscular physique. What girl could resist? Seeing the sleeves of tattoos covering his arms and neck, I knew he had a bad boy written all over him. And that's exactly what I was looking for. A person who isn't afraid to live. Someone who's the complete opposite of the life I left behind. Growing up with strict parents, I never followed in and never was allowed to date, so my virginity remains intact. This being my first year of college at Jamestown University in North Dakota, I had high hopes of changing that. It's almost like being here woke this devil inside of me, was just begging to break free. Pleads with me almost every day to repent for every God-forsaken promise my parents forced me to utter. Everything alright, Angie? Can't help but feel those flutters disperse, hearing him call me Angie instead of Angel. Heavenly nickname is one I happen to hate, and without words, like he knows my deepest, darkest secrets. Pulling down his spotted hood, I run my fingers through his raven locks. I'm great. Perhaps feeling a little tipsy from all those witch's brew drinks your friend's girlfriend made. Honestly, looked like Peter Venkman poured ectoplasm in them, so tried to choke him down as fast as possible. That girl would not take no for an answer. Who's Peter? Another boyfriend of yours? I throw him a confused look, wondering why the tone of his voice suddenly rings like an angry chord. He's a character from the movie Ghostbusters. You know, I start humming the classic theme song as Ricky grunts and pushing me back against a wall. Our eyes lock before he grabs my hands and holds them above my head, intertwining our sets of fingers. Do that again. Forehead lays against mine. His breathing becomes heavier. Don't tease me, Angie. You know how much I love that gorgeous voice of yours. Ricky's lips met mine. He devours my mouth like a savory treat. I never thought of myself as a phenomenal singer, but ever since Ricky took me to this karaoke bar and I shared my hidden talent, like, can't get enough of me. Like my voice was the call of a siren, luring him in to his destiny. Giving into his plea, I hum the tune again as Ricky brings his lips to the crook of my neck, tasting my skin like it's the key to his libation. Don't stop. His voice, but a mere whisper as he kisses his way down to my cleavage. The fervent touches compel my body to squirm, but he squeezes my hands tightly, let me know he's in control. Sensing what feels like teeth, I look down, catch a glimpse of Ricky biting back the lace, covering near my breast. His lustful eyes gaze back at me. He takes my nipple between his teeth, clamps down, his tongue finishing the fallacious act. He releases my arms and slides his hand to the space between my legs, his fingers groping the fabric that houses my most prized possession. Ricky. My hips rock back and forth as he rubs my center, sending shivers throughout my body. You don't know how long I've waited for you. So extraordinary, Angelica. Before I can breathe, his lips collide with mine. Like a passionate stick of dynamite, our tongues explode into one another's mouths. Hearing what sounds like a woman's scream, I pull back from our heated kiss and look toward the door. Did you hear that? Whoa. Are you okay? Are you wearing colored contacts? I swear, your eyes look purple. Alright, look, stay here. I'll check it out. Ricky opens the door and shuts it behind them, leaving me in the dark. Fixing my outfit, I reach into my wristlet, take out my cell phone, turn on my flashlight. Using it to light my way, I look around the room and notice a cluster of old portraits on one of the walls. Each one holds an image of a man, every facial expression stiff as a board. The formalness of their attire brings me back to a conversation I had at dinner with my parents a few months ago. It was customary in our home to dress formally for any and every meal. My parents, being Mormons, expected me to demonstrate a sense of perfection, even if I tried to rebel. No sugary treats, no public schooling, and no doing anything outside of helping our church force me to grow up resenting my parents. It was at this dinner that they told me I was to marry a boy named Abel Chadwick. His name, coming straight from the Bible, my parents thought he was a sign of good things to come. My father uttered the words sexual relations, and I about fell over in my chair. It made our union sound like it was the Holy Grail, and it was on me to give our family the eternal object. Like I'm just some piece of property they can sell off. This marriage to them was simply about creating life to do God's work, and that's why I ran. Again, I hear the loud scream. I startle and drop my phone, and it disappears underneath the bed. Ah, shit. Bending down to catch a glimpse of where it went, I see its light shining under the middle of the queen-size bed, so I lay down on my stomach to reach for it. The opening isn't quite big enough for me to fit my thick body under, so I close my eyes and push my face against the wood edge, stretching my R as far as it can. Tapping my hand around on the wooden floor to find it, my fingers are suddenly met with an hairy object. Moving my hand further down, I stop as what feels like human skin halts my search, my hand trembling. Slowly retracting my hand, I run into what feels like my phone and quickly yank it out. Letting out a deep breath, my curiosity gets the best of me, so I decide to see what the mysterious object was. Shining my light under the bed, I see what looks like a black wig and let out another deep breath. Thank God. Slide my hand across my forehead, feeling ridiculous for letting my paranoia get the best of me. A sudden rumble underneath me causes the bed to shift, and what sounds like a bowling ball rolling comes towards me. Ah! I shriek as that black wig comes attached with a woman's face. The spot where her eyes should be is black and empty, tears of blood running down her cheeks. Immediately getting to my feet, I open the door and shriek again, running into someone. Hey, I was just coming back for you. What's the matter? Ricky puts his hands on either side of my face to keep my attention, and my mind and body are shaking in fear. There's a woman's face under the bed. She didn't have any eyes, Ricky. They were gone. What? Are you sure? You know Preston likes to play pranks. Sure it's not real, Angela. I know what I saw, Ricky. Ricky goes into the bedroom and bends down to look under the bed. He chuckles and pulls out the black wig. Just a face mask, Angie. He holds it out, but it doesn't look the same as the one I saw just moments ago. My mind's just playing tricks on me, I guess. Is everything alright downstairs? Yeah. One of the girls broke a nail or something. Most of the party guests left. Guess what? I have one more spooky surprise up my sleeve. Come with me. Ricky takes my hand and leads me downstairs. quiet atmosphere refreshing to hear after listening to all that loud rock music for the last several hours. Reaching the bottom of the steps, Ricky brings me into the back of the house, which Preston said was off limits. The area enclosed by double French doors. Stopping in my tracks, seeing all the candles lighting up the room, I also notice a white circle drawn on the floor, with an unfamiliar symbol drawn in the middle of it. What's this, Ricky? He releases my hand and walks toward the circle. Stopping at a table off to the side, he tosses something inside a bowl as a puff of smoke emerges and delivers a herbal scent to the air. Ricky moves inside the circle and calls me, bending his pointer finger. Like my feet suddenly have a mind of their own, I float towards him, take his hand, stopping before I reach the circle. His fingers brush across my cheek and down my lips before he leans in, passionately kisses me. What is it that you want more than anything, Angelica? I open my eyes and gaze at him, feeling like I'm caught in a trance. I want you, Ricky. I want you to be the one. He crashes his lips onto mine and then pulls me into him as our lips dance to the passionate tune that's humming throughout my body. Ricky drags his lips away from mine, compelling me to yearn for him even more. Are you willing to give yourself to me? To bind our souls together forever? His eyes search mine, like his question is of the utmost importance to him. Shaking my heated thoughts, I let a giggle slip, realizing he must be playing some game. Bind our souls, huh? Is your way of asking me to be your girlfriend? I gotta say, it's sweet that you went to these lengths, but I'm a simple girl, Ricky. You're so much more than a simple girl. You are one of a kind. His fingers once again brush across my face, forcing me to forget where we are. Like his touch houses some sort of magic that I'm drawn to. Your love? Okay. I think you're the one who's had a few too many ectoplasmic drinks, my little Pongo. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever had the pleasure of seeing, Angelica. You house the voice of an angel, and your body's purity calls to me with my own personal element. Suddenly, I feel like I'm talking to a completely different person. Move away from him. Actually, I'm feeling a little tired, so I think I'm gonna walk back to my dorm. Looking down, I see an iridescent light glow, coating the white circle we're standing in. Ricky? What's going on? Why can't I move? Feeling his presence behind me, I jump a little as his breath warms my ear. I want to give you everything, Angelica. His hands slither down my hips, and one of them slides down the front of my shorts and underneath my panties. Rubbing his fingers across my center, I groan as an indescribable sensation overtakes my body. We belong together. His whispered voice makes me shiver as I lean into him close my eyes, feeling bursts of pleasure disperse through me. I groan and throw my arm around the back of his neck, combing my nails through his curly locks. His soft lips throw kisses down my neck and to my shoulder. His free hand starts to untie the corset back of my costume as he continues to drive my senses to a whole new world. The top of my costume falls to the floor as Ricky scoops up one of my breasts and kneads it like a savory piece of dough. Tell me, Angelica. Tell me you'll be mine forever. His fingers start to rub over a new area of my wet center. The unknown feeling causes my knees to go weak. Ricky stops his pleasurable touches and spins me around. My head feels dizzy as I gaze into his purple, infused eyes. Ricky, why did you stop? Feeling like my body is radiating heat and longing to give into this phenomenon that's building in my stomach. You can have what you want once I get what I need from you, my love. He pecks my lips and moves to the side, grabbing an object from the table. Seeing a sharp knife in his hand, I snap out of my trance and push him back with my hand. What are you doing with that? He slices his hand and closes his eyes, taking a deep breath. Do you see what your purity does to me, Angie? Ah, it's so powerful. He licks the blood dripping from his hand. The hand that moments ago was bringing me to a state of pure ecstasy. Glancing around the room, I suddenly see things with a new set of eyes as they widen in fear, realizing what this is. Several symbols dress the walls and the room like a bright marquee that was staring me in the face the entire time. But I was too blinded by my lust to see it. Ricky quickly takes my hand and slices it with his knife, bringing it to his lips. Before I can pull back, he licks up my blood like it's the last drop of water on earth. Ricky, stop! What the hell are you doing? Yanking my hand away from him, I bend down to retrieve my top and cover my breasts as Ricky's body starts to levitate and a dark purple cloud hovers over him. Yes, yes. Noticing an object behind the couch off to my left, I lean further back to see it, cover my mouth, catching a glimpse of the woman's bloody face from earlier. Not only her, but several women who were at the party tonight appear to have the same extremities. Their eyes black and empty, their bodies missing. Oh God, this can't be happening. Panic starts to set in as I slide further back on the floor to get away from Ricky. Running into what feels like a shoe, I look up and see Preston, wearing the same purple eyes that Ricky has. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Guess the legend was true after all. Preston grabs me by the shoulders, plants me to my feet. What legend? I didn't believe it after feeding off all these virgins and getting nowhere, but golly, you were the one, Angelica. My instincts kick in, and I slap him across the face, rage swirling in my eyes. Ugh, you fucking bitch. He grabs me by the throat, lifting me off my feet as my airway tightens. Before I can blink, Preston is blown back into the wall, the drywall denting upon impact. The sound of my naked breasts bouncing against my belly rings in my ears as my body falls to the ground with a big thud. How dare you touch her? Ricky steps up behind me and wraps a blanket around me before bringing me to my feet. Are you alright, my love? His eyes search mine, like he's genuinely concerned for my safety. Gazing into them, for some reason, I feel safe. Given the things that have happened in the last few minutes, I feel insane for believing that, but it's real. What did he mean by legend, Ricky? How was your body floating? And why do you all have these dead women here? The women are Preston's attempt to become more powerful, but epically failing. That's why he has these Halloween parties. He's dramatic in his conquests and likes to sever their heads and cut out their eyes like he's Jason Voorhees. Fuck you. I should have told you who I was when we met, Angelica. I knew you were different the second I laid eyes on you, and I should have gone with my gut. But what do you mean? Who are you? You grew up in a religious family, right? I shake my head, remembering I told them about my Christian household on one of my tell-all drunken nights. Well, I am too, except my family is a little different. Modern times refer to my kind as Wiccans. Wiccan? Like witchcraft? Yes. Each one of us is unique. Tap into our most powerful form, we must taste the blood of our soulmate. My energy manifests from my hands. He cups my cheeks as I close my eyes and feel those butterflies greet my stomach. Is that why I'm defenseless whenever you touch me? Yes. Except it didn't work on you as well as it has on others. You're special, Angelica. Although you've grown in a world where you were raised to believe in God, something inside you doubted it. From a young age, you knew you were meant for more, and nothing is more powerful than free will. How did you know? I asked, not remembering telling him when my doubts started to surface. Like any Mormon child, I went to church daily and spread the word of God as I was asked, but I never believed in what I was saying. I accept that there are higher powers. To worship a man so religiously, I never understood it. The day your doubts began was the day something sparked inside of me. A signal that you existed was sent to me, and I've been on a mission to find you every day since. Wow, I don't know what to say, Ricky. This is all a little too much to take in. For a second there, I thought I was going to be your next victim. Admitting that his methods were a little creepy, what I feel pounding in my chest is by far more terrifying. No, I could never hurt you, Angelica. Love you. You do? Our souls will be bound once I take your purity. Haven't you wondered why you never reached that level with another man since you've been free from your parents' chains? He's right. The thought has crossed my mind a few times since I've been in school, but I just chalked it up to not finding the right one. I have before, but none of them made me want to take it to the next level until I met his. Tracing my fingers over his lips, flashes of our passionate moments flicker in my head, highlighting the best parts of our love story. Realizing that's exactly what these unexplainable feelings are, I feel an electricity soar through me. Like an answer I'd have only been searching for has been revealed. Smiling, I part my lips to speak as a sharp stabbing pain greets my chest. Looking down, I see a large knife sticking out. Angelica! Ricky shouts as my body falls forward. He catches me. The blade that has pierced my heart slides back out. The floorboards begin to shake as what looks like an iridescent bubble surrounds me. How could you? It's not fair. I am older, and I haven't found one yet. It's me who was meant to be the most powerful Wiccan. Preston's voice shouts behind me, and a blast of wind surrounds us, and what sounds like bones creaking becomes the only sound in the room as I fall to the floor. Ricky bends down and lifts my head, bringing his forehead to mine. Please, don't leave me, Angie. I love you. Ricky? I call to him, but blood starts to spill from my mouth. His tear-filled eyes meet mine, and he kisses my lips one last time. Bring you back, my love. I promise. I'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. My eyes start to shut as the sharp pains suddenly disappear. No, Angie, please. Flickering my eyes open one more time, I whisper, love you too. And ladies and gentlemen, the end of our story. Yo, what is up everybody? Stressco back again. Another chapter from the story titled Don't Speak of It, written by Sam 1031. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 2. I woke up around 2 a.m. like I always do. I made my way downstairs so as not to disturb my wife with all of my tossing and turning. My nose was a bit stuffy. I must have been sleeping with my mouth open, as it was as dry as the Sahara Desert. I have never actually been to the Sahara, but I imagine it's pretty dry. Walking by the window that looks into the backyard, I reached for a glass out of the cabinet and began to fill it in the sink. I was blindly looking into the darkness of night out of the window into the backyard. Wasn't really looking outside, but rather staring into the nothingness, lost in my own sleep-deprived thoughts. Something moved in the darkness, breaking me from my stupor. I directed my focus to the movement, pressing my face a bit closer to the window. Something was in the trees. At first, it was just a dark shape. Just an animal, I thought, knowing deep down it was something else. I pressed my face as close as I could get, now smashing and distorting my features against the glass, hoping to get a glimpse of whatever was lurking in the trees. My hand made a streaking sound against the window, and the shape suddenly shifted and appeared to turn towards me. I could see its eyes glowing in the light, coming from my kitchen. It looked like a woman or a skinny man with long hair. I could not really make out any features other than its overall shape and size, along with those staring eyes. Then it smiled. I could see its eyes and what appeared to be a smile. Its mouth looked huge based on its eyes location and what I could make out of its body and size in the dark. It was looking directly at me and smiling with a mouth full of teeth. The light from my window illuminated its eyes and its horribly used teeth. Suddenly, all at once, a jolt of fear swept through my body. This entire event took less than a minute, but everything was moving slowly as if hours were passing. The fear jolt I felt was similar to the feeling you get when you realize you have lost your phone or wallet. It's that moment when you realize you have fucked up. I knew what this thing was. All of the images from the notebook were suddenly racing through my head, in that one moment where realization came crashing down on me. Smile, those teeth, don't speak of it. The moment passed, and I turned to focus my attention back on the shape outside the window, and it was gone. For a brief moment, I considered going outside to see if it was there, or if it was ever actually there, but fear kept me inside. I don't really want to know if that thing was real or not. I finally snapped, I thought. Lack of sleep and pain meds have played mind tricks on me. That's gotta be it. I've read the notebook and it put these thoughts into my head. The notebook. For a moment, I considered going outside and digging through the trash to get the notebook, but I opted to wait until the morning to go on that mission. I wanted to read more of the notebook to see if I had missed something. The notebook felt like an obsession at this point now, but better safe than sorry, I thought. Beth was right. Should have never opened that package. It was at that moment that I decided not to tell Beth about what I saw, or I think I saw. She already seems concerned about me, and this will only make things worse. In the morning, I can check the backyard for any clues, and I can reclaim the notebook and study it a bit more closely. I just need sleep. I left the kitchen and made my way to the couch in hopes of catching a few winks before my family wakes up. I turned on the TV just as an old episode of The Twilight Zone was starting. It was the one called The Howling Man. About a man who has captured the devil, but nobody believes him. They all think he's mad. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he doesn't exist. Those were the last words I heard before dozing off. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the end of chapter 2. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. with some more horror stories for you guys. I know it's been a minute, but we're actually going to introduce a new style of storytelling for you guys. Hopefully you enjoy. Please bear with us as we are trying to get better at what we do. Anyways, this one is called Closer, written by Fizzy V Designs. So remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 1. Ugh. What? What is this? What the hell? What is this? What the hell is this? What? Why am I? And why can't I? What the hell is going on? Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck? Jesus. Don't talk like that. Who are you? Are you still there? Hello? Fucking answer me, damn it. What's wrong with you? Answer me. Please? Huh? As we are still stuck in the darkness, we begin to see a small light form. And what appears to sound like footsteps and a figure approaching. As the figure gets closer, we get a better idea of what this or it might be. It is a woman, but the question is, who is this woman? We are brought back to the scene with the lady and the lantern. Where is she? Who is she? Who? It appears that our character is not alone. We are brought to what seems like a prison, and there is a man tied in chains. He has a wary look, and he stares at this woman. He feels the shackles on his neck. What's going on? She gives a creepy smile. Hello, sweetheart. Sweetheart? Lady, who the fuck are you? We return to the cellar where the man and the woman are confronting each other. She then raises her hand, smacks the guy in the face. He looks in shock. I told you. Don't talk like that. It's disrespectful. And the man's face goes from shock to anger. Lady, as he begins to get up. It's pretty obvious the lack of respect is mutual. Now the man is towering over this woman. So, Why don't you fill me in on a few details, huh? Minus the damn pet names. As the man stands, waiting for a response, the lady just stares, confused and a bit impressed that the man was able to stand on his own 2 feet. Well? But she just stares, ponders her thoughts. Yeah, I can still stand. That's all your fault. Not enough practice, huh? Let me guess. You were the one who was always tied up? As if striking a nerve, the lady gives him a swift kick in the shin. Still bound, he tumbles over and falls on the cold concrete. Her look changes, now more menacing, as she slowly walks and towers over our character. After knocking him down, she slowly approaches him and towers over him, making sure he doesn't try anything else. As she no longer sees him as a threat, she turns and walks to another side of the cellar. The man then quickly turns and grabs her by the ankle, making her fall over. Hitting the hard floor, grunting and groaning, she tries to get up, but as she turns and looks, fear splashes across her face. Not enough time to react. The man slams her in the wall and slams her to the ground, demanding to untie him. Strangling her, he yells, "Come on, you crazy bitch. Give me the fucking key." Acting like she doesn't know what he means, she stares at him in confusion. Where is it? Where is the fucking key? Goddamn thing around my neck. Tightening his grip, tears start to come out of her eyes. Give me it, or I'll keep squeezing. Not willing to give in to his demands, he still struggles to get out. Come on, tell me. Upstairs. Bullshit. Then suddenly, you hear a loud crack. Still fighting to breathe, get out, the man continues to tighten his grip in a fit of rage. Tell me! Tell me! Don't make me. And he doesn't let go as the lady continues to lose consciousness. Slowly, her face begins to draw blank. No more does she struggle. Her arm flops to the ground. The man then stares of what he thinks is a lifeless body. The man now kneels in front of the lifeless body, in shock and in disbelief about what has happened and what he has done with his own bare hands. In a frantic state, he decides to do his best to bring her back to life. No. No. Hey. Hey. Come on. Snap out of it. Please. Breathe. Come on. Breathe. As he proceeds to go and give her mouth to mouth, he is thrown back by the stench of her lifeless body. Jesus Christ. She really reeks. As the man recovers from the unbearable stench of the lifeless body, he begins to examine his hands and the woman in front of him. They're filthy. She's filthy all over. Shit, what do I do? And as he proceeds forward, he hears the restraints on his neck and remembers that he needs the key to get himself loose. He proceeds to pat down and rummage through the woman's body to no avail. He then comes to the conclusion that she has it underneath her skirt. But the fear splattered across his face shows that he thinks the smell underneath might be worse than above. Unable to find the key for his restraints, the man now sits there defeated in front of the lifeless body. It stares back at him, and as he cannot bear the sight of what he has done, he looks away and begins to contemplate on the whole situation, trying to figure out why and how it ended up this way. What the fuck just happened? How could I? What the fuck is going on? Why? He then continues staring into nothingness, contemplating on what he should do next. Time passes by, and the man continues to sit in the dank cellar, unsure of what to do next, randomly focusing on things in the room. When his eyes finally set on the door, out of a fit of desperation, he begins pulling on his restraints as hard as he can. Motherfucker! Break, you piece of shit. Come on, break. Fucking why? This is fucking insane. God damn it. As he continues pulling and pulling, the flame in the lantern begins to flicker away. As he notices, fear plasters across his face as he realizes he will be in a dark room with a lifeless body. Yo, what is up, everybody? Teresco back again with a couple horror stories for you guys. This one is titled Horror Tales, written by Corey. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Creatures who smile. It was the eyes that attracted her to the boy. Yes, the eyes. The eyes held the mysterious of the ancients. She and her husband have been searching for such a thing for a long time, no success. So, it was here all this while. She looked at her husband, and he looked back at her. There was understanding. It was sort of telepathic understanding. The one people couldn't see, but it existed in their minds. It was transcendental. This bond between them was born on the day they first celebrated the passing of souls together. She beckoned on the fat woman standing at one end of the room. The woman walked faster than her legs could carry her. He whispered something to the fat woman and pointed to the boy. The smile on the fat woman's face vanished as she laid her eyes on the boy. The fat woman tried to convince her to change her mind, but she won't have any of it. She wanted the boy, and that was the end of the matter. The fat woman turned and commanded the children to go back to their rooms and asked the boy to stay behind. There was a short gasp of surprise from some of the children when they realized the couple were interested in the boy and not them. Well-mannered and cultured children they were. Nobody seems to like him, but the boy didn't care. He was smarter than all of them. Not for that damn fire, he wouldn't be here. The couple still looking at him as if he was a fine piece of china they were about to purchase. They seemed like regular folk that came to the orphanage from time to time to adopt children. None of the other couples that had visited the orphanage had ever considered adopting him. Who would? He was a weirdo. At least, that's what the other kids called him. The name now struck him as he thought more about it. Weirdo hairdo, weirdo hairdo. They called out to him at every given opportunity they had. Is it wrong to keep one's hair the way he did? People will always hate what they don't understand. The voice said. He looked up at the man. He was the person that just spoke. Isn't that right? The boy nodded. He didn't feel like talking to these strangers, but he felt they understood his pain. He didn't know how, but he felt it. What's your name? James. James what? The other name is not important. If you adopt me, it will be gone. So no need of talking about what is not important. The boy replied in a nonchalant tone. He didn't have time for all these formal questions that were probably on the paper in front of them. They let silence reign for a couple of minutes. The man picked up the paper and read it for a few minutes. It says here that, your family died in a fire accident? Did you watch them die? The question was harmless and did not imply anything, but to the boy, it churned his heart. An avalanche of tragic memories flooded his brain. He was back home. He could still hear the screams, the dreadful cry from his younger sister as it split the hot air from her. He looked down at the scar on his hands, a sad reminder of that night. The tears were about to unleash themselves, but he held them back at bay by biting lips. The pain from it brought him back to his senses. The man was watching him diligently. The boy handled himself well. He was lost And with the right guidance, he will find his way. The man vowed in his heart that he and his wife will help the boy discover his true potential. Outside the room, the couple announced to the fat woman that they will adopt the boy. With a deep frown on her face, she brought the adoption papers, and that was how James came to have a new family. She showed him to his room and advised him to rest. I'll give you a tour of the house later. James went straight to the mattress and jumped on it. The mattress was way better than the one he was conditioned to sleep in at the orphanage. He lay there, face up, looking at the ceiling. There were strange markings on it. He had seen such markings before, but his mind was too tired to summon such a memory. Better to think of other things, he said to himself. His new surname surfaced to his mind. He tried pronouncing it. Agua? James Augusta. Name isn't bad. He pondered on the name. What it meant. Why the family chose it as a name for themselves. James thought of the orphanage. He will not miss that place. He didn't have any friends there. He didn't have friends anywhere. A few hours later, he heard Miss Augusta, or Aguta, call his name. At first, he didn't answer her calls, but thought better of it, went downstairs to meet her. He smiled and she watched him climb the stairs. She put her hand around his shoulder and said, "Hope you slept well? Food's ready. Come to the table. Let us have our first meal as a family." James joined them there, and they ate in silence. He was starting to like his new family. They knew when to talk and when to keep their mouths closed. He enjoyed the food. He hadn't eaten such a delicious meal ever since his family's demise. He complimented Miss Aguda on the delicious food and thanked the family once again for bringing him to their home. As he got up to leave, a question suddenly popped into his head. What is the meaning of your name? Augusta? Letting curiosity get the better of him, the couple quickly exchanged glances. Mr. Gouda cleared his throat and said, "Gatherer of the dead." James looked at him, patiently waiting for the moment he will laugh and say he was joking, then tell him the real meaning. No laughter came. Alright, well, weird name, James said and walked upstairs to his room. Mr. Aguda turns to his wife and says, "Finally got the right one." "Yes, we got the right one." As weeks rolled into months, James started going to the public school, but he still didn't make many friends. He was a lonely 11-year-old boy. Even the weirdest group at the school avoided him. He was very tall for his age, and no bully dared look his way. He and Mr. Gouda now talked more, especially during dinners. Mr. Gouda told him about the Inuit culture. His eyes lit up, and his smile grew wider each time he talked about the ancient traditions. His body was in this century, but his mind and soul belonged to his ancestors. He was angry that the tradition was slowly dying off, and only a few people knew about the old ways. James thought of what life must have been in the ancient Inuit tribes. The tribal wars Mr. Gouda told him about was something he would have loved to be a part of. James still couldn't believe that life was that interesting in the Barrow. Barrow was at the edge of the world, and people rarely came to these parts. I mean, who in their right senses will come and live in Alaska? In Barrow? The weather was treacherous and can penetrate the barriers of clothes and bite the skin. James had lived in Barrow all his life, and he is still not used to the cold. He hated living in the city, and as soon as the opportunity presented itself, he will leave, never to return. There's so much out there for him to see. The town experienced a beehive of activities during the annual Kivglig, the messenger festival. Though the festival had lost its importance, you could still find free booze and have fun. The festival also attracted people from other places. Barrow would come alive again, Saguda said one day during dinner. Her husband and James nodded in agreement. This was something everybody agreed on. In the days leading to the festival, the couple frequented the basement a lot. They took some boxes out and replaced them with other boxes. James watched from a distance. He really didn't care about what they were up to, and he didn't bother asking. One cold winter night, on the eve of Kivgig, James felt hands on his shoulders. The hands shook him softly in the bed and woke him from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw Mrs. Aguda standing over him with a wolfish smile on her face. "Follow me." James was used to such commands, so he followed her without objection. She walked down the stairs leading to the basement. James wondered what they were doing here at this time of night. Mr. Aguda usually took him to places during the night to teach him the ways of the ancient tribes that used to occupy these lands. But none of these teachings occurred this late, and not with Miss Aguda involved. She opened the trapdoor on the floor and asked James to climb down the small ladder that led downwards. He didn't know there was a trapdoor in the basement. Guess there are a lot of things I don't know about this house, huh? James climbed down and waited for her at the bottom. He followed and closed the trapdoor behind her. They walked through a passage that was dimly lit. He had to walk carefully, not to trip and fall. Miss Aguda obviously knew her way. He could tell from the confidence in her gait. They arrived at a small room at the end of the passage. Mr. Aguda was standing there. He dressed differently. Surgical gloves covered his hands, glasses with big rims on his face, strange markings all over his body. "Ah, come, my son." James approached Mr. Aguda and stood in front of him. Mr. Aguda placed his left hand on his shoulder and said, "It is time for you to discover your destiny." He then moved out of the way to review a woman strapped to a surgical table. James' eyes widened in surprise as he realized that she was a real human being and that she was naked. He looked up at Mr. Aguda, then back at Mrs. Aguda. They both smiling. Who is she?" "Ah, my son, she is the messenger." "What is she doing here?" She is here to lead the dead to the other world." Now, realization dawned on him. The Augustas or Agudas had told him stories of what happened in the night of the kickflip. A messenger will be sent forth into the spirit world to open the door for the spirits of the dead trapped in this world. The messenger must be a virgin. Virgins are pure and cannot be harmed by the dead. It all made sense to him now. But how were they going to send the messenger to the spirit world? We will show you how, my son. As if reading his mind. He made hand signals with his wife, and to her, the one corner of the room, to where a bowl of water stood, and carried it. He brought it and dropped it on the floor, next to the unconscious lady. James looked down at the bowl. There was a sponge inside. He didn't need any command from the couple. He understood what needed to be done. He picked the sponge and started cleaning the smudges on her body. The next day, Mrs. Aguda led him to the basement and down the trapdoor to the little room. The woman was still strapped to the surgical table, but this time around, she was conscious. James could see the fear in her eyes. He frantically looked at the people standing above her. He pleaded with their eyes as they met with the boys. She could have pleaded with her mouth, but it was muffled with duct tape. Mrs. Aguda held a bowl in her hand, but it was not filled with water, but with a black substance James could not recognize. He placed 2 fingers in it and drew strange markings on the woman's shivering body. He mumbled something under her breath and returned the bowl to its original position. Mr. Aguda brought a toolbox and started bringing out different tools from the box. James watched as he brought out a surgical blade and examined it. He then made an incision just below the woman's breast. He continued making cuts until he finally opened her chest to reveal the organs that lay beneath it. James remembered this part of the ritual. The heart is taken from the messenger, so she will not be influenced by the evil spirits in the spirit world. Who has not hearted cannot conceive evil, Mr. Aguda said out loud, and violently tore the heart from her chest. Her body became stiff, and she was finally gone. Mrs. Aguda brought a tray, and her husband placed the heart on it. James knew what to do next. He had been instructed on what role he would play in the ritual. His eyes searched around the room, and he found what he was looking for. He reached for a cup, which had strange markings on it, and gave it to Mr. Aguda. After he collected the cup from James, he slit the corpse's wrist and let the blood flow into the cup. He placed the cup on the tray. One last thing to do. So you mean you all eat from the victim's heart and drink the blood? Yes. James could see that this was not an easy thing to admit. And moreover, he had promised not to fret if he told her his deepest, darkest secrets. It still felt like a dream to her. She was dating a guy that was from a family of serial killers. Most notorious serial killers in this part of the world. Ever since she had enough sense to think of for herself, she had become aware of the tale of the creatures who smile. The serial killers who, after taking the heart of their victim and draining them of their blood, then use a knife to draw a smiling face on the corpse. The federal agents that came to Barrow to investigate the murders concluded that the killings involved some sort of ancient rituals, and the killers were a group of fanatics who adhered to the gruesome practices of their beliefs. They have terrorized the city for as long as she can remember. Now her boyfriend was telling her he was a serial killer. She could run to the police now, but that would mean James will go to jail along with his parents. She didn't want him to go to jail. It was not his fault that he was adopted into such a family. She still loved him after hearing what had just come out of his mouth. I don't know. He finally said, "You could run away." He looked at her in the eyes. Yes, he could run away, but to where? Where would he get the money for the trip? It's not like he could just drive out of town. The only way out of Barrow was from sea or the air, and the ticket was expensive. He couldn't think straight now. He needed time to come up with a plan. I'm not feeling well. Can we talk about this some other time? Sure. She understood what must be going through his mind now. James had a hard exterior, but if you get to know him, you'd find he was as soft can go. That is why she loved him anyway. He gave her a kiss and walked out of the park, heading home. Mr. Aguda looked at the young girl's file again. Then he looked at her sitting alone at the park bench. He had been watching the young couple discuss for hours from a distance. He could not be spotted from the position the car was parked. His son's girlfriend will be the next messenger. He smiled at this thought. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with our final story from the collection titled Before We Sleep, written by Tyler Murray, 97. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them, like, comment, and subscribe. Story 4, Creep House. There once was a crooked house that sat on a crooked street. No one dared go inside until now. There was once a crooked house that sat on a crooked hill on a crooked street. No one lived in the house because it was in such a shabby state. The windows were smashed, the porch was caving in, a muddy brown paint was peeling off and out every nook and cranny. The villagers nicknamed it Creep House, and no one ever went inside because no one in the village wanted to. One day, a dark, shadowy figure was seen in the window. Could it be someone was in the creep house? Who was he, they wondered. What is he doing here, they asked. What would he want to be there for, they puzzled. The mysterious figure didn't reappear for 7 days. The villagers counted. On the 8th day, early in the morning, the mysterious figure was seen rushing back in the creep house. He was carrying something. It looked like a wooden box full of garlic. What is he doing with all that garlic? Maybe he's warding away vampires. He's definitely up to no good, they decided. Rumors about who was lurking inside the creep house flew through the village. Some believed it was a werewolf. Others believed it was a ghost. but most believed it was a deranged lunatic. Surely something drastically or dangerous was afoot. That night, the mysterious figure was seen again. This time, he was carrying a basket full of sharp, shiny knives. The villagers were beside themselves with fear. He's dangerous. Yeah, he's gonna hurt us. Someone should do something, they whimpered. But nobody did anything, except lock their doors and say their prayers, and hope beyond hope that the mysterious figure wouldn't bother them. The next evening, while most of the villagers were cooking dinner or watching the news, the mysterious figure emerged from the house dressed in a long black cloak. It slunk down the crooked hill and across the crooked street. It stopped in front of every front lawn, crept toward every mailbox, and slipped something inside each one. Kids trembled from under their covers. Mothers shook behind every drawn curtain, and fathers peered out every window. But no one had gotten a good look at the figure's face. This was too much for the villagers, who did not dare to go near their mailboxes the next day. They were frightened that they would find something eerie inside. They held a town meeting instead and decided that something had to be done. For all they knew, the mysterious figure would be coming right up to their front doors next. They decided then and there that they would all go to the creep house together the next night to investigate. They gathered their weapons and their courage, and everyone in the village stalked across the crooked street and up the crooked hill to the creep house. The windows of the house were dark and strange. Sounds were coming from the inside. They drew their weapons and tiptoed toward the front door. There he was, the mysterious figure. They could see him walking in the window, his cloak dragging like a silky black shadow behind him. The villagers held their breath as the doorknob turned and the old rusty door creaked open. The mysterious figure appeared in the doorway, removed his hood and... Wait, it was an old man. He had a long white beard, glasses with circled frames, and a twinkle in his bright green eyes.
Ah, welcome. I've been expecting you.
You have?
But, of course, I've sent invitations after all.
Invitations?
Why, yes, I moved here. I sell traveling cloaks. I want to meet everyone in the village so I can give out invitations for a dinner party at my house tonight. Come on in. The spaghetti is almost ready.
Spaghetti?
Yes, spaghetti. I hope you all like garlic.
But what about the knives?
Well, what else are we going to use to cut the meatballs with?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled Don't Speak of It, written by Sam 1031. Remember to use the links in the description below. So love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 4. It was not hard to find Dale, the yellow pages at my fingertips. I was actually surprised just how easy it was. I just made a few calls to the wrong Dale, so I found the Dale I was looking for. He sounded excited to meet with me, but did not really say much else. I could tell he was a man of a few words. He agreed to meet me that day as he could hear the urgency in my voice. He picked a place, which was a small diner in downtown Denver. Before I hung up, he reminded me to bring the notebook. I thought to myself that obviously I would bring the notebook, as that was really the point, wasn't it? I had a doctor's appointment that day in Denver, so I was able to play it off to Beth as nothing more than that. I said I might stop for a bite before making the trip back up the hill. After my appointment, I went straight to the diner, arriving a few minutes late. I could see a tall, thin man sitting in a booth at the back of the restaurant, wearing a Rockies baseball cap. Dale told me he would be wearing this hat. He would have a mustache. This guy had both, including a pair of standard issue patrol sunglasses on. This must be him, I thought. I walked over to the booth and asked if he was Dale. Yes, sir. You Ben? Yeah. Thanks for meeting with me. I know this all sounds strange. Dale motioned for me to sit down and placed his finger to his lips, as if to tell me to sit down, shut up. He slid a piece of paper over to me. Paper read, "Can't talk about it. I won't talk about it. It's already after you, so you can speak freely." Show me the notebook. I slid the notebook to Dale as he removed his glasses. Dale looked tired in his eyes, like real tired, even more so than me. He took hold of the notebook and began to flip through it page by page. The waitress came over and asked for our drink order, to which we both asked for coffee black. We sat in their silence as he looked intently at each page of the notebook. I took this opportunity to take in all that was Dale. He was tall and thin, almost gaunt in his face, with a thick black mustache. With his cap on, he looked like a fellow truck driver, to be honest. But I had a feeling there was a military background in there somewhere. He had a large scar on the right side of his neck and a few smaller ones on the right side of his face. He was battle worn for sure. Dale stopped looking at the notebook and wrote something on another slip of paper, slid it over to me. "How many times have you seen it?" "Twice so far. Last night and the night before last." Dale wrote something else and slid it over. Did it speak? Yes, it told me I should have not spoken of it. It said it was going to cost me, and you could tell me what that meant. Can you tell me? Dale nodded as if to say yes, but then held up one finger as if to say in a minute. He looked back down at the notebook, continuing to peruse through it. The waitress came over with our coffee and asked if we were ready to order. Dale broke his silence and asked for steak and eggs, which somehow seemed appropriate. I ordered the BLT with extra bacon because, let's face it, bacon was the shit. As the waitress left, Dale was looking at the last few pages of the notebook and then quickly flipped back to page 1, where I guessed he was rereading the note addressed directly to him. Dale looked up and asked what had happened to the guy who wrote this. I explained to him the accident and how I came into possession of the notebook. To this, Dale just stared out of the window for what felt forever. Suddenly, Dale unbuttoned the sleeve on his right arm and began to roll up his sleeve, exposing a prosthetic arm. What happened? Were you in the military or something? I was. Dale began to write on a slip of paper, slid it over to me. This is what it wants. Ever wonder where the saying, going to cost your arm and a leg, comes from? Wait, what are you saying? This thing? This thing wants my fucking arm? For this, Dale began to write again. Both. It wants your arm and a leg as payment for speaking of it. That's crazy. How come you still have both your legs? Dale began to write again. Will you help me kill it? Of course. Can we kill it? We can and we will. Dale reached into his back pocket and pulled out a picture and slid it over to me. That was my boy. He was 8 at the time. Dale began to write again, this time more frantically and less legible. It came to me. It wanted my arm and my leg, or it threatened to kill my son. I gave him my arm. Dale began to tear up and suddenly stopped writing. He broke his silence and began to tell me what had happened. Look, I don't give a shit anymore. We have to kill it. I don't know what it is or where it came from, but it ain't friendly and it doesn't belong here. It came to me in the same manner it came to you and the fella who wrote the notebook. Somebody showed me a picture of the thing and I spoke about it. That's all it took for it to start showing up. Eventually, it spoke to me and told me what it wanted. It said if I didn't give it what it wanted, it would kill my son. I thought I was going crazy, you know? Still sometimes do. I know the feeling. We aren't crazy, right? I finally gave in, you know, for my son. I didn't know if it would get him, but it was pretty convincing. It was a horrible creature. I wasn't letting that thing near him. So, I went outside. What did it do? It ate my arm. Wait, it ate your fucking arm? Like, what exactly happened? I'm getting to it. It grabbed me by the neck and face. That's where I got these scars. Its grip is strong and hot to the touch. It held me with one hand, grabbed my arm with the other. It started at my fingertips. Bit down hard, and I could hear it crunch through bones and cartilage. It bit off my fingertips and began chewing them slowly, all the while just smiling at me. I was in serious pain as I went in for a second bite. First at the wrist, then up to my elbow, and finally I pulled my arm out at the shoulder socket. I was bleeding everywhere and was about to pass out, so I ran. Dale stared out the window as the waitress showed up and placed our plates in front of us. Can I get you guys anything else? All set, thank you. Look, I want you to understand that I ain't no coward. I never would have went outside to begin with if that wasn't the case. But the pain, I ain't never felt pain like that. It was like the creature was more interested in hurting me versus actually being hungry or something. It just kept smiling the whole time while it was chewing me up. I knew if I didn't get to the hospital quick, I would bleed out and die. There was no way I was letting that thing take my leg. No, sir. That shit hurt. So, I ran as fast as I could, got in my car, drove as fast as I could to the hospital. I didn't know if it could follow me or not, so I got the hell out of there. When I got to the hospital, I told them I was attacked by a mountain lion, which seemed to work, as nobody seemed suspicious or asked any questions. Dale paused, took a few bites of food and a swig of coffee. His face turned serious. When I got home the next morning, my son was gone. I looked everywhere for him. Deep down, I knew who had him. So, I waited for him that night. I stood at the window, looking out into the darkness, waiting for it to appear. It finally showed up, just after 3 a.m., and my boy was with them. The creature pressed his face up to the window, while at the same time pressing my son's against it as well. My son was crying and begging for me to help him, and that thing was just smiling. Dale paused again for a swig of coffee and stared out the window, trying to fight back his tears, but was unsuccessful. I screamed at the thing to let him go, that I would give him what he wants, but it just kept smiling at me, that evil fucking grin. Took its finger, burned a line down the side of my son's face, causing him to scream in anguish, and I, powerless to stop it. I pleaded with it, take my leg, that I was sorry that I ran, but I didn't care. It looked directly at me, smiled, and it said, "Too late." My son's face was full of fear. The last words he said to me was, "Dad, help." Dale covered his face with his hands, holding the sobbing back as best as he could. The thing bit my boy's head in half. My boy, he was looking at me the entire time. That thing opened its mouth and bit through the side of his head like it was a goddamn apple. My son's one eye was still staring at me, where his body dropped like a sack of potatoes. Ran outside in a fit of rage. Both the creature and my son were gone. There was not one fucking trace of blood or any hint that anyone or anything had been in my backyard. Both Dale and I sat in silence, sipping our coffee and moving our food around on our plates for what felt like forever. And the waitress came by with more coffee. Warm me up? Yes, thank you. After she left, I broke the silence. So, what did you do? I went to the police, told them my son was missing. Obviously, I couldn't tell them about what really happened. They would think I was crazy. The longest time, I was the main suspect. Probably still am, but with no blood or any evidence, I just gave up. I thought they were going to find this thing, so I took it upon myself, started looking for it.
started looking things up on the web to see if I could find anybody or anything that will lead me to this fucker. That's where I found this fella you crashed into. You see, I needed to find out who this thing was after, so I could get it. That makes sense. Because of this, he was able to find out when best to kill it. And now, we know it too. We need to kill it tonight, Ben. At 3:44 a.m. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 4. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another short horror story for you guys. This one is titled Christmas Death Bell Rock, written by Holly Mork 16. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. December 24th, 1998. New York City. Music blasted, people dancing, people drinking, and people enjoying themselves. All celebrating the great event of Christmas, and later, a Happy New Year's. As people danced and celebrated the great party, the temperature became chilled and cool. And suddenly, it went black and dark. Nothing was lit. Suddenly, projections started getting displayed on the walls of the building. A person popped up. They started talking about how they invited these people, and they were chosen, not by luck. All the costumes that they were wearing were given out when they arrived. A couple of minutes went by, and everyone was stuck to the walls. No one was staring. Suddenly, a countdown from 30 seconds began. All doors are locked, and it's about to get very messy and melty for everyone, especially the snowman. The person behind the screen declared, and it reached one, but nothing happened. All silent, and nothing happened at all. People just looked around and saw nothing happening. Suddenly, a woman screamed, "Oh my God, my face, it's burning." Ah! She fell on the floor. Red liquid poured from her mask. A man rushed over, pulled the mask off her face, and it was just burnt, half melted away. Skin was in like a melty chocolate state. It all started pouring out onto the floor. Everyone in snowman costumes ripped off their masks, but no one could. Yes, you saw one of the consequences. How about you all get the same fate? Then they all started falling. Everyone in snowman costumes started to fall, spilling blood from the masks. Everything that was white turned a dark red. So, my elves, first job, clean all these bodies off right now. If any of you try to escape or run, well, you have seen what can happen, but there's even worse. They all rushed, picking up their dead friends' lifeless bodies, dripping out blood each lift. People throwing up, it built up in their masks, and they couldn't even release it. This causing people to build up and build up sick inside of them. One elf dropped to the floor. The mask released, and tons of volume of sick rushed out
mixed with blood. All the elves kept running around after all was clean, and the stranger just laughed and laughed. Merry fucking Christmas. Hopefully you enjoyed the Christmas Death Bell Rock. Ho, 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 ho. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Our third story from the collection of horror stories written by the author, Horror Stories. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Story 3.
I got a demon in me.
That's what Mama used to say. Mama would always be telling me that demons are all over this world, that they sneak up on little boys and girls and plant evil seeds in their heads that sprout and grow, spreading around their souls like an infection. It kind of be like when you don't wash a part of open, scabby skin. Spot around it starts to turn an ugly shade of yellow. Then it gets sticky, and then you got to clean it with a smelly, burning liquid that leaves the gash looking dark brown for a moment. Mama swore that for demons, the only medicine needed was prayer.
Keep your hands tight and close your chest. Imagine they're chained, bound by your faith in the Lord. Pray to him, my son, so that he may take your demon away.
But my demons don't go away. I see them in the shadows that bend all crooked like close to doorways. And I'm sure he hides in the bathroom mirror, tucking his slender body to the corners of glass, just waiting for me to look elsewhere so he can snatch me and pull me into his reverse world, where the bad is very good and the good is very bad. I told Mama this, that he saw me brushing my teeth and spitting in the sink. So she grabbed me by the ear, dragged me into the bathroom, turned on the lights, and pointed straight into the mirror.
Where's the demon? If he's here, then I want to see him.
But the demon didn't show himself. You won't be able to see him, Mama, I said.
For heaven's sake,
she yelled, letting her spit fly over my cheeks. She placed her hands on her hip and looked at me with her hair-raising eyes, the kind she always used before giving me a beating.
why on earth not?
Because, Mama, he's invisible. And so she burned my face with her hand, told me to go to my room and sleep.
Pray,
She said, or having me leave the bathroom.
kneel before your bed and plead to the Lord so that he can take that demon. Only you seem to be able to see away.
Put my knees on the ground, rested my elbows on my bed, kept my hands raised and my chin down. I begged, "Dear Lord, can you guide my demon, take him and forever keep me safe? Please, I don't want him taking over me like a weed, feeding on my fears, making me think these awful things." And then I said a Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. I remembered Mama's words, her hand clutching the rosary. She often recited 10 Hail Marys whenever she felt the need to clear her mind. So, I did the same. I didn't have any strings or beads, but I kept a number of prayers alive in my head. I started with 10, then added another prayer for the Lord, followed by another 10 Hail Marys, and repeated myself until my knees hurt and it was too hard to stand. 10. That's how many times I blink as soon as I wake up. I place my right foot on the cold ground first, followed by my right. 10. That's how many times I pace from one end of my bedroom to the other before making my bed. 10. That's how many Hail Marys I pray before even thinking about leaving my room for breakfast. 10. That's how many steps I'm supposed to take from the doorway down to the stairwell. 10. Always 10. Any more or any less, someone I love dies. Ah, good morning, Jude, Father Vincent says, with his head turned to the stove, cooking up a pan of scrambled eggs. Morning, Father Vincent. I grab the kitchen chair by the top headrail, slide it out, back in, then out until the wooden legs are aligned perfectly with the floor's tiles. I sit down and keep my arms off the side because Father Vincent thinks it's impolite to place one's elbows on the table. Sleep well? Not really. I think I got about 4 hours of shut-eye. How many? How many what? Hail Marys. I see it. The disappointment riddled across Father Vincent's face. The eggs fly in the air. The scorching pan strikes me square in the head. My body's now on the floor. My nips nearly kissing his feet. His fist breaking my teeth. He laughs maniacally like a demon. 110. A good night's sleep is super important, Jude. You can't go on living like this. What's wrong with 109 or even just 10? 10 Hail Marys aren't enough. And how do you know when it's enough? I just know. Mama used to tell me that I was cursed, that a demon had latched onto my soul. She'd hear me talking to myself while pacing in my childhood bedroom. Shut up, she'd always yell. Go to sleep. What on earth is wrong with you? Nightmares, I tell myself. Nightmares that bloom and paint the black canvas of my eyes. Pictures that break through the darkness of my headspace. He, my demon, never ceases to trace vivid images of things I know are not true. He uses a set of ornate, fabricated lies as a front. It's his way of keeping me terrified. The other boys are rounding up their plates and leaving the kitchen table. They stand and grab their dirty dishes, forks, and napkins. The chairs screech as some of them drag the legs back against the tiled floors. One boy plants himself in front of the sink while another rolls up the plastic placemats. Another tall fellow scrapes everyone's leftover food into the garbage. The kitchen is flooded with sounds and scurrying footsteps, dishes clanking, and water running out of a faucet. The boy rolling up the placemats beside me has a knife tucked under his sleeve. He walks behind me, and the metallic tip shines from below his wrist. He reveals his weapon seconds before the boy in front of the sink has any chance to escape. He plunges the knife into the boy's gut. Blood seeps from the wound and trickles down his legs like piss. Everyone runs, and he just looks at me, knife in hand and serrated teeth, grinning. I'm next. Hey Jude, the boy beside me asks, you gonna take much longer, or can I take your mat? Huh? I don't know, just leave it with me. I'll put it away once I'm done. He stares at the food on my plate. The pile of scrambled eggs, looking like curdled cheese, and the sausage patty symmetrically cut into 10 pieces. Well, make sure you finish eating before lunch. I swear, why the fuck do you take so long to eat? What did I hear? Father Vincent fires, entering the kitchen. Nothing, all the boys reply in unison, as Father Vincent had asked each and every one of them. Jude here is taking an eternity to eat again, the boy by the sink responds, with the water stain over the front of his shirt, looking like an ink blotch. He's going to skimp out on helping us, Father V. Tell you what. How about you guys leave Jude and me to talk, and we'll clean up the kitchen by ourselves before lunch. Does that sound good? Really? Yeah. Just scram before I change my mind. And in a flash, the sound of excited running invades the space, dissipating as each of the boys go upstairs or out to the front door to play in the yard. Don't forget to dry them dishes, one of the boys mocks before leaving the kitchen behind. Sometimes I'll see Father Vincent on top of me, his robe draping down from his chest and swaying over my thighs. The seamed edges of his gown will rub against my waist, expand and recede like the white scars that creep onto a sandy beach. He'll release a beastly sound, almost a tribal roar that'll echo and get absorbed to the sheets. His breath hot over my face. His eyes fixate on the bulge of my neck right before he kills me. Jude, I'm starting to get worried about you, Father Vincent says. I know things haven't been easy for you since your arrival, but what? Your behavior. Not exactly something that I understand. Oh, don't worry, Father Vincent. I'm fine. Not a big deal. I'm great. See? Come on, Jude. Open up. You've been here for 8 months. You still haven't told us much of anything. Father Vincent pulls out a chair and sits across from me. He crosses his arms and places them over the table. Thought you didn't like when we did that. Well, we're not eating now, are we? You want to know something? What? I actually have terrible table manners. But the boys here need to know how to mind their manners if they ever intend to leave here. Honestly, I'm not much of a stickler for the rules. I scan Father Vincent from head to hands, notice his slouching, his head slightly arched forward, as if at any moment he can jump over the table and grab me. So, I told you something about me. Now how about you tell me something about yourself, Jude? Do you really want to know? Lay it on me. I have a demon. I have a demon, one that can't be seen. He isn't noticeable like a shadow or a voice. He's silent like the air I breathe. He speaks through thoughts and rituals, tasks that he can somehow force onto me. I see him in the corridors, pushing me down the stairs, or stretching his body from across the foot of my bed, trying to make a grab for my legs. I'll see him in what looks like dreams, strokes of light and color that occasionally bleed into reality. He'll take over a room, the objects, the people around me, and sometimes even toy with my body. The rituals, I need to follow them, even if they seem like nonsense to me. Tens. Tens are sacred. 10 blinks, 10 steps, 10 prayers. I chew my food 10 times on each side of my mouth. I must wash my hands 10 times on each side every time I go to the bathroom, and I'm not allowed to leave the space before looking at the mirror. I need to make sure he sees me. He needs to be aware of each and every one of my performances. He knows everything about me. I need to make sure he's pleased. If he's ever unhappy, he'll do something terrible. I pray every night for him to leave me. Prayers in sets of 10s. 10 Hail Marys between each Our Father, followed by cramping legs and burning knees. This is probably the most valuable task among all the others. Once, my eyes were heavy from such a tiring evening and a brutal beating that I fell asleep from completing my nightly ceremony. That night, I woke up and my demon had taken Mama away from me. There's a golden cross on the pulpit, glimmering from the chandelier basking the church in a warm yellow glow. Father Vincent told me to meet him there. We'll talk more after lunch, he said. We talked the entire time we cleaned the kitchen. Father Vincent asked me everything about my demon and everything that he made me do. I told him about the thoughts, the prayer, how Mama hit me each time I mentioned the demon. And how do you know it's a demon? Mama told me. She said my father had a demon too. A kind that made him do crazy things. Forced him to go into drinking and make long cuts down his arms. Mama said that my father had this thing of being clean, keeping everything in pristine condition. He wouldn't touch certain things, and his demon only ever let him be when he was in church under the protection of the Lord. Ah, I see. What about you? Do you think your demon fears the Lord? I think so. I don't know. Maybe? The doors from the entrance bang and echo through down the sea of benches. Father Vincent walks down the aisle with a woman in a pencil skirt, a brown blazer, and turtle shell glasses. Jude, this is Dr. Wong. Nice to meet you, Jude. You can call me Lucy. I stare at her wrinkled knuckles and the contouring lines of her palm fingers. I didn't raise a finger to greet her, and so she retracts her hand. A doctor? Yes, Jude. Lucy here is a doctor and a dear old friend. I asked her to come down here and speak to you. About what? Well, let's just say I think I can help you out, Jude. That is, if you're willing to speak to me. What do you mean?
Vincent told me you have a demon. Is that correct? I nod. Tell me, why do you live with this demon? Well, I just do what he wants. I try to keep things in order just the way he likes it. I also pray. Does it always work? Most of the time. How do you feel about that? About having to do all these things? Honestly, I feel pretty tired. Anything else? Shameful. Dr. Wong squats down beside the bench where I'm sitting. Dr. Vincent takes a seat directly behind me. We want to see if we can offer you some relief, Jude. A way to help you out that doesn't involve keeping you awake most of the night in prayer. No. I need to pray. Prayer is what keeps him at bay. No, Jude, it doesn't. The truth is, your demon isn't exactly the type that will simply go away like that. What? But Mama said... We know, Jude. But how about you talk to Dr. Wong for a bit? Tell her anything you want. Tell her everything you told me. I looked to Dr. Wong, her thin eyes bouncing back at me. You're a doctor, right? Am I sick? Let's just say your demon isn't exactly what you think it is. Do you mind if I sit? He asked, pointing to the space behind me. Sure, one question though. What's that? Do you think you can help me? Now, ladies and gentlemen, the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another little horror story for you guys. This one is from the collection titled Short Horror Stories, written by Laurel Hope. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Devil's New Baby Born, Part 1. I'm just a 15-year-old girl sleeping in my bed on such a quiet, calming night. It was nothing strange to me that my great-grandfather's old barn home is a total wreck. But for now, it is all my parents could ever possibly afford to live. This world is expensive. I was deep into sleep when I heard some strange footsteps outside the barn door. I was shocked at first. And then I realized it could just probably be a wild animal. My granddad's old horse, alone, got loose again. I went back under my tattered sheet, while my parents are fast asleep around the back, like they were almost dead. Apparently, the door swung open, quietly, to reveal an old dog carrying the corpses of a baby boy. After silently in shock, the dog looked terrified, like he came to dump the body and go elsewhere. He gave me a nervous look, dropped the dead baby, and scattered for his life. Which was deeply strange now that I think about it. I didn't want to wake up my parents, so I went to go check out if I could help the poor little thing. Maybe it wasn't even dead after all. As I took a step forward, I felt a strange negativity blocks my innermost passion inside. The more I walk towards the body, the more I see darkness surrounds me. I finally arrived at the body, and I am most definitely disgusted by what I
kept on. The baby eyes were a deep mystery, as if you were looking and to find something that never existed. Its tears of blood was as if it was suffering on the inside more than out. Furthermore, there wasn't a nose in sight. There was just a huge mark on where the nose was placed. Looked like it was chopped off, or even worse. The mouth was in an awkward position, as if the child was born with a handicap. It was located at the far end of the right side of its face. It was dressed in a very dark and mysterious type of outfit, with a symbol I have never seen before. The more I started to look at the baby, I felt a sharp pain inside my heart, like someone got a hold of it, and was trying their utmost best to kill me. I was truly scared beyond belief. I cried out so loud, but it's like I couldn't hear most of anything. I heard like my mom called me, and that's when everything completely dropped. Like I was in my own death world, and my mom saved me. I turned around to look, the baby still there. And it disappeared. Nothing. The bloody corpse was gone. My parents ran straight up to give me a hug. What on earth happened here? And out of the blue, my great-granddad woke up saying, "The demon baby is here." He looks around in fear. "Death is near." He collapsed, with blood running vigorously through his eyes. As the blood settled and formed back to the baby I saw previously. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with story number 2 from the tale World's Deadly Short Stories to Chill You, written by Katie Moore 13. Remember to check out the links in the description, show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Story 2, Don't Go into St. John's. Don't go into St. John's. Every resident of little old-fashioned Redwater, Michigan knows this phrase. They all know St. John's. If an out-of-state traveler should stop at Cooper's drugstore for gas, root beer, or postcards, they're sent away with a friendly warning to just not go there. Every road tripper and tourist who stays at one of the town's inns is warned to stay away from the place. Drunken partygoers and idiotic teenagers seeking an adrenaline rush dare their friends to stay the night. The creaky, crumbly old building looms like a watchful guard over the southern border of Redwater. The copper letters above the doorway that say Rupert St. John's Hospital for the Mentally Unstable are beginning to rust and wear away. Every town has its ghosts, its urban legends. Redwater is no different. The old asylum called St. John's is a skeleton in the small town's closet. Some of the rumors about what went on within its walls are too chilling to bear thinking about, frightening enough to make a passerby shiver as they glance through the empty windows. The famous phrase is true. No one should ever go into St. John's, and every hollow clang that echoes as I slam my body against the heavy metal doors reminds me of that. Eventually, however, I always give up. It's no use. All I do is wander the empty hallways, making temporary nighttime homes in whatever cell or office I happen to be in when I get tired. Awfully lonely in here. I wish I had someone to talk to. As if that weren't bad enough, I'm convinced St. John's is haunted. Go ahead and laugh. Call me a loon, call me crazy, call me whatever. But I can't deny the things that happen in here. Voices carry up and down the hallways. The doors and windows find their way open in the night. Figures walk through the rooms, moving things around, mumbling. They look lost, as if they're looking for something. Poor things. Inside the doors, the hospital is no less creaky and broken. Abandoned rooms remain eerily intact, as if time simply stopped and occupants vanished into thin air one fateful day. The filing cabinets are still full of paper. Carts and trays of medical equipment, sharp and rusty things I'm afraid to touch, sit in seemingly arbitrary places throughout the floors. This is my home now. I think as I run my finger idly along a dusty windowsill. This is my life. Why won't somebody just come and let me out? Every time I try to wander out the open doors, they slam in my face. The ghosts, I'm sure. Well, I know my friends will never come for me. Those traitors abandoned me here. It's just one night. Well, one night became 1 week, became 1 month, became 1 year. Became God only knows how long. Hey, I'm not sure about this, Arch. Oh, relax, Taylor. We'll be out in a flash. A rusty creak echoes from the next room. A sound of a cart being pushed. One of the voices speaks again. These abandoned buildings are so creepy. You look into one of these rooms and it's like the rapture happened or something. I groan, picking myself up from the floor with the rustle of papers. This again. What was that? I think it's coming from in there. Their voices grew steadily louder. The office door swings open, and in walk 2 men with backpacks. Ghosts? Or perhaps they're intruders, like me. My saviors? Hey, hello? Can you help me out? I've been trapped here for so long. Hey, are you listening to me? They continue to wander the room, as if nothing ever disturbed them. One of them, Taylor, turns his head and stares in my direction. Right at me for a second, and then shudders and turns back. I guess there's nothing to see here. Come on, Arch, let's go. The 2 men wander back out the room, heading for the lower levels. My heart sinks to my shoes. Ghosts after all. One of them looked at me. They have to be real. So, what is it? A cruel joke? Desperate and a bit angry, I chase the men down the hall, down the stairwell, shouting at the top of my voice. They stop only once, to glance at each other and whisper, "Did you hear that?" "Man, look at this," one of them mutters. "Off the charts." This is creeping me out, man. Let's go. Come on, dude. I'm sure I heard something. Yes, you did. It's me, you imbeciles. Listen to me. I reach out, put a hand on the scared one's shoulder, and he freezes. Arch? Something's touching me. Just move forward, slowly. They do, little by little. The lower door to the stairwell slams closed. No use. No use at all. I sink down on a cracked step, crying hot, frustrated tears. As time drags on, the intruders or ghosts, or whatever the figures are, have only continued to ignore me. Arch and Taylor are hardly the first, nor I suspect will they be the last, to hear me and feel my touch and walk on away. Fine, leave me. Abandon me here, just like everyone else. I would ask how any living human could do that. If it weren't for what I already experienced here. They swore it was just one night. My friends did. Just to be sure you're okay, they said. But when I agreed, I never dreamed that the rumors of what went on in St. John's would be true. And I certainly never anticipated that they would never come back for me, leaving me alone in this hell. Exiting the stairwell, I catch sight of my reflection in a smudged mirror hanging on the wall. Years upon years have left me looking haggard and tired, with unkempt hair and wild, haunted eyes. My bangs haven't grown out enough yet to cover the ugly scar on my forehead. I look old. I look defeated, broken, an empty relic like everything else in the building. It's true what the intruder said. It does indeed look like the rapture occurred in this building. I wonder often where everybody went and why I was the one left behind. Truthfully, there are many things I wonder. What with the gaps and blurriness in my memory, my countless questions about the intruders are chief among those wonderings, especially in regards to the things they say. It took a long time for me to realize that they were talking about me. Not to me, never directly to me, but about me. I've watched them pick up the ragged edge file left above, abandoned on the desk, and say my name to themselves. The things they call me confuse me. Lost, restless, angry, vengeful. They talk about me as if I want to hurt somebody. I don't. As odd as that might sound, considering what I went through, I've never been angry. I've never wanted to hurt anyone. All I want to do is go home. I want to walk the streets of Wedwater as a free man. I want to be me again. That's all. Is that too much to ask? What confuses me most, however, is why they keep calling me Spirit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another chapter from the story titled Don't Turn Around 2, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 2. In one of the less popular areas of Tokyo, a dilapidated building housed super unexplainable paranormal. One of Japan's least popular magazines that cover the paranormal and other unexplained phenomena. On this day, the chief editor, Mr. Yamagata, was looking over one of his newest reporter's most recent stories, while the nervous employee stood before his desk. The speed in which Yamagata would read the work of his employees made them assume he had made up his mind as to whether or not the story would be published by the time he had finished with the title. Yamagata dropped the stack of papers onto his desk. The look on his face said more than words ever could. Your story doesn't have that something that is, this magazine prides itself on. What do you mean? Our stories grab our readers by the throat, and they don't let them go until the very last word. This story of yours wouldn't even leave a mark. I want our readers to feel like they've just survived a life or death situation. So, you don't like the story about the woman in the woods? Yamagata grabbed a nearby pen and frantically began writing on the stack of papers on his desk. Change the woman to a giant rat and send it upstairs so we can get it to the press. The reporter retrieved his story from Yamagata's desk and took his leave. When he was alone in his office, Yamagata opened his desk and pulled out a bottle of whiskey. Where would this magazine be without me? As he poured himself a very full glass, Yamagata's phone began ringing. Even with his favorite liquor beckoning him to drink it down, Yamagata reluctantly answered the phone. Yes, this is Yamagata. Ah, Mr. Yamagata. It's your close friend, Mr. Ito. Ito! He was less than enthused to be speaking to his greatest rival. He made no further hesitation and drank down his whiskey. Hey man, how are things going down there? Oh, things are going amazing. Running the stories that your magazine is too afraid to touch. Yeah, that's You happen to see our latest issue. We received a lot of praise for our article about the carnivorous hot spring. You're a pure fluff piece. Did you see our last issue? People are still talking about our vampire mayor story. Nah, couldn't find any copies of your most recent issue. I've heard they had it pulled from the shelves because your vampire mayor threatened to sue you for libel. You couldn't find any copies because they're all sold out. And you couldn't be sued for libel if you never named the mayor you're talking about. Stop tiptoeing on the edge of what's legal and what's not. Yamagata poured himself another glass of whiskey and drank it quickly. You never call unless you want something. So, stop beating around the bush and just tell me. Well, rumor has it that you sent some of your reporters to investigate the dead city. Dead city? There's no such thing as the dead city. It would be a waste of time and resources to send my reporters to investigate something that everybody knows doesn't exist. Well, I have a reliable source in my magazine that says you sent 3 of your people to cover your story. And who might this so-called reliable source of yours be, huh? Miss Tanaka, one of our cover artists. He used to date Mr. Takahashi. I believe he's the photographer you sent on the assignment. That damn Takahashi never could keep his damn mouth shut. I told him not to tell anyone about this. I couldn't trust him. I think Takahashi was trying to impress Miss Tanaka in some sort of attempt winning her back. Suppose the cat is out of the bag, isn't it? Can't be helped now, but there's no way you can get a team to the Dead City in time to beat us to the punch. By the time you do, my All-Stars will be back and we'll start printing the best-selling issue in our magazine's history. Moron. Huh? You think I just now came up with the idea of sending people to investigate the Dead City? I sent my best reporters to cover this story over 3 weeks ago. Ah, liar. You sent them 3 weeks ago, then why haven't you published your story yet? Because they never came back. Vito, what do you mean they never came back? We lost contact with them shortly after they arrived at the Dead City. Called their cell phones hundreds of times, to no avail. They're gone. Then why haven't they been reported missing on the news? Or it would be on every television station and every newspaper. Police are sweeping it under the rug. That's our best guess. Word got out about this place, every wannabe reporter and paranormal investigator will flock to the Dead City and end up just like our reporters. You must contact your people and tell them to come back now, or it's too late. Yamagata was at a rare loss for words. I'll call you back. After pouring himself another glass of whiskey and chugging it down quickly, Yamagata retrieved his cell phone. He frantically scrolled through his contacts until he came upon Azumi Yoshida, his best reporter and one of the 3 people he had sent to the Dead City. Come on, Yoshida, pick up. After a few rings, someone on the other end picked up. Yoshida, are you alright? How are the others? Did you reach the Dead City? There was no response on the other end, only static. Yoshida! Though he was alone, Yamagata couldn't help but feel his presence behind him. He quickly looked back, but found no one there. At that moment, the call cut off. Anna stood within the smothering fog. A most sinister grin graced her lips. Not strong enough, but I will be. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 2. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another chapter from the story titled Don't Turn Around 2, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 3. Despite its age and numerous mechanical failings, the company van had made it from Tokyo to the place now known as the Dead City. Ace photographer Kenji Takahashi was behind the wheel. And now that the trio had reached their destination, he was forced to drive at a far safer speed than he had used on the freeways and backcountry roads. Being within the city limits was one reason for the safer speed, but a blinding fog was a far greater reason to slow the van down. Told you I would get us here in one piece, said Kenji. Barely. You wouldn't listen to my directions and got us lost twice. Yeah, but I got us here, didn't I? You're very lucky there are no police on the road, said a voice from the back seat. I can never do anything right in your eyes, can I, college boy? Asked Kenji. Seated in the back was Shin Iwata, the only other reporter at the tabloid with near the credentials of Azumi. Look, I only told you once that I went to college. And that was 4 years ago on the day I started working at this magazine. I only told you because you asked me. And you never let me live the fact down that I never got to go to college. Look, I came from hardworking parents. They worked all day in the coal mine to provide a better life for me and my little sister. They wanted to send us to college, couldn't afford it. Your father worked at a bank, and your mother was a teacher, and you don't have any siblings. Kenji's demeanor immediately changed to far more cheerful. I can see why you're our number one best reporter. That's why they send me to cover the most important stories. I knew all that stuff about him too. A pair of wooden barriers up ahead prompted Kenji to slow the van down and eventually come to a stop. Trying to keep out tourists, I see. Come on, let's go move them. What? Why do I have to move them? Because they're too heavy for me to move on my own. What? You want me to ask Azumi for help? Fine. Alright, I'll call Yamagata. Now that we're inside the city, maybe we'll get a better signal. Azumi retrieved her cell phone and attempted to call Yamagata. The call dropped immediately after she had dialed the number. The call still won't go through. The spy having been left alone, Azumi couldn't help but feel as if someone was now sitting in the back seat. She looked behind her, found no one. Kenji and Shin returned a short time later. Hey, did you talk to Yamagata? No, the call wouldn't go through. Yeah, we'll probably get a signal once we're deeper in the city, said Shin. That's usually where they put the cell towers. As the trio traveled down the road, they couldn't help but notice how there were no people outside. But there were a lot of people peeking through curtains at them. Might be hard to get an interview if none of these people ever leave their house. Well, should go door to door, see if anyone wants to talk to us. I don't think that would be a good idea. We keep driving and see if we can find someone. Maybe they're all afraid of the fog. Ooh. Shut up, Kenji. A figure suddenly appeared in the road up ahead. Watch out, said Shin. Kenji immediately slammed on the brakes, sending everybody finally lurching forward. What is it? I saw someone. It was a girl. She was wearing a school uniform. There's no one there. I saw someone, I swear. Wait here. And Kenji said before going outside. Izumi looked back at Shin and motioned for him to join Kenji outside. Shin frantically began shaking his head. Hello? Is there someone out here? Sorry about almost running you over. What sounded like approaching footsteps prompted Kenji to quickly turn around. No one was there. With the coast being clear, Kenji made his way back to the van. Nothing out there, he said as he approached the door. An unforeseen force then pulled him down and out of sight from the others. Kenji? Where did he go? In the blink of an eye, Kenji appeared on the other side of the van, his face pressed against the window. Kenji! The look of horror on Kenji's face suddenly turned to the most sly smile. He then began laughing hysterically. What? You two should have seen the looks on your faces. You jerk. Sorry, I had to. I couldn't pass up such a perfect opportunity. Look, this will come up in your next performance review. I'm sure of it. Yamagata wouldn't dare fire me. I use all of my own equipment. I save him a ton of money. Just drive. Aye, aye, Captain. When the van was completely out of sight, Hannah emerged from the smothering fog. The smile on her face was more than enough to show that sinister thoughts were on her mind. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 3. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another chapter from the story titled Don't Turn Around 2, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 4. The trio arrived at a house that looked to have been abandoned for quite some time. By all of the houses that are seen in the city looking abandoned, this one looked like it had let go far earlier than any of the others. The weeds had laid claim to the front garden, and the exterior of the house was covered in dirt and algae. "This is the place," said Izumi, scanning the house from outside the front gate. Shin was scribbling notes down in his notebook. This is where Dr. Nishimura lives. I tried as hard as I could to get him to work with me on several stories, but never could. Maybe the story should be about this house. It looks haunted. Hey, he was a brilliant man. A bit of a recluse at the end, but from what I understand. Should we be doing this? Well, couldn't hurt to knock on the door, see if anyone moved in after he died. When Izumi knocked, the door gradually opened from the force. Izumi looked back at the others. Trespassing is a crime. Look around. There's no one here. God is basically telling us to go into that house. No, God would have anything to do with this place. Izumi timidly entered the house. Hello? Anybody here? Sorry for intruding, but the door wasn't locked. Jin and Kenji followed. So special about this guy anyway? Well, before he died, he was investigating the deaths that were taking place in the city. Why didn't we cover this story? Seems right up our alley. Yeah, I don't know, man. Police said it was the work of a serial killer. They had no intention of admitting the deaths were supernatural. The trio ventured further into the house and discovered that no one had lived there for at least a few months. A layer of dust was covering everything in sight, and the air reeked of mildew. We should look for Dr. Nishimura's research. That could shed some light into what's happening. Behind one of the doors the trio came to was an office. Well, guess we'd better start searching. Everyone took to a different part of the office and began scanning the numerous files and newspapers to find any information on the mysterious deaths that were taking place. Only after a few minutes, Izumi made a breakthrough. Guys, I think I found it, he said, showing off a red folder. What's it say? Well, it looks as if Dr. Nishimura documented all the deaths that he believed were linked to the case. The first deaths were a couple of high school girls. He couldn't find out what their names were or what school they attended because of privacy laws. But Dr. Nishimura says they were definitely the first. Jin picked up a blue folder that was lying underneath the red one Izumi had found. The next two deaths were a husband and wife. They were found dead in their home by their own daughter. How awful that must have been. Oh wait, look, listen to this. One of the victims was a man named Yamamoto. He was a detective who worked the cases for the first few deaths. You think he was getting close to finding the killer and had to be dealt with? Sounds like a possibility. It seems all the information we're looking for is in this folder. No reason for us to stay here any longer. Yeah, I should get going. This place is making me nervous. Izumi had to nudge Shin to get his attention, because he was focused intently on the notes he was reading in the blue folder. The trio piled into their van and headed out shortly thereafter. I don't feel right about taking these notes without permission. Can't be helped, Izumi. That place had been empty for who knows how long. I think the good doctor would want those notes to be found and put to good use. What is so fascinating about what you found? Izumi action, who would barely lift his head up to look at the others because of how captivated he was. This story that Dr. Nishimura was working on? It seems there's a haunted cliff somewhere in this city. I wouldn't come here for that, Shin. But fascinating. We came home with 2 stories instead of 1. Look, we have to focus on one story at a time. We have to find where Yamamoto lived and hope he kept notes on this case outside of what he was keeping in his office. You think we should find the police station? Snoop around there? It would be far too risky. Snooping around an abandoned house is one thing, but breaking into a police station is something that I don't even think Yamagata would approve of. If only we had the names of those girls, and we'd be able to figure out why they were here first. If our search comes up empty, might I suggest... Look, I already told you, we don't have time for that. Do you even know where we're going? I actually don't know these roads. Plus, the fog is making it hard for me to see. You're lucky I haven't driven us straight into a light pole. Still no signal, Izumi said, pulling out her cell phone. You know where there might be signal? The higher we go. Are you trying to get us to that cliff? I mean, he has a point. We can get to higher ground. Maybe we can get above this fog and get a signal. Izumi folded her arms and slumped in her seat. Fine, but we're going only to find a better cell signal, and that's it. The 3 arrived at the beach a short time later. Izumi's best strategy was to raise her phone above her head. Still can't get a signal. We have to go higher. How do I know you were going to suggest that? The 3 followed a small trail that would lead them to the cliff that Shin so badly wanted to see. Upon reaching the top, Izumi raised her phone above her head. Still not getting a signal. Izumi continued walking forward, but Shin grabbed her arm and stopped her. What is it? Shin said nothing and merely motioned for Izumi to look ahead. Standing near the cliff Shin had wanted to see was a girl. She had her back turned to the 3 so no one could tell she was going to be friendly or hostile. Who is it? Whispered Kenji, before taking numerous photos of the mysterious girl. I don't know. It's not the same girl that jumped out the front of the van. She's not dressed in a school uniform. Led by Izumi, the three cautiously made their way closer to the girl. They stopped when they felt they were a safe distance from her. Timidly, Izumi said, hello? Might I ask who you are? The girl slowly turned around. My name is Sayuri. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 4. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again with another chapter from the story titled Don't Turn Around 2, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, subscribe. Chapter 5. Once the introductions have been made, Yuri told the three her story. She first explained how she and her friends had committed a horrible prank that led to Shizuko's untimely death, and then all of the horrors that followed. Sayuri had placed a single white lily at Shizuko's grave and was about to make her way to school when an eerily sudden gust of wind brought her to an immediate halt. Though she had seen no other visitors in the cemetery with her that morning, Sayuri knew she was no longer alone. Hey, Sayuri-chan, said a chillingly familiar voice. Before long, an incredibly cold white hand had come to rest on her shoulder. Don't turn around. Shaking visibly, Shizuri attempted to speak, but only desperate breaths escaped through her quivering lips. I bet you weren't expecting to see me again, were you? Thought you had gotten rid of me? Anna. That's right. You always were the smart one. Yuri closed her eyes, and tears began to fall. Will this appease your anger? Will killing me allow you to pass to the other side? If so, then go ahead, do it. Anna began laughing. You really think once I kill you, all of this will be over? This won't be over until I say it's over. What do you mean? Killing you will be far too easy, far too kind. If I were to kill you now, then you wouldn't be able to see what I have planned for this miserable world. What? I'm going to kill as many people as I possibly can. What they deserve. Stupid Shizuko wanted revenge on those who wronged her, and I want the same. The entire world is to blame for what I've become. You can't, said Suzuri, pulling away from Hana and spinning around to face her. Hana, however, was nowhere to be found. And who's gonna stop me, huh? You. Sayuri had no response to the challenge. You think there's some set of rules that a vengeful spirit has to abide by? Or I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. There aren't any rules. I can do whatever I want. Hana looked, just as Sayuri remembered, down to the scowl that was always upon her face. Hana-chan. Stupid Shizuko. Only made it seem like she could kill us, only if we turned around. The truth is, he was only doing that to give us enough time to realize we were about to die. I guess I'll give her credit for that. The fear that consumes a person moments before they die, incredible. Where's Shizuko now? How the hell should I know where she is? And why the hell should I care? She was stupid to spare you, kill the rest of us. You deserve to die the most. You pretended to be your friend, just like you did to me.
No, I never pretended to be anyone's friend. Shizuko was my friend, so were you and Nami and Aika. Spare me the lies. You were only friends with me so you could be popular. You were only friends with Shizuko so you could feel good about yourself. What? You could always make yourself feel better just by looking at Shizuko and telling yourself, at least I'm not her. That's not true, no. People like you are worst of them all. And there's so many of you walking around out there. But after I'm done, there won't be any of your kind left. Please, please, Hana-chan, don't do this. It's already too late. I've already begun. Everything that happens from this day on will be because of you. It's all going to be your fault. Please, don't. Tell me something, Sayuri-chan. Before you left from school this morning, did you tell your parents that you loved them? The grim look on Hannah's face was more than enough to prompt Sayuri to sprint from the cemetery and back home. Sayuri tried desperately to reach her parents on her cell phone, but neither of them was answering. Sayuri's frantic sprint got her home in only a few short minutes. She flew through the front door and called for her parents. Mom? Dad? Sayuri rushed into the dining room and found both her parents lying motionless on the floor. Only moments earlier, the family was enjoying breakfast at the table, but now everything was over. Dad? Mom? She shook both her parents' motionless body, but it was to no avail. With the cold wind blowing, Sayuri and the others had taken to the comfort of the van to listen to her story. Seeing how frail the girl looked, Azumi gave Sayuri a bag of chips to eat. As the weeks went on, more people started dying. At first, people thought it was a serial killer, but there were so many victims that they ruled out that quickly. They also couldn't figure out how the victims died. There were no marks on them, but internally, most of their bones had been broken. So, Hannah was doing what done to her. Yeah, much like Shizuko had done with her victims. Their bodies had been crushed like hers was. This is too much to handle. There was a detective, Yamamoto. He was put in charge of the investigation. He was a detective who handled Shizuko's case and then Nami and Aika's. He also interviewed me after my parents were killed. Yamamoto knew what had happened. It had something to do with Shizuko's death. So, I told him the whole story. Crazy as my story was, he actually believed me. He didn't know how to end the killings, or even how to approach his colleagues with this information, but he vowed he would do everything in his power to help me put an end to Hannah. Sayuri then went eerie silent. What happened next? Azumi asked. I went to the police station to talk to Yamamoto, to see how the investigation was going. But they told me Yamamoto hadn't been to work in a few days. When they couldn't reach him by phone, they sent officers to his house. And that's where they found he had become another victim. My God, how terrible. You lost your closest ally. I don't want to alarm anyone, but the sun is going down. You'll find a place to stay for the night. As unsettling as the city was during the day, it became even more frightening at night. You guys can stay at my house.
said Sayuri. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 5. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled Don't Turn Around 2, written by Jacob Harris. Remember, these are links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. The group arrived at Sayuri's house just as the sun began to sink below the horizon. With such a small amount of moonlight able to penetrate through the blinding fog, looking out the window made it seem as if the four were stranded in the middle of nowhere. How unfortunate we are, said Shin, scribbling down notes in his notebook. He and Kenji were given the living room couches to slumber on for the night, while Azumi got Sayuri's bed and Sayuri slept in her parents' room. How are we fortunate? Well, we met the girl who can blow the story wide open. Might even be able to put an end to all this. Dude, you heard her story. She's practically to blame for everything that's happening. But we are fortunate in one aspect. What might that be? While we're around her, the ghosts won't come for us. Hannah is saving her for last, like some sort of dessert. She might just keep us alive. Well, that is one way to look at things. Azumi was unsurprisingly having much difficulty falling asleep. He tossed and turned for what seemed like hours before finally giving up. All Azumi could do was stare at the darkened bedroom and study the items within it. Sayuri's bedroom felt so cold and unwelcoming. Most teenagers would have bright colors throughout and various other items that showed that a girl was calling that place her own. But this room had little more than the bare necessities. After her first encounter with the girl, Azumi could tell that Shizuri wasn't any kind of typical happy-go-lucky teenager. No girl could be at such a tumultuous time, but there was something about her that made it seem as if Shizuri had been that way long before these times had begun. Beside Shizuri's desk were 2 book bags. Remembering Shizuri's story from earlier that day, Azumi realized one of the bags must have been Shizuko. With sleep being out of the question for the time being, Azumi climbed out of bed and went to the window. Through the fog, she thought she could see the silhouette of a person. After squinting, Azumi found no one there. What have you gotten yourself into, Azumi? She asked herself. Despite the bleak environment that had become her new normal, Sayuri was able to fall asleep rather easily. Like most nights, she would not be spending it alone. For the past few weeks, Shizuri had been receiving nightly visits from Shizuko in her dreams. The girls would usually be lying on the grass, staring up at the starry sky, and this night was no different. Your new friends seem nice. Yeah, but they shouldn't have come here. They're gonna end up like all the others. Maybe Hannah doesn't know they're here. Can't be everywhere at once, can she? She knows they're here. She was watching us the whole time we were at the cliff. I shouldn't have the heart to tell them. I didn't know how they would have reacted. Oh. The two were uncomfortably silent after that. Look, it's Orion, said Shizuko, pointing up at the sky. That one's Ursa Major, she Yuko-chan. Remember? Orion looks like a man shooting an arrow, and Ursa Major looks like a bear. If you want to see Orion, just make it appear. You have the power to do that here. Yeah, but where's the fun in that? Because this place isn't real. Shizuko immediately stand up. You don't like it here? No, that's not what I meant. It's the only place where I feel safe. I get to be with you. But we both know that it isn't real. Just dreams. It's real enough. Can't exist outside in the real world like I used to. I know, I just... You want to know how to stop Hannah. The only thing you think about when you're here. I know, I'm sorry, Shizuko. I know that if we stop Hannah, then your soul will pass on. I won't be able to see you anymore. Is that what you want? I never want to be apart from you. You're my best friend. But still, I don't want anything to happen to you, Sayura. I worry that Hannah will change her mind and do something bad. Oh, don't worry about me, Shizuko-chan. Nothing is gonna happen to me. But if something does happen, promise me that you won't be sad, okay? I am not afraid to die. Shizuko drew her knees in and buried her face in them. She then began to cry. Don't say things like that. I'm sorry. Come on, let's count the stars. I'll let you go last. That way, you can win. I don't want Hannah to hurt people anymore. I want to help you stop her, but I don't know how. It's okay, we'll figure something out, said Suzuri, while resting her head on Shizuko's shoulder. Hey, you're bad at remembering the constellations. Shizuko smiled and even allowed a small laugh. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 6. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled Don't Turn Around 2, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 7. Bright and early the next day, the group headed to the Abarashi School for Girls. It had been abandoned for quite some time, as the students' desire to stay alive far outweighed the desire to acquire new knowledge. Sayuri could still hear vividly in her mind the sounds of talking and feet stomping along the floor as the group made their way to one of her former classrooms. Just like out in the hall, Sayuri could practically see and hear her former classmates inside her room. Upon entering, Kenji immediately began snapping pictures while Shin scribbled feverishly in his notebook. Shizuko used to sit here. He never bothered anyone. Then Shizuri trailed off, completely lost in her thought. Kenji immediately began taking photos of Sayuri. We're going to explore the rest of the school, said Izumi, as she forcefully ushered Kenji and Shin out of the room. Hey, I wasn't done taking pictures, said Kenji, as Izumi led them down the hall. Hey, Sayuri needed time alone. That poor girl. Must be the first time she's been back here in a long time. All those memories must have hit her all at once. Give her time. You can tell that this place doesn't hold many happy memories for her. Many memories of her time spent at the school had ingrained themselves into Shizuri's mind. She cherished some of them, but also less than fond of a few. One of the memories that usually came to surface first took place on a day that was like any other. Shizuko was walking down the hall, carrying a stack of books. Yuri happened to be walking down the same hall, but did so from a distance. Shizuko passed by a group of girls. One of them was laughing so hard, he backed right into Shizuko's path. The girls collided, and all of Shizuko's books fell to the floor. Ugh, why don't you watch where you're going? I'm sorry. Stupid Shizuko. Where are you going anyway? To spend more time alone? It's no wonder why you don't have friends. While this was happening, the Yuri was growing angrier and angrier. He clenched her hand into a fist and took a step toward the group. But the one step would be all Shizuri would take, as she immediately froze. Get out of here, stupid Shizuko, said another girl, as Shizuko hastily departed from the scene. A group of girls laughed as they watched Shizuko leave. The Yuri followed Shizuko to the bathroom. He wasn't sure what she would say to the girl, but she knew she had to say something to make her feel better. The bathroom was empty, but one of the stall doors was closed. It was hard to hear, but Shizuri could hear Shizuko crying inside the stall. Just as she was about to speak, the bathroom door flew open. Shizuri-chan, we've been looking for you, said Yami, who entered with Aika. Hana-chan's waiting for us. The Yuri could hear that the crying had stopped once her name had been announced. In the blink of an eye, Nami and Aika ushered Shizuri out of the bathroom. After reliving the horrible memory, Yuri left Shizuko's desk and went to the window. Just as it always was, the whole area was shrouded in a thick layer of fog. But Yuri could see well enough that Hana was below, casting a most unpleasant glare at her. It was when the girl's eyes met when Sayuri felt a hand come to rest on her shoulder. She immediately spun around and found Azumi standing behind her. It was clear by the look on Sayuri's face that she had been badly frightened. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Called your name, but she didn't turn around. Thought something might have been wrong. Yuri quickly looked back outside and found Hana nowhere to be found. The group wrapped up their investigation of the school, and a short time later, were back on the road. The route the group took was becoming uncomfortably familiar to Yuzuri. Where are we going? The only way to put an end to this is to go straight into the lion's den. Don't be so dramatic, Shin. Look, we're gonna pay a visit to Hana's house. What? No, you can't. How did you find out where she lived? Look, it's gonna be okay. Found her student file in the school. No, we can't. We can't go there. She'll be angry. Angrier than this? Look, it's our only option at this point. We must find a clue that can lead us to the way to stop Hana. In no time, the group had reached Hana's former home. Though she was frightened by what might happen to the others, Yuri did agree that some kind of clue might be found in Hana's house. So, she chose to join them inside. Fortunately for the group, the front door was left unlocked. There was nothing unusual about the house, but something that was strange for the family pictures. In none of the pictures were Hannah, her father, nor mother smiling. They all looked like joy was something quite foreign to them. Yeah, whenever I visited, Hannah's parents never showed any kind of affection. The whole family was always so cold toward another. They probably like to look down on the little guy, you know? Wait, you said Hannah's father was a doctor? Yes. Then began scribbling in his notebook. Doctors must operate in sterile environments. It would seem that trickled down to the Sakaguri house. The group headed up the stairs into Hannah's room. It was much like Sayuri's room, quite drab for belonging to a high school girl. Very sterile. Izumi and Shin began looking through drawers, while Kenji took more pictures. Sayuri did little more than watch. She scanned the room and remembered how very little enjoyment it would bring when she used to spend time in here. After nothing substantial in Hannah's desk, Izumi began searching under Hannah's mattress. Shin gave her a quizzical look. It's where I would hide things when I was a teenager. Anything juicy? Izumi immediately began reading. After scanning through a few pages, he looked at Sayuri. Hannah, she was a very angry girl, wasn't she? What kind of things are in there? Asked Shin. Izumi began reading one of the pages out loud. Today, Yami and Aika were being loud at lunch. Yuri could tell they were making me mad. Why didn't she tell them to shut up? Why did I have to be the one to do it? That doesn't help us much. Izumi flipped through a few pages and began reading out loud again. Ugh, why is everyone so stupid? You ask them a question and they don't know the answer. You tell them to do something and they don't know how. Wish everyone would just disappear. The world would be a better place if they did. Are these the type of things girls write in their diaries? Only the ones with superior complexes. May I see it? Asked Sayuri. Izumi handed the diary over to Sayuri, who immediately began turning the pages. He then read one of the pages aloud. Mother and father weren't happy with my grades. Big surprise. Why are they expecting me to be top of my class with the lack of support they showed me? They throw me to the wolves and expect me to fend for myself. Sayuri then began flipping through more pages. When she settled on one, she began reading out loud. That little brat Sakura beat me in the archery tournament today. I can't believe it. After she won, it was like in one of those, stupid movies where everyone gathered around her to congratulate her. But all those idiots enjoyed knowing it was me she had beaten. I know they're all against me. Every last one of them. They probably hope I'll go to the roof of the school tomorrow and throw myself off it. Maybe I should. It'll be a quick way to be free from everything that pisses me off. But why should I leave this place? I'm the only one who truly deserves to be here. I'd rather watch everyone else die before I would ever do such a thing to myself. Sayuri then began flipping through more pages, reading only a few lines before moving to the next. The rest is pretty much the same. Nothing that can be of any use. Maybe there's something else in the house that could help us. The group left Hannah's room and went down the hall. That's Hannah's parents' room, said Sayuri. Without hesitation, Kenji swung the door open. What the group found was something nobody could have expected. Hanging from the ceiling were Hannah's mother's and father's lifeless bodies. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled Don't Turn Around 2, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 8. At the instance of Shin, the group headed back to the cliff. Shin had made it no secret that he was obsessed with Dr. Nishimura's notes on the place. Believe there might be something in Nishimura's notes about why this place has become cursed. That might be the key to defeating Hannah. Does he explain the history of this place? asked Sayuri. Nishimura did. Early in the Edo period, this was a bustling port city. Many ships from the west came to trade their goods with Japan. And with those ships came many sailors who had never felt the sensuous touch of a Japanese woman. There's a miner here. Watch what you say. Sorry. Anyway, Dr. Nishimura went through the city's archives and found a lot of information, particularly about this woman named Fujiko. No surname given. She was a young woman when she married a wealthy merchant many years older than her. The two were married for only about a year before the husband died of a sudden illness. Many fingers were pointed at Fujiko. The medical science was lacking during that time, and no one can prove that she had anything to do with her husband's death. She inherited her husband's business and money. Good reason to stay single, said Kenji. Fujiko became very popular after that with men of the city. That's all I'll say about that. Fujiko would fall in love with some years later, the sailor from abroad. The two quickly married, but they weren't married for long. 6 months into their marriage, the husband died. How did he die? Here's where things get interesting. His death was ruled a suicide, as Fujiko told the authorities that her husband had leapt from this cliff. This cliff became a very popular place for the hopeless to end their lives after that. Many more people used this spot as a means to commit suicide. You think it's spirits of these people that cursed this place? You haven't heard the most interesting thing about this place. All of the people who killed themselves at this cliff were men. They were confirmed suicides throughout those years of women, but none of them used this cliff. What do you think that means? Nishimura explains. All of the men who died at this cliff were connected to Fujiko. Some were merely associated with her for a few nights, but they all knew her. Wow, so she used this place to throw men to their deaths? I mean, forensic science or not, it was obvious to authorities that Fujiko was the one responsible for all these deaths. On one fateful night, they set out to arrest her. When they got to her home, it was engulfed in flames. Is that how the story ends? asked Izumi. Not quite. It was only a short time later when they found Fujiko standing at this cliff. They told her they knew what she had done. With an unusually calm demeanor, he turned to the accusers. There will be one far worse than me. The only thing Fujiko said before she leapt to her death. Was she a witch? I don't think we'll ever know. By burning down her house, Fujiko made certain that no one would ever find any evidence pertaining to what she was up to. What a horrible woman. That was a great story, but it didn't bring us any closer to figuring out how to stop Hannah. Yeah, Kenji, but it's a start, man. Yeah, it'll have to do. Wait, what do you mean? Look, Yamagata wanted this story wrapped up as quickly as possible. I think we have enough. But we haven't found a way to stop Hannah, bro. Look, Jin, that was not our assignment. Yes, it would be nice to put an end to all of this, but we didn't come here for that. We came here to write a story about this place, and now we have enough information to do that. Kenji, we can't just leave. Look, you can call Yamagata and tell him yourself. Oh, that's right, you can't, because we haven't been able to contact the outside world since we got here. There's nothing more we can do here. People won't even open their doors to talk to us. I'd say our investigation has hit a dead end. What about all these people? What's gonna happen to them? What about Sayuri? Look, I don't know about these people, but I do know what we can do about Sayuri. She's coming with us. What do you say, Sayuri-chan? Tokyo, the big city? We get you a job at the magazine and a place to live. Sayuri immediately began shaking her head. You can't leave. He won't let you. What are you talking about? Come on, everyone inside. Kenji began starting the engine. Jin began making his way to the van, but Izumi grabbed him by the arm, stopped him. Don't go. You know, Kenji brings up a good point. Our only assignment was to gather information so that we could write our story about this place. If anything, more exposure for this place could lead to a way to put an end to Hannah. Shin, we can't let all these people die. Well, there's really nothing more we can do to help them. And with that, Shin made his way to the van and climbed into the back seat. Come on, guys. If we leave now, we can get back to Tokyo before midnight. Izumi began shaking her head. We can't leave yet. Alright, suit yourself. I'll send someone to pick you up in a couple days. To everyone's surprise, Kenji then put the van in drive, drove away. Leaving? Jin was just as surprised as Izumi was. Are we going to just leave them back there like that? No. I'm just putting a little scare into them. I'm going to turn right around. They'll trip over their own feet trying to get back to the van. You'll see. Ah, the art of psychology. Kenji drove a few blocks away before turning the van around and heading back to the girls. Jin's heart sank when he found a girl in a school uniform now sitting beside him. He began shaking horribly and could barely muster the ability to speak. Anna flashed a fiendish grin at Shin before turning her attention to Kenji. Ugh, such a naughty boy. You're trying to take my Sayuri away. It was evident by the look on his face that Kenji was terrified by the arrival of the unexpected passenger. He gripped the wheel so tightly that his fingers turned bright red, and he unintentionally applied far too much pressure on the accelerator. Anna then placed her hand on Kenji's shoulder and said, Hey Kenji-kun, don't turn around. Sayuri and Izumi watched as the van sped by and crashed into a car that had been abandoned on the road. Both vehicles exploded in a blinding ball of fire. Izumi made no hesitation before running toward the van. "Izumi-chan, no!" shouted Sayuri. The heat from the explosion was far too much to bear, and Izumi was forced to keep her distance. Tears began to fill her eyes. She backed away from the carnage. "Izumi!" screamed a horrified Sayuri. As she backed away from the carnage, Izumi was forced to come to an abrupt halt when she backed into someone. "Hey, Izumi-chan, don't turn around." When Izumi made the horrendous mistake of turning around, he immediately crumpled to the ground, the life completely drained from her. "Izumi-chan, no." From out of nowhere, a hand came to rest on Sayuri's shoulder. "They shouldn't have tried to take you away from me. The nerve of some people. It's never going to end, is it?" "Why would I end this when there are still so many people that deserve to die?" Those three actually thought they could find a way to stop me. I think I humored them for long enough, don't you? Why don't you just take me? That would put an end to all this. You'll have your revenge. Sayuri-chan, we've been over this so many times already. You'll die only after I've killed everyone. Therefore, you should consider yourself the luckiest person on Earth. No harm can come to you until I've had my fill. I know how to stop you." "No, you don't. If you knew how to stop me, you would have done it by now. I know you too well to know you wouldn't hesitate." Anna then made her way behind Sayuri again. "Sayuri-chan, you shouldn't try to make new friends. Some of us are supposed to be alone." When Sayuri spun around to face Hannah, her one-time friend was nowhere to be found. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of Chapter 8. Yo, what is up, everybody? Sir Esco back again. Another chapter from the story titled Don't Turn Around 2, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, subscribe. Chapter 9. Sayuri went home after the horrific events she had witnessed. It took her hours of tossing and turning, yet was eventually able to fall asleep. Like most other nights, Sayuri dreamt of Shizuko. The two were again lying on a grassy field, looking up at the stars. But, unlike most nights, where the girls would engage in some kind of conversation, tonight, the two were silent. After having endured enough silence, Shizuko spoke. "Sorry about what happened to your friends. They didn't deserve to die. None of the people that Hannah has killed deserve to die." There was an uncomfortable silence after that. "Why was I left behind? Not just for Hannah to show me for what she's doing. She's showing me just how weak I really am." "You're not weak, Sayuri-chan. You're the strongest person I know." "Then why do I just stand there and do nothing when Hannah is killing all these people? How is that strong?" Shizuko was unable to respond. Sayuri sat up and wiped her tears away. But the more tears she wiped, the more it began to fall. You're still here, said Shizuko. What? You're still here. You haven't tried to run away or hide from Hannah. You faced her head on. Only someone who's strong could do that. I don't feel strong. Hannah's taken everything from me. He took my mom and dad. He took you. And whenever I'm near her, I freeze like I'm a scared child. Look, being strong doesn't require power. Sometimes being strong is knowing when to make the tough choices, even when we don't want to make them. Shizuko-chan. Promise me something, Sayuri-chan. Yeah, sure, what is it? You won't ever forget me. Of course I won't forget you. Shizuko stood up and began walking away from Sayuri. When she looked back, she motioned for her friend to follow. Sayuri did as Shizuko wanted, but as she did, the grassy field began to change into the cliffside where the seemingly never-ending nightmare had begun. The sky, once brimming with stars, was now glowing orange as the sun began to rise in the distance. The last time I came to this place before that day was with my parents to watch the sunset. I didn't know it then, but my parents already knew about my mother's diagnosis. I just couldn't understand why they were crying as they looked out at something so beautiful. I watched that memory a lot in here. Your parents were always so kind to me. Yeah, they adored you. They would always become so happy when you came to visit. I never had any other friends. Shizuko gently bumped her hand against Sayuri's, prompting her friend to hold it. You were always the only friend I ever had, Shizuko-chan. You never had to pretend to be nice to me, nor did you ever ask for anything, and still Okay, Sayuri-chan. You were the best friend I could have ever asked for. The girls then watched, through teary eyes, the sun rising over the horizon. I'm sorry, Sayuri. For what? For being a bad friend. Don't say that, Shizuko. I have been a bad friend. I've been selfish, was afraid of losing you, so I kept a secret. Secret? You were never supposed to be here, Sayuri-chan. This place, it was made only for me. But I wanted to see you again, so I let you in. But that's not the secret. As tears began to flow more rapidly from Shizuko's eyes, so too did more tears begin to fall fast from Sayuri's. You can tell me, it's okay. We'll always be friends, right, Shizuri-chan? Of course we will. Never forget me. And the two held each other tightly. Bright and early the next morning, Sayuri made her way back to the cliff. Like her dream with Shizuko, the sun was ever so slowly making its way up over the horizon. You're up early, said Hannah, who now stood a few yards behind Sayuri. Ready for another day of watching helplessly as I bring this world to its knees? You know, I honestly used to think we were friends. You'd always act so cold to me, but I just thought, that's how you were. But as time went by, I realized you didn't like me at all. You just didn't want to be alone. You were afraid. Afraid? An interesting theory, but you couldn't be more wrong. You see, I could have chosen anyone to be my friend, but I chose you.
Nami and Aiko were easy choices. They would have done anything to make me happy, but you were always going to be a challenge. But I knew I could make you obedient. You were right about one thing, though. Oh? I did use you. I didn't want to be alone. But not because it would have made me like Shizuko, like you said it would have. I could never be like her. Shizuko was the most kind person I had ever met. She never would have rejected me in the way that I rejected her. Oh, how touching. Hey, Sayuri-chan, you like to hear a secret? Those reporter friends of yours, they made me stronger. Their fear wasn't like the fear of the people in the city. It was fresh. They were still full of hope, not empty like the rest of these people. I'm nearly strong enough to leave this place. Soon, I'll be able to kill whoever I want, whenever and wherever I want. If you'd like, I can make the TVs work again and bring back the internet. That way, you can see just what I'm capable of doing. Went to your house yesterday. You think I didn't know that? There's nothing you can do that I won't know about. We found your parents. My parents were weak. They couldn't handle the shame of having a daughter that was dead. That's not what they did, why they did. Of course it was. You think they did what they did? Their hearts were broken? You didn't know them the way I knew them. Me dying just made them resent me even more. They might not have been very good at showing their emotions, but they did love you. You think deep down inside everyone is good, don't you? Like there's not a rotten apple in this bunch. No, I don't think that. I read your diary. There isn't a trace of humanity in you. You were a monster long before you became what you are now. Now, there's something we can agree on. I'm going to show you just how much of a monster I am. I'm not going to let you. You must be joking. Look around you. Could you not tell that I've already won? I suppose you think there's some kind of magic spell that can stop me. Is that why you're here? Are you going to try and push me off the cliff again? It won't do anything. I already died. You can't kill me again. Sayuri then thought back to the dream she had the previous night and the words that Shizuko had spoken to her. Only one way to stop Hannah. We'll never forget you, Shizuko-chan. With tears forming in her eyes, Sayuri placed her hand over her heart and fell backward off the edge of the cliff. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end. Chapter 9. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled Don't Turn Around 2, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, subscribe. Chapter 10. Months had passed, and people had done their best to get back to their normal lives. The fog, which had mysteriously rolled in one day, had just as mysteriously disappeared. And the girl who wore a school uniform and had taken so many innocent lives seemed to have disappeared with it. The cleanup process was the most difficult part. Numerous dead bodies were strewn across the city. Some were young, some were old, but all had deserved a far kinder fate than the one they had ultimately met. One body in particular was especially heartbreaking to find. A girl locals would eventually identify
as Sayuri Igarashi had been found dead on the rocks beneath a seaside cliff, much in the way Zuko Harada had been discovered a few months prior. With little investigating, it was discovered that the two had attended the same school. But after more digging, it was found that they had been friends. Any further connections were never made, as Sayuri's case was quickly closed and ruled as suicide. More journalists would come cover the story of just what had happened in the place once dubbed the Dead City. They would all tell mostly the same story the government had force-fed them. A mere rise in temperatures had created the perfect conditions for the blanket of fog, and mass hysteria had created visions of a girl in a school uniform. In some cases, the hysteria was so great that people's hearts suddenly stopped beating. The government would give no more information than that. Super Unexplainable Paranormal saw a boost in readership as 3 of their finest journalists had lost their lives while covering the story. Kenji and Shin's deaths were easily explained as they had died in a car crash. Azumi's death, however, was reported to have happened due to a heart attack after witnessing the horrific accident. Though the harrowing events were now part of the city's history, it was still not yet free from the unexplained. As hard as they tried, the citizens of this unamusing city by the sea would never be able to forget what had happened, as more and more of them would report seeing a mysterious girl appearing from seemingly out of nowhere. She struck a startling resemblance to one Sayuri Igarashi. Some said the sightings were nothing more than rumors, while others even claimed to have encounters with her. One thing that every encounter had in common was that the person visited was suffering a great sadness. The severity of the sadness was suddenly lessened and sometimes even replaced with hope when they felt a hand gently come to a rest upon their shoulder. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with the sequel to a story we read before titled Don't Turn Around, written by Jacob Harris. So this one is the sequel and I think the last book. So in case you guys don't know, quick recap for the first one. Story's about our main character trying to be popular, so she becomes friends with the popular kids who are bullies and assholes. Then a friend from where she grew up comes to the new school. Her new friends bully her old friend. As a result, her old friend dies. Now she's haunting her new friends and killing them off one by one. Like the simplest way I can explain it, but pretty much it. So I will put the links to the previous one in this story. That way you guys can listen to that, catch up, and then come listen to this. Anyways, use the links in the description. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 1. Winter had descended upon the city. It was commonplace for the streets to be deserted when the winter chill came rolling in. But a force far stronger than the cold was keeping the city's population hidden from sight. A thick fog blanketed everything in sight. It had curiously rolled in during the fall and never went away. It was at about the same time that many unexplained deaths began to take place. In the distance, a dog barked angrily. It was only able to get out a few barks, however, before letting out an anguished yelp. Silence then quickly returned to the landscape. A woman stumbled her way down an empty street. She was quite frail and looked near death. Please, someone help us. We have no food. Please, someone help us. A few curtains opened and curious residents peeked outside, but none of them had any intentions of assisting the woman. Safety wasn't even assured for those inside of their homes. It was a near act of suicide to go outside. Please, my children are starving. Every time the woman looked at one of the open curtains, the person on the other side immediately shut them. Please, please help us. A bitterly cold wind swept across the woman, bringing her to an immediate halt. She froze in her tracks, and it became painfully evident that someone was standing behind her. Hey, Miyuki-chan. Don't turn around. When a hand came to rest on the woman's shoulder, she made the most horrific of mistakes by turning around. The scream she let out was so dreadful that it sent a chill down the spine of those who had the misfortune of hearing it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 1. Yo, what is up, everybody? Ceresco back again with another horror story for you guys. This one is another one written by Jacob Harris, titled Don't Turn Around. Remember to check out the links in the description. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 1. Another busy lunch break had come for the students at the Abarashi School for Girls. It was a time to not only fill their hungry stomachs, but a time for the girls to put aside scholarly subjects and discuss topics that were of far greater importance. As was customary, Sayuri and her friends were eating lunch in room 3B. From the third story one, you could see the entire schoolyard, and it was far from the vantage point that Sayuri's closest friend, Hannah, liked to stare down at the other students and see them as nothing more than insignificant bugs. Had Hannah not handpicked her to be her friend, Sayuri surely would never have chosen to be friends with such a girl. For Hannah was as cruel and mean-spirited as anyone Sayuri has ever had the misfortune of knowing. And it was the fact that Sayuri's father, the prominent businessman, that made her desirable to Hannah. Rounding out the clique were Aika and Nami. Nothing particularly stood out about the two, other than the fact that they also came from money. And what Hannah especially liked about them was their constant desire to please her. Had Sayuri been blessed with more confidence, she surely would have broken free from the group. But she feared Hannah would have had her blacklisted and left without friends. And that would have made her just like Shizuko. Oh hey, look at Shizuko. She's asleep again. Shizuko was well known as one of the least popular girls in school, and she had once again fallen asleep at her desk. Shizuko kept mostly to herself, rarely ever saying more than a few words unless spoken to first. And for some reason, that made Hannah loathe her. Ah, what a lazy dog, said Nami. But Sayuri knew the reason behind Shizuko's constant school-time naps. She had once overheard Shizuko while she was taking a call from her employer. It was then when it became known that Shizuko was always exhausted at school
because she worked nights in office buildings. I found out the other day that her father works at the same hospital as mine, said Hannah, who was staring coldly at the students in the schoolyard. Is he a doctor? Asked Nami. Anna immediately began laughing. Oh, you were serious? Of course not. He's just a janitor. I saw him eating at the restaurant one day with Shizuko. I knew he looked familiar. Then I remembered where I had seen him. I had seen him taking the garbage out of my father's office. I bet one day his daughter will be doing the same for me. It would only make sense, seeing as she's a piece of trash herself. Sayuri would never admit to the others, but when she was younger, he and Shizuko were very close friends. But Shizuko's father moved the family when he was offered a very high-paying job. Years later, Shizuko returned and was transferred to Shizuri's school. But she had made no attempt to rekindle the friendship. Shizuri knew it was because of the company she kept now. Anyone familiar with Hannah would have to assume that anyone associated with her was just as cruel and just as vindictive. I hate that girl, said Hannah, now burning a hole through Shizuko with her stare. Just knowing that she exists offends me. The world would be a better place if people like her just disappeared. Wouldn't you agree, Sayuri-chan? It wasn't immediate, but Shizuri eventually answered the question. Yes? A voice a little more than a whisper. Like anyone who knew Anna like she did, Sayuri couldn't help but live in constant fear of her best friend. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of Chapter 1. Yo, what is up, everybody? Ceresco back again. Another chapter from the story Don't Turn Around, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to check out the links in the description below to show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 2. When the final classes of the day had finished, students hurried off to get a start on the rest of their day. Like most days, Shizuko lingered. She stayed behind for the simple fact that she didn't want to get caught in the rush of students. That way, she could avoid those awkward situations where she might bump into someone and have to utter an apology. But, unlike most days, where Sayuri and her friends were among the first to make their escape, the four has stayed behind. They gave Shizuko quite the scare when they jumped out at her from around the corner of the hallway. Hey Shizuko, do you have any plans? Asked Nami. Wanna go to the beach with us? Asked Aika. I don't know if I should. I'm not supposed to go anywhere after school. I'm supposed to go straight home. But the beach is so close, said Nami. Come on, you'll be back home in no time, added Aika. Hannah placed her hand on Shizuko's shoulder. Don't you want to be our friend? Trying her best to sound as if the words coming out of her mouth had been formed out of sincerity and not from malice. Shizuko looked hesitant to answer. She took a moment to look at all the smiling faces around her. Oddly, the only face that wasn't smiling was the one most familiar to her. Shizuri, so miserable. And when Shizuko's eyes met hers, Shizuri looked away. Even so, seeing Shizuri's face was enough to make Shizuko smile. Okay. And the girls wasted no time catching the next bus headed to the beach. Anna, Nami, and Aika shared a seat at the front, while Shizuri and Shizuko shared one in the back. Since transferring to your school, I was wondering when we would get a chance to hang out again, said Shizuko. She wore a smile that looked so strangely out of place on her. I've been wanting to talk to you, but you're always with your friends, so I didn't want to bother you. But now, we get to be friends again. How did you come back? Asked Shizuri. Well, after my mom died, my dad and I didn't have a choice. My dad's salary wasn't enough to cover all the medical bills. Even after selling our house, still couldn't get out of debt. We could barely afford the rent on a one-bedroom apartment, so my aunt invited us to come back here so we could live with her. Oh, I didn't know your mom died. I'm sorry. Even from the back of the bus, Shizuri and Shizuko could hear the wild laughter coming from the others. Had Shizuko been able to look away from Shizuri, Shizuri would have seen that the laughter would come only after the others had taken peeks back at them. Shizuri had noticed the peeks, though, and she was well aware that the laughter was all at Shizuko's expense. It's not so bad, said Shizuko. At our apartment, I could only stare out at the window. But at my aunt's house, I can lie on the grass, stare at the sky at night. Try to see how many stars I can count. I know it sounds dumb. That's why I only count them on the nights where there aren't that many. Remember how we used to do that when we were young? No matter how many I counted, we were always able to count more. Because I lied. I would always let you go first. That way, I could just make up a bigger number. So that's how you did it. Shizuko then let out a small laugh, prompting Shizuri to do the same. It was happening gradually, but Shizuri was growing comfortable with Shizuko, making it feel as if their time apart had never taken place. Sure that the others were going to play a prank on Shizuko, Shizuri decided she would tell her friend before the others had a chance to make a fool out of her. Hey, Shizuko. Before Shizuri could finish what she had to say, Hana popped up from behind the seat in front of them. Hey, why aren't you two sitting up front with the rest of us? Making us feel left out. We were just talking. Well, we're trying to figure out where we're gonna eat after going to the beach. But Aika says she won't eat damburi, and because her mom made her eat it last night, and I don't want the buri either, so what do you two want? Shizuko then asked, can we have udon? Udon? How about you, Siri-chan? What do you want? I don't know. Can't even choose what you want to eat? Thought a choice like that would be easy for one of you to make. A short time later, the girls arrived at the beach. Nami and Aika wasted no time in sprinting toward the sand, looking like a couple of children as they did so. Hey, get back here, demanded Hana. We didn't come here for that. Both girls were smiling half-heartedly when they returned to Hana's side. It was evident that having been yelled at had frightened them. Rather than frolicking by the surf, the girls led Shizuko down a narrow path just off the side of the beach. They had insisted Shizuko cover her eyes with her hand to keep her from spoiling the surprise. To keep the girl from falling in her blind state, Nami and Aika guided her by her shoulders the whole way. Where are we going? Asked Shizuko. Shh, it's a secret, Nami replied. Yeah, so no peeking, added Aika. Stop right there, said Hana, when Nami and Aika I led Shizuko to the perfect spot. Shizuko was now standing only steps away from the edge of a cliff, overlooking a grouping of jagged rocks below. "What are you doing?" Sayuri asked Hannah, and she found just how dangerous a prank the others have decided to pull on Shizuko. You can look now," said Hannah. When Shizuko removed her hand from her eyes, she nearly lost her balance. She found herself near a fall that would most certainly lead to an untimely death. Before Shizuko could turn around and begin backing away from the cliff, Hannah spoke up in a most unpleasant tone. "Hey, Shizuko-san, don't turn around. You don't want to know what'll happen if you do." What is this? You think you're so high and mighty, don't you? What makes you think you're better than us? Your dad's just a janitor. "Yeah, your breath smells like a dog's," exclaimed Nami. "Your boobs are so small," exclaimed Eika. "Why are you doing this?" Please stop this," said Sayuri, her voice barely loud enough for Hannah to hear, despite the fact that the two were standing next to each other. What are you talking about? You knew we were gonna do this." No, I didn't." "Ah, dog's breath, yelled Nami and Eika in unison. Nami then picked up a rock and threw it at Shizuko, narrowly missing her, hitting her foot. Eika then threw a rock that hit Shizuki in the foot, nearly making the poor girl lose her balance. "Stupid, what are you doing?" whispered Nami. "It was an accident," Eika whispered back. Sayuri-chan, why?" "Stop it!" exclaimed Sayuri, knocking the rocks out of Nami and Aika's hands. "Whose side are you on?" "Yeah, we agreed that we were going to do this to her," said I, "and we're all in this together, so stop acting so high and mighty." "No, I never wanted to do this. I'm nothing like you." While the three argued and even began shoving, Hannah picked up a rock and threw it at Shizuko, hitting her in the back of the head. The impact dazed the girl so badly that she lost her balance and fell over the edge of the cliff. Seeing this, everyone came to an immediate halt. It felt as if the world had stopped just for them and because of what they had done. She lost her balance. Didn't have anything to do with it. The girls, ever so slowly, made their way to the edge of the cliff. Sprawled out on the now bloody rocks below was Shizuki's lifeless body. "Shizuko!" screamed Sayuri. Unable to stomach such a sight, Nami ran off, but she was forced to bring her retreat to an abrupt halt when she began vomiting violently. Hannah also ran from the edge, but she had only run off to collect Shizuko's book bag. When she returned, Hannah attempted to throw it off the cliff, but Shizuri snapped the bag away from her before she could. What are you doing? We have to throw it over so it looks like an accident. If she doesn't have her bag, the police won't get suspicious." "No, I won't let you." "Come on, we need to get out of here," Aika said, who was tending to Nami. "Come on, if somebody sees us, they'll know we had something to do with this." Hannah stood chest to chest with Shizuri. If anybody finds out about you having that bag, we're all gonna be executed. Do you understand? I'm not gonna die because of someone like her. Hoping to establish an alibi, the girls hurried back to the town and stopped in at the near restaurant. Anna insisted the girls eat despite their unsettling stomachs and act as if nothing out of the ordinary had taken place. As far as the other customers and the staff were concerned, the four were just regular teenage girls spending a night out. I don't want them, Bori, said Nami, who was fighting a losing battle to keep her tears at bay. I just want to go home. Shut your mouth already. I haven't stopped whining since we got here. Do you want everyone to see you crying? If they see you, they'll know something's wrong. Shut up and eat. You're the one who wanted them, boy, remember? You're always complaining that we never do what you want. Well, now you're doing something that you want. Why the hell are you complaining, huh? Anna had scolded Nami so loudly that some of the other customers couldn't help but look in their direction. Sorry, said Anna, with a polite smile on her face. Or maybe we can go back and I'll make you eat all that stuff you threw up. So help me, if they pull your DNA out of it. It's okay, said Aika. I kicked dirt over it. An ambulance sped by the restaurant. Its lights were flashing and its siren was blaring. The girls were noticeably startled by it. Acting as if the ambulance had done nothing but bother her, Anna began eating. Though she was ruthless, her hands were shaking visibly as she did so. As she had begun doing since the group had arrived at the restaurant, Yuzuri kept her gaze on the floor. This prompted Hannah to cast a most unpleasant glare at her. After their impromptu night out, the girls went their separate ways. Yuzuri went straight to her room after making it home. What had happened to Shizuko played itself out over and over in Chizuri's head. It wasn't so much the blood on the rocks that disturbed her, so nor was it the awkward positioning of Shizuko's mangled limbs. It was her eyes. Every time that scene replayed in her mind, Chizuri couldn't help but feel as if Shizuko was staring directly at her, making it seem as if the girl who had lost her life wanted to know why Chizuri would play a part in such a thing. Having made sure her door was locked, Chizuri opened Shizuko's bag and began looking through it. At first glance, there looked to be nothing out of the ordinary. There was nothing but books and other school supplies. Sticking out of a book was a piece of paper. There was nothing odd about a piece of paper placed inside a book, but something compelled Chizuri to take it out. When she found out what it was, stabbing pain immediately inflicted itself upon the pit of Chizuri's stomach. What she had found was a picture she had drawn years ago when she and Shizuko were in elementary school. It was of the two of them in a grassy field under a starry sky. Chizuri had given it to Shizuko after telling her she hoped the two would be friends forever. Shizuko, whispered a now sobbing Chizuri. It was immediately after calling her friend's name when the floorboard creaked. Chizuri was hesitant to turn around, thinking her mother had entered through a door that hadn't been properly locked. If that was so, then she surely would have heard Chizuri speak the name that would soon be referenced numerous times in newspapers and now news broadcasts. Mustering the courage, Chizuru turned around but found no one there. That, ladies and gentlemen, the end of chapter 2. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another chapter from the story Don't Turn Around. written by Jacob Harris. Remember to check out the links in the description. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 3. During a break between classes the next day, Hannah took Nami and Aika to the roof of the school. It was there where the three would find Sayuri, who had said some very troubling things to Yami earlier that day. "Hey, what's this I hear about you wanting to confess?" shouted Hannah. "Yeah, I think it might be the best thing for us to do. We tell the police it was an accident, they'll go easy on us. The fact that we're all minors might keep us from getting too harsh of a sentence." "Huh, you think if you go to the police, they'll go easy on you just because you made it easy for them to solve the case? What makes you think you're better than the rest of us? You get into trouble just as much as us." "Is that what you want?" asked Nami. "To get us in trouble, huh?" "I don't know what makes you think you'll be in less trouble than the rest of us. If anything, you'll be in more trouble." What do you mean?" "Think about it. There's 3 of us and only 1 of you. All we have to do is tell the police that it was all your idea to cover things up. You wanted to confess, but you wouldn't tell us. You threatened us. You told us your father had powerful connections and he would make sure the 3 of us kept our mouths shut. You wouldn't. Huh, you want to find out?" "Look at it this way," had said Aika. "If one of us talks to the police, then we'll all get in trouble. None of us talks, none of us will get in trouble. Think about what I said next time you get an idea like going to the police," said Hannah. And with that, she, Nami, and Aika took their leave. After the unfortunate meeting, Sayuri went to the bathroom to splash some cold water on her face. So upset was she over what Hannah had told her that she could barely keep the water cupped in her shaking hands from spilling out. The cool water had helped calm Sayuri down, but her troubles would return in abundance when she looked into the mirror and found Shizuko standing behind her. Turning quickly, Sayuri found there was no one in the bathroom with her. She once again looked into the mirror. The only thing she found was her panicked reflection staring back at her. Wanting to put recent events out of her mind, Hannah took Nami and Aika out for some much-needed amusement after school. The local karaoke box never failed to lift the girls' spirits when they were in much need of cheering up. "Hey, how come you didn't bring Sayuri with us?" asked Aika, as she browsed through the song catalog. She likes karaoke more than anyone. I already told you, she's not here because she's pissing me off. What more do I need to say?" "So, does that mean she's not our friend anymore?" "Well, that's up to her." Despite the lethargic state Nami was in, Hannah tried to hand her the microphone. "Hey, it's your turn." "I don't feel like it." "Hey, what's wrong with you? Still feel bad about what we did?" Nami did not reply. "Well, you better stop acting like that, because if anyone notices different about any of us, then we're as good as dead. Understand?" "I'll go next," said Aika, taking the microphone from Hannah. "Hey, don't worry about Nami. She's just moody. In a few days, she'll start acting like her old self." "She had better." Unable to get the image of Shizuko out of her head, Sayuri hurried home and took to her computer, hoping to find some answers. Most of the sites she found had no pertinent information that could help her. But there was one website that provided something that troubled her. A spirit that is still struggling with love, hate, or sorrow may be unable to pass on. These emotions are strong enough, the spirit can return to the world of the living. Spirits have been known to come back to haunt their tormentors. Some have even been known to bring death to those who wrong them. Not wanting to read anymore, Zuri turned off her computer. That's just folklore. Those are just stories they tell to scare the little kids. In the reflection of her monitor, Zuri caught a glimpse of Shizuko. When she turned to look, Zuri found no one else in her room. Anna and Naika were having boisterous fun at karaoke. They were singing as happily as two people who hadn't had a care in the world. Nami, on the other hand, was unable to partake in the festivities. Her mood was one that had remained unchanged since the death she and the others had caused. What song should we sing next? Asked Aika. Pick something slow. I want to feel like I'm in love, said Hannah. A horrible scratching sound began blaring from the speakers. What's happening? What did you do? Asked Hannah. Hey, I didn't do anything. Aika then frantically began pushing buttons in hopes of making the horrible noise go away. The one thing she did accomplish, however, was making the main light go out and replacing it with flashing ones. How does that help us? Barked Hannah. Nami's eyes nearly doubled in size when she found Shizuko standing behind her friends. The recently departed girl looked no worse for wear after having fallen off a cliff. Nami screamed a bone-chilling scream. It was immediately after that when that horrible sound came to an end and the lights returned to normal. What's going on? Why'd you scream? Asked Hannah. Shizuko was no longer in the room, but that wasn't enough to calm Nami, who ran from the room without explaining herself. Without having anyone push any buttons, another song began playing. It was a cheery number that took on an eerie feeling with what had just happened. Hey, I told you to pick something slow, said Hannah. And that is the end of chapter 3. Yo, what is up everybody? Sarasco back again. Another chapter from the story Don't Turn Around, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to check out the links in the description. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 4. There was a buzz at school next day. Everyone was talking about the recent stories in the local newspapers, and on morning news shows about the discovery of Shizuko's body. Police had given very little information, so students were curious to know if the death was a suicide, an accident, or possibly murder. Not more than an hour into instruction, Zuri, Hannah, Nami, and Aika were pulled from their classes. A pair of detectives had come to their school and were looking for answers that would lead them to who was responsible for Shizuko's death. Hannah was first to be questioned. How close were you to this Shizuko girl? Asked Detective Yamamoto. I wasn't close to her at all. I didn't even know her. I have enough friends. I don't need any more than what I already have. Really? And how do you explain why the janitor told us how he saw you and your friends leaving school with her? I don't know what you're talking about. We didn't go anywhere with her. She might have been leaving school at the same time as us, but that doesn't mean we were hanging out with her. Besides, what does the janitor know? He's so old he can barely see. But he can see well enough to get excited whenever a pretty girl walks by him. It's him he should be investigating, not me. He did say something about not having his glasses on when he saw the girls. He might have been mistaken. You know, I have a daughter about your age. She has a good life. She's pretty, has a lot of friends, gets good grades in school. No one has a bad thing to say about her. I don't know what I would do if I found out someone was bullying her. He then leaned in towards Hannah and said, "Can you imagine what I would do?" The smell of cigarettes hit Hannah's nose like a snap face. From what I've been told, this Shizuko girl wasn't very popular. I probably would have made her an easy target for bullies. This is harassment, blamed Hannah. You can't blame this on me. I didn't do anything. If you keep up with this line of questioning, I'll tell my dad to hire a lawyer. He'll sue you and the city for everything you're worth. Ah, this one has a lot of fire. Please understand where we're coming from. We have to cover all our bases to make sure we don't miss anything. We're not saying you and your friends had anything to do with this. We just want to know if you know anything. None of us know anything. When you ask the others, they'll tell you the same. So you shouldn't even bother wasting your breath. Probably just killed herself. I mean, you said it yourself. You didn't have many friends. Suicide. We've been seeing a lot of those lately. People are always looking for an easy way out. You know, smoking isn't allowed on school grounds. After taking a puff, Yamamoto grinned, showing his teeth that had been yellow from years of his bad habit. Yeah, just let this be our little secret, okay? I'm sure a girl like you is good at keeping secrets. After school, the girls met up in an empty classroom. So, everyone stuck with the story? I told you there was nothing they can do to us. We all just stuck together. Is it over? Asked Nami. The police done with us? Yeah, it's never over with them. So, be careful what you say. Could have microphones hidden everywhere. I'm sure they'll wiretap our phones. And if you ever see someone watching you from the shadows, probably them. I don't want to live like that. Well, that's too bad. That's what happens when you're a criminal. Stop trying to scare her, said Chizuri. She's been through enough. Don't worry about it, Nami-chan, said Aika. The worst is over. There's nothing that they can do to us. So, cheer up, okay? Really? Aika gave her friend a nod and a smile. I don't know about you guys, but all this talk has made me hungry. Aika, treat me to sushi. When making the request, Hannah had used a much friendlier tone. It was something that neither Aika nor Nami had ever picked up. But Chizuri always noticed how friendly Hannah became when she wanted something. Okay, replied Aika. Are you coming, Nami? Asked Hannah. Though she had posed the question to Nami, Hannah had been looking at Sayuri when she asked it. Yeah, I'm coming. Can you wait for me out front? I have something I need to do first. Okay, but don't be too long, said Aika. When Hannah and Aika were out of the room, Nami asked a very startling question. Chizuri-chan, do you believe after a person dies, they might be able to come back? Why? Did you see something? When Nami failed to make eye contact, Yuri knew something was wrong. What did you see? Did you see her? Did you see Shizuko? Tell me if you did. Yes. Hey Nami, if you're not coming, we're going without you, said Hannah. Alright, I'll be right there. I have to go now, Sayuri-chan. Wait, what were you gonna tell me? There was a very poor excuse for a smile upon Nami's face. It was nothing. Don't worry about it, okay? Like Aika-chan said, the worst is over. And with that, Nami quickly gathered her things and took her leave. Nami, said Shizuri. I saw her too. Unfortunately for Shizuri, Nami was already out of the room by the time she had made her confession. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 4. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another chapter from the story Don't Turn Around, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to check out the links in the description. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 5. After having had sushi with her friends, Nami went home and straight to her room. It was late, and she needed to get started on her homework. Her parents had left for a late dinner shortly after she had come home, leaving Nami all alone in a disturbingly dark house. The only light to be found was coming from her small desktop lamp. I don't get this at all, Nami said, fumbling through her net textbook. Why do we have to learn this stuff anyway? We're never gonna use it. Nami's cell phone began ringing. Hello? Hey Nami, it's me. Oh, Shizuri-chan, what's up? Need help on your homework? I was thinking about what you told me at school today. You asked me about ghosts. You didn't get a chance to talk. Forget about that. I was just feeling a little stressed. Everything that's happened recently. My mind was just starting to play tricks on me. No, Nami, listen. It's okay, Shizuri-chan. Let's not talk about this anymore. I want to move on. But, hey, look. You want to go to this game center with us tomorrow? I know Hannah might be mad at you, but I'll talk to her. I think she's just in one of her moods. Nami, please listen to me. Even through her cell phone, Sayuri could hear distinctly the sound of footsteps on the other end of the line. Nami had a wood floor, which made it easy to hear when someone was walking across the room. Nami? Someone there with you? As well as Shizuri had heard the footsteps, they were far more noticeable beyond me. Hey, Nami-chan, said a girl's voice that was deathly familiar to her. This was followed by a hand coming to a rest on her shoulder. Don't turn around. Shizuri had heard what had been said on her cell phone, and the next thing she heard was a scream that sent chills down her spine. Nami-chan? Nami-chan! The next day, Detectives Yamamoto and Tamaki paid another visit to the school. They were met with even more defiance when they interviewed Anna. So, you know another girl from your school has met her fate. Tamaki opened a window as Yamamoto took a long drag from his cigarette as Hannah burned the glare into him. Look, I don't know if you should be referring to her death in that way. Things keep going this way, you won't have any friends left. No, but look, I already told you. Suzuko wasn't my friend. No, but Nami was. And now, she's dead. That can't be a coincidence. Maybe a guilty conscience left her with no other choice. Or maybe someone was trying to keep her quiet because of the information he had. Look, just come out and say it. You think I had something to do with this? You have some nerve. One of my best friends is dead, and you're pointing the finger at me? Though she was acting as if she was the victim, Anna's acting skills were less than impressive. It was easy to tell that she was far from disheartened over what had happened to Nami, that she was letting on. Then why is she dead? Doesn't make sense. Her death has to have something to do with what happened to that Shizuko girl. It didn't. It had nothing to do with it. How do you figure? Nami is having an affair with a married man. The usually talkative Yamamoto was at a rare loss for words after hearing something so shocking about a schoolgirl. He said he was going to leave his wife and take her away, but he lied. He said he didn't want to shame his wife's family, so he had to stay with her. I guess Nami couldn't take it, and that's why she killed herself. Yamamoto and Tamaki looked at one another, as if hoping the other had something to say in response to what had just been told. When the interview was over, Anna left the cramped office that was becoming far too familiar for her liking. Do you believe her story about the affair? Asked Tamaki. Who knows? These days, anything is possible. But I know that girl didn't commit suicide. How do you know that? Because when they found her body, most of her bones were broken, as if she was jumped as she jumped off a roof of her house. But they found her slumped over a desk. That hardly seems like a long enough fall to cause such injuries. I heard one of the girl's friends was the one who found her. He claims she called her and she didn't get an answer. So she went to her house, and that's when she found her. When she checked on the dead girl's phone, we found that the two had been talking before we got a call about the death. So she was lying. You think she had something to do with the murder? Who says this was a murder? That girl was hiding something, but I know she has nothing to do with this. Are we gonna question her again? There's no need. We don't have the answers we're looking for. How can you be so sure? Call it a gut feeling. But I think the truth will come out in time. Will I ever become as cavalier as you? Yamamoto began laughing. Called detective's intuition, and you still have a long way before you learn. On her way home from school, Anna received a call from Aika. The news of Nami's passing was too much for her to bear, so she skipped school. Hello? I was thinking I could go see Sayuri and check on how she's doing. She hasn't been answering her phone. Look, Aika, I have a lot to do. I won't be able to go with you. Did you hear about Shizuri being the one who found Nami's body? I can only imagine how she must have been feeling seeing that. Yeah, maybe she's the one who killed her. You shouldn't say things like that. Look, like I said, I'm really busy. Call me back later. And with that, Anna abruptly hung up on Aika. Why does everyone bother me when I want to be left alone? Little did Hannah know that Shizuko was standing directly behind her. Sensing that someone was near, Hannah spun around, but there was no one there. Having allowed entry by Shizuri's mother, Aika made her way to her friend's room. Shizuri had been lying in her bed, hidden behind the covers. Hey Shizuri-chan, how are you feeling? Heard you didn't go to school today. Neither did I. Do you know when we're going back? Not only did Sayuri not reply, he failed to make any movement whatsoever. As much as I think about what happened to Nami, I can't make myself cry. What kind of person can't cry when one of their closest friend dies? I become that used to death because of what happened. What does that make me? Some kind of monster? You're not a monster, said Sayuri. Then what am I, huh? I'm supposed to be like you, in bed and shut away from the rest of the world. Because of what I did, isn't it? God is punishing me. Nami was so upset over the part she played in Shizuko's death that she killed herself. Bad as it may sound, I wish I could feel the same. That way, I could kill myself too. Aika-chan. Look, if I tell you something that sounds strange, do you promise to listen to what I have to say, no matter how much you might not believe me? Yeah, of course, I'll listen. I've seen Shizuko. What? What are you talking about? I'm not the only one who saw her. Nami saw her too. She never came out and said because she was too afraid, but I know she saw her. I know it. This is too much. How can I believe that you've been seeing someone who isn't alive? That would mean that you saw a ghost, and ghosts aren't real. I told you what I had to say was strange, but I think it was Shizuko who killed Yami. I was on the phone with her when it happened. I didn't tell the police because they wouldn't believe me, but I heard Shizuko's voice. He told Nami not to turn around. Look, Nami killed herself because she couldn't handle the guilt over what she had done. That's what happened. Now, you have to believe me. What I'm saying is true, then none of us are safe. Any of us could be next to die. The words that were coming out of Sayuri's mouth were falling upon deaf ears as Aika's full attention had become fixated on the picture lying on Shizuri's desk that had been found in Shizuko's bag. This is a cute picture. Did you draw it? Yeah, I drew it a long time ago. When Aika flipped the picture over, it was discovered who the girls in the picture were. A note had been scribbled in red, said Shizuri and Shizuko. Do you think there's something wrong with me, believing a ghost is responsible for what happened to Nami? No. Times like these, people can get so stressed, they start seeing the things that they aren't really there. Look, I was supposed to meet Hannah, but I'll see you later, okay? As Aika was making her way out of the room, Sayuri grabbed her by the wrist, preventing her from leaving. Please, Nami, Aika, please be careful. As Shizuri spoke, she kept her head lowered to prevent Aika from seeing that she was crying. You don't have to believe me, but you need to at least remember and look out for yourself. And with that, yo, what is up everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story, Don't Turn Around, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to check out the links in the description, show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 6. Aika had cut her trip to Sayuri's house short to meet with Hannah. Though she had told Sayuri she had plans to see Hannah, Aika had no such meeting planned. But the revelation that Shizuri
and Shizuko knew one another was information Aika knew Hannah had to hear. The two agreed on the phone to meet at a local coffee shop to talk. So, Yuri was friends with Shizuko. The two were young. This is information we can use. How? I can tell that Shizuri's getting ready to do something stupid. He might even be thinking about going to the police. But if we get that picture and show it to the police, that could get them to stop harassing us and focus only on Shizuri. That shows that Shizuri had a connection with Shizuko, while the two of us had no direct link to her. The police? I don't think we should get them involved. Can't be helped. They've been sticking their noses in our business ever since that day. This is the only way to get them to leave the two of us alone. But what if the police don't believe us? There's no way to prove that the picture's even real. They could accuse us for forging it. We would start to look even more guilty than before if we try to make Shizuri look like the only one responsible. Alright, then what do you suggest we do, If we can get that picture, then we can threaten to go to the police if Shizuri decides to confess. I know it sounds harsh, but we have to do whatever it takes to ensure that none of us takes the blame for what happened. How do you intend we get that picture? Look, let's wait until she comes back to school. When I saw the picture, it was with her schoolwork. I'm sure she'll bring it to school with her. Alright, then it's settled. We'll use the picture to blackmail Shizuri into keeping her mouth shut. Such a good plan that I should have come up with it myself. Chocolate tastes even better when you know you're gonna live as long as safe, the free way God intended to. Anna-chan, do you really think Nami killed herself? Of course she did. Saw how strange she was acting? She couldn't handle the guilt. But the same thing won't happen to us, understand? You just have to keep telling yourself that we didn't do anything wrong. Why do you ask? Do you think something else happened that night? A few days later, Shizuri returned to school. There were more than a few strange looks from classmates, as well as whispers behind her back. Everyone had heard how she was the one who had discovered Nami's body, and most thought she was more than a bit suspicious. During a break from class, Aika invited Shizuri to the roof to finish the talk they started a few days earlier. You know, I've been getting these strange feelings lately. It's almost like someone is watching me. When I turn around, there's no one there. Call it a guilty conscience, even paranoia, but no matter how hard I try, this feeling won't go away. Have you been thinking about confessing? Never. Have you thought about telling the police? The lack of an answer was nearly as damaging as answering yes. Aika took Shizuri by the shoulders, said, "You can't think about doing that. Not at a time like this. Police don't have any evidence that we had anything to do with what happened to Shizuko. With time, it will all just go away." As Aika and Shizuri conversed on the roof, Anna began a mad rummage through Shizuri's bag. It took no time for her to find what she was looking for. How cute. Those two must have been good friends. Wonder how little Shizuko would have felt if she had known what Shizuri was going to do to her once they grew up. Aika and told Shizuri, "You have to promise me that you won't confess what we did. No matter how much you think it would free your soul from guilt, only bad things will happen. What happened to Nami?
That won't happen to the rest of us. But Chizuri wanted to tell Aika what happened to Nami wasn't a result of a guilty conscience, but the result of a vengeful spirit. But believing that her theory that it was something supernatural, the blame could only be dismissed as nonsense. So Chizuri chose to keep what she had to say to herself. Hannah arrived shortly thereafter. I thought I'd find you two up here. Hey, Chizuri-chan, guess what I found? Let me give you a hint. It's something that's gonna make sure none of us get into trouble. She then pulled out the picture of Chizuri and Shizuko from behind her back. What are you doing with that? Chizuri asked, and made a desperate lunge to get the picture back. Unfortunately, he was unable to take it. He then turned to Aika. Did you tell her about it? Why? It was for your own good, Chizuri-chan. Me and Hannah thought you might be getting ready to go to the police, so you had to do something to keep you from doing it. Bingo! Aika told me about the little talk you two had the other day. He told me how you and Shizuko used to be the best of friends. So, you're still thinking about going to the police? Then we'll show them this picture. It proves that you knew Shizuko. All me and Aika have to do is tell the truth. We didn't know her, and all. There won't be anything the police can do. They'll have to clear us, while you take all the blame. I wonder what they'll make up as a motive. Maybe unrequited love gone wrong. Look, don't feel bad, Chizuri-chan. Now we can finally move on. Can't believe you told her. You know, you shouldn't keep secrets, said Hannah. It isn't very nice. A good friend should always tell you everything, just like Aika did. You told her everything? Even about the ghost? Ghost? What are you talking about? After not receiving an answer from Chizuri, Hannah turned to Aika. What is she talking about? Aika was just as hesitant as Chizuri was to answer such a question. Answer me. Chizuri thinks maybe it was Shizuko's ghost that killed Nami, not suicide, like everyone thinks. Are you serious? You can't be. That's the stupidest. Hannah stopped herself before finishing. The delight she'd just been showing was quickly wiped away. You would have to be crazy to think such a thing. Do you want us to think you're crazy? Rather than look into Hannah's angry eyes, Chizuri turned her gaze to the ground. Look, if the police ever figured out what's happened that day, you're gonna stick to your story that Shizuko came back to seek revenge. They'll end up locking you away in an asylum with me and Aika given the death sentence. You're gonna be laughing while me and Aika hang. No, that's not true. Hey Aika, the jury plan is a pretty good one, don't you think? Maybe we should follow her lead. Hannah then pointed at Chizuri. Look out, there's a ghost behind you. Whatever you do, don't turn around or you'll end up like Nami. Shut up. Hannah then tripped Chizuri, sending her crashing to the ground. Do you really want to do this with me? Even if there was a ghost, it would be the least of your problem. I'm the one you should be afraid of. Come on, Hannah-chan, let's go, said Aika. You had better take what I said seriously. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 6. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again.
Another chapter, story, Don't Turn Around, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to check out the links in the description. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 7. As it did at such an hour, darkness had taken a hold of the city. Ika had just wrapped up another session at cram school, but she had stayed longer than usual on this day, going over notes with classmates. On the walk home, she decided it would be a good idea to call her mother, tell her that she would be home late. Mom? Come on, why won't you pick up? You're so lazy. The ringing then came to a sudden halt as Ika lost reception on her cell phone. Lifting her phone into the air, Ika tried in vain to regain a signal. Stupid phone. Just when I need you the most, you go out on me. On Ika's walk home, there was usually some amount of activity going on, but being out much later than usual, there was nary another soul to be found. The stores always passed were closed, but their lights turned off created more than enough places for someone to hide away from human eyes. Unable to shake the feeling that someone was watching her, Ika timidly looked behind her. There was just enough illumination from a nearby streetlight to expose someone lurking in the shadows. The figure was making no movement whatsoever. All the shadowy figure did was stare at Ika. This prompted Ika to quicken her pace. Though she could hear only her own footsteps, Ika was sure that whoever it was who was watching her was now following her. Ika ran as fast as she could and didn't stop until her body had completely run out of energy. It took nearly every ounce of courage she had within her, but Ika eventually looked back and see her pursuer still behind her. But to her relief, she found that there was no one to be found. As she was catching her breath, Ika caught a glimpse of herself in a traffic mirror. Standing behind Ika in the reflection was Shizuko. Having just been running for her life, now seeing someone who she thought would be dead standing right behind her proved too much for Ika to handle. She lost consciousness, collapsed on the street. Ika didn't wake until the next morning. She had been found by a good Samaritan and taken to a nearby hospital. She was questioned by police after waking, and in the afternoon, she was paid a visit by Hannah. Rather than starting the visit off by asking how Ika was, Hannah wanted to know how the visit from the detectives went. They didn't send those two idiots again, did they? As if they weren't already suspicious enough. No, they sent by a couple of female detectives. They think this was a case of stalking. I think whoever it was who found me probably scared the stalker away, before he could do anything. Well, that's good, but I'm sure those stooges will find out about this, and then they'll start up again with all their questions. Hannah-chan? What is it? Don't think I'm crazy, but before I passed out, I thought I saw Shizuko. Ugh, not you too. Look, I don't know what to tell you, but you did not see Shizuko. Maybe you're overstressed. I don't know, but Shizuko is dead. Maybe Shizuri was right. Am I the only one sane here? Shizuko's dead.
Nami killed herself. You were so scared that you hallucinated, and Shizuru is completely out of her mind. She's put this idea in your head that Shizuru is trying to get revenge. Don't you think that if there was really a ghost, I would have seen her too? I was there when Shizuko died, so why hasn't this so-called ghost of yours made herself known to me? Huh? Can you explain that? But I saw her. Stop it. Just stop it. If you don't stop claiming that you can see dead people, then I won't be your friend. I won't have any trouble finding new friends who don't claim to see dead people. Understand? Sorry. Whatever you do, don't tell Shizuri what you saw. It would only make her think about doing something stupid. Aika felt good enough to go back to school the next day. Only Hannah knew of what had happened to her, and under her strict order, it would stay that way. As she sat at her desk and waited for class to begin, one of Aika's classmates asked her a question she had been hoping not to hear. Hey Aika, where were you yesterday? Were you sick or something? Turning to Hannah, Aika was given a cold stare. I came down with a fever, so decided to stay home. Well, don't give me what you had. I don't want to get sick. When Shizuri arrived, she immediately went to Aika. Aika-chan. Coming at her friend from behind, hearing a voice so close to her startled Aika badly. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Are you free to talk? I have something I want to tell you. Anna came over to break up the conversation. Aika-chan, come with me. I have something I want to show you. Never one to disobey Hannah, Aika complied. Sorry, Sayuri-chan. I'm a little busy right now. Maybe we'll talk later. Going only as far as the hallway, Hannah told Aika what was on her mind. Look, I don't think we should be friends with Sayuri anymore. She's just not the same person she used to be. We shouldn't have any more contact with her. Aika was able to look through the doorway at Sayuri. She was seated at her desk and looked like she didn't have a friend in the world. But Sayuri is our friend. No, she used to be our friend. Understand? Yeah. She then took another peek at Shizuri. When she did, she found Shizuko standing behind her. Aika's eyes began to bulge. Yeah, don't feel too bad for her. She'll find new friends. As for us, I think we should start hanging out with some of the girls on the swim team. I hear lots of their fathers own businesses. Shizuko reached her hand slowly towards Sayuri's shoulder. Sayuri-chan! Exclaimed Aika, capturing not only Sayuri's attention, the attention of everyone in the classroom as well as in the hall. As if she had never been there, Shizuko was nowhere to be found. What's wrong with you? Asked Hannah, pulling Aika away from the door so Sayuri could no longer see her. He then forcefully led her to an unpopulated area of the hallway. Why did you do that? You still want to be friends with her? Is that it? You choose her over me? After all that I've done for you. Because of me, we're still free. Don't you ever forget that. You understand me? But no more discussing this. Don't you see that she's a bad influence? She's putting all these ideas in your head. Look at yourself. You look like you're crazy. She's got you thinking you're seeing ghosts. I don't care if I have to start watching you like a hawk. I'm gonna make sure you stay away from that damn girl. When school was over, Hannah led out Aika by the arm. Sayuri caught up with them as they were making their way through the front gate. Aika-chan, wait. Hey, Aika doesn't have anything to say to you. But I need to talk to her. It's important. Leave us alone. Can't you tell that we don't want to be friends with you anymore? Why can't you leave us alone, you freak? Go tell your crazy stories to someone who gives a damn. Thanks to what you've been telling Aika, now she's just as crazy as you are. Now I have to look after her like she's a damn child. You think I like having to do that? I hate it, so just stay the hell away from us. And with that, Hannah angrily led Aika off the school grounds. As the two were leaving, Aika looked back at Shizuri. The look on her face made her look as if she desperately wanted Shizuri's help. When Hannah and Aika made it downtown, Hannah let go of her friend and turned back to her. Look, about what I said back there. Look, I didn't mean it. I was just mad. I didn't mean to say those things to you. It's okay. Look, truth is, I don't think of you as a burden at all. You're my closest friend. I never felt this way about Nami, and I never felt this way about Sayuri either. I need you, Aika-chan. If anything were to happen to you, then how would I explain to the police? Two of their prime suspects dying? How guilty will that make me look? Anna's false sentiment had fallen upon deaf ears, as Aika's full attention had been captured by someone else. Through a nearby store window, she can see Shizuko watching her. In the blink of an eye, Zuko had gone from being behind the store window to being directly behind Hannah. In the blink of another, Zuko was gone. What's wrong with you now? Were you listening to me? Did you even hear a word I said? Where is she? What are you talking about? Before Hannah knew it, Zuko was standing behind Aika. Whispered Hannah, her eyes bulging and her heart pounding like mad. Hey, Aika-chan, don't turn around. And with that, she placed her hand on Aika's shoulder. When Aika began her turn, she realized she had backed into the road. By then, it was far too late for her to get out of the way of the speeding truck barreling towards her. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 7. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story Don't Turn Around, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to check out the links in the description. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 8. Needing badly some time to gather herself, Hannah took a week off from school. Her parents were adamant she was not to be bothered by anyone while she recovered from the shock of what she had seen. Not even the detectives were allowed to talk to her. When Hannah had finally deemed herself ready to get back to the outside world, Detectives Yamato and Tamaki had paid a visit to her at school. Getting her alone in an empty office, the detective went on about their business. Unlike the other interviews she had given, Hannah was far less sure of herself. The smug girl had been replaced by someone who looked lethargic and desperate to be done with the newest situation she had found herself. Sorry we have to meet like this under these circumstances, but if you have any information to give us, we would appreciate it.
You know, I didn't spend this much time at school even when I was a student. So, what happened this time? I don't know. I don't know anything. Witnesses say they saw you talking to the victim right before she walked into the road. Did you say something to upset her? I didn't tell her anything. You didn't walk into the school road by accident. Time for you to start telling us the truth. Look at yourself. You look like someone's coming to get you. Yamato then pulled out a cigarette and lit it. It wasn't just the fact that he wanted a cigarette. The tactic was to give Hannah time to think about what she had just been said. You know, I've seen many people in your situation. It usually doesn't take them long to crack. I don't have anything to tell you. People kill themselves all the time. It doesn't give you the right to start bullying people. Two of your friends commit suicide recently, and they were both persons of interest in the suspicious death. That can't be a coincidence. Hannah, if you know something, we can let the court know that you cooperated with us. They'll go easy on you because you're a minor and you have a clean record. This doesn't have to be the end for you. Why are you talking such nonsense? You want me to confess to something I didn't do? So the two of my friends killed themselves. Everyone has their reasons. Like a jilted lover? Where's your clever story this time? I don't have to take this, you know. When I get home tonight, I'm gonna have my father sue you for everyone you're worth and everything you're worth. After an interview was over, Hannah went to the bathroom, splashed some cold water on her face. Her hands trembled badly, lifted them to her face. In the mirror, Hannah found she wasn't the only one casting a reflection. Standing behind her was Shizuko. Able to do little more than shut her eyes and shake noticeably, Hannah awaited the same fate that had befallen both Nami and Aika. What do you want from me? I didn't do anything to you. It was all Nami and Aika's idea. I was just with them when they did it. You can't blame me. Sayuri's to blame too. I tried to put a stop on what was happening, but she wouldn't let me. Hey, Hannah-chan. Don't turn around. Unlike when Shizuko had done it to Nami and Aika, Hannah refused to turn around. She remained in her frightened position until the door to the bathroom opened. In entered two girls talking loudly. Oh, Hana-chan, how are you doing? Timidly opening her eyes and looking into the mirror, Hannah discovered Shizuko was no longer behind her. She spun around, found the girl who had come to claim her life was nowhere to be found. Paying no attention to the girls who had just entered, Hannah rushed out. The gloomy demeanor that had been so evident in Hannah was nowhere to be found during the course of the day. She seemed like a completely different person. The secret behind her miraculous change of character was that she believed herself to be immune from Shizuko's wrath. Having survived an encounter with the vengeful spirit, Hannah was sure there was nothing left for her to fear. She had come to realize that refusing to turn around left Shizuko with no way to take her to greater oblivion.
On the walk home from school, Hannah found Shizuko watching her from across the street. The act that would have terrified most did nothing to frighten Hannah. So sure of herself Hannah was that she flashed a grin at her ghostly nemesis and continued on her way. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 8. Yo, what is up, everybody? Zaresco back again. Another chapter from the story Don't Turn Around, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to check out the links in the description. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 9. With the recent week of school missed, Hannah was put far behind in her studies. She was unable to partake in any festive activities after school, and instead spent her nights locked away in her room catching up on assignments. On this night, Hannah had worked herself to near exhaustion. At her desk, she could barely keep her eyes open, but she was shaken from her lethargic state when the floorboard behind her creaked. Hannah knew immediately who the visitor to her room was. She knew that Shizuko had come to make another attempt on her life. Come to finish what you started, huh? You shouldn't bother. I know all about you now. You can't do anything if I don't turn around, can you? The lack of an answer was more than enough of a reply for Hannah. Just as I thought. You should have known I wasn't as stupid as the others. If only you had come after me first. Then you might have succeeded. But I learned from my mistakes. And the ones the other made. Hey, why don't you go after Sayuri instead? She's been on edge lately. I bet you won't have any trouble finishing her off. Hannah then began laughing. It was all my idea to lure you up there. The others had nothing to do with it, but they didn't try to stop me, because people are afraid of me, just like you should be. Shizuko reached her hand toward Hannah's shoulder, but pulled it back. Nothing to say? That's what I thought. Why don't you do me a favor, go back to hell where you belong. There's nothing you can do. Shizuko faded back into the darkness. The next few days went by without any incidents. There were no sightings of Shizuko, nor were there any signs that she was present. It seemed the whole matter had finally been put to rest. But on Hannah's walk home from school one day, she would find out the hard way that an angry spirit never just went away. Waiting to cross the street, Hannah found herself suddenly feeling a familiar presence behind her. There were others around, leaving her unable to make any crude remarks without somewhat looking disturbed. Doing her best to ignore Shizuko, Hannah waited impatiently for the light to turn green. A hand clutching her by the shoulder startled Hannah. She remained calm. The calm was short-lived though, as Hannah was then pushed off the curb and into the road. She had been pushed with enough force to send her falling. The speeding truck slammed on the brakes, but there was no way it would be enough to stop in time. Fortunately for Hannah, she hadn't been pushed very far on from the curb, making it possible for a man waiting to cross the street to pull her back to safety. Are you alright? Why did you jump into the street? Are you trying to kill yourself? You bitch! Exclaimed Hannah, completely ignoring the man. You can't do that. You can't change the rules. She then began looking for the source of her frustration. All Hannah found, a crowd of curious onlookers. Realizing how strange she was making herself look, Hannah sprinted away. The so-called changing of the rules didn't end with that single act. For days, Hannah was subjected to numerous random shoves by Shizuko. Most of them came at school, where Hannah was made to look quite foolish in front of all her peers. For no reason at all, it seemed she would nearly fall down the stairs while running during PE, or fall in the middle of the hallway while there was no one near her to cause such an accident. The students at school were all entertained by Hannah's recent string of clumsy behavior, but Yuri felt far from different about what she witnessed. She was able to see Shizuko while she was pushing Hannah to the floor. Though Hannah could no longer be considered a friend, Yuzuri felt she had to do something to help her. "Hannah?" Sayuri said, catching her one-time friend in the hallway. "What do you want?" "Look, I know that it's Shizuko that's been doing these things to you." "Oh, so that's what you want to talk about? You came to rub it in, didn't you?" "No, I didn't. I just wanted..." Hannah cut off Shizuri before she could finish what she was saying. "Did you think I needed your help? Well, I don't. Even if I did, there's nothing you can do. Just because she won't hurt you doesn't mean you can do anything to help me. You think if you ask her to stop, she will? Of course not. She's not going to stop until I'm dead." Hannah's face quickly gave away sorrow. I didn't do any of this to deserve it. I just wanted to scare her." "Look, if you let me help you, I'm sure we can figure something out." The grief that had overtaken Hannah was quickly replaced by anger. "You did this to me, didn't you?" "What?" "You told her to do this to me and the others because you were friends. That's why she won't hurt you." That's not true. Look, you probably go home at night and laugh at me behind my back. You wanted one last chance to rub this in my face before that bitch finishes me off. Thought I wouldn't figure it out? I'm too smart not to see through your act. No, you're wrong. I know how to put the end to this. You didn't think I'd be able to figure it out, but there are people who specialize in this sort of thing. Then she made her way past Shizuri, bumping into her roughly with her shoulder. "Don't get in my way again." Hannah had rushed to a local psychic after school. Most of the girls at school knew of the woman, as she was sought by young ladies who wanted to know what kind of boy they would soon start dating. Though many times her predictions proved to be quite wrong, she remained a sign of hope for those who had little left. So sure was Hannah that her idea would work, that the smug demeanor that was so familiar to her turned once she entered the woman's establishment. Hannah sat across from the shriveled old woman at the small table and listened intently. "So, you say the ghost of your dead friend has come back to seek revenge? What did you do to her to cause her demise? Who said I had anything to do with it? She died all on her own. I never said she was my friend." "Spirit that comes back for revenge always has a good reason." "Look, I didn't come here to be accused of something I didn't do. Now, tell me how to get rid of this thing, or I'll go to someone else." You must return to the place where the girl's spirit left her physical body. For those, that is where her vengeance was born into this world. It is there where you must destroy something of hers that will take the place of her once physical self. Is that all it will take? Are you sure? It is all you need to do. If you don't believe me, you're free to go somewhere else. I've seen this work many times before. I have a picture, Shion. Will that work? It will work just fine. Take the picture to where your troubles began. Destroy it. Once you have destroyed your chosen object, troubles will be gone. I'm going to get that bit, whispered Anna. Before she made her way to the beach, Anna called Sayuri and told her to meet her at the cliff where Shizuko had met her demise. She made sure to let Sayuri know that she was going to rid the world of Shizuko once and for all. The once clear sky had since become filled with ominous black clouds, and a fierce wind began to sweep across the beach. I don't think this was a good idea. Sayuri stood at a distance from Hana, who was very near the edge of the cliff, like Shizuko had been. Of course you would say that. You don't want me to do anything to your precious Shizuko, but you can't do anything to stop me. Oh, Sayuri-chan, if only you hadn't told Shizuko to take revenge on us. We could have remained friends, but you had to betray me. Maybe you did it to save your own life. I really don't care, but for that, I had to make sure you never betrayed me again. What are you talking about? Before I called you, I sent a letter to the police. It tells them that they should look into the elementary school Shizuko used to attend. Then, check what elementary school you went to. It won't be hard for them to realize that the two of you used to know each other. That alone will make this police suspicious of you. As for me, I have no connection to her. I didn't even come to live in this city until junior high. Why would you do that? Don't ask stupid questions. Because you sent that bitch Shizuko after me like she was your attack dog. What made you think she was gonna do the same thing to me as she did to Nami and Aika, huh? I was there when she died too. I was just as guilty. Stop talking to me like I don't know what's going on. Anna then pulled out the picture Sayuri had drawn all these years ago. He then produced a lighter. You two have been working together from the very start. You tried to stop us from bullying Shizuko, and now you want us to die for what we did. How can you think that? How would I have wanted any of us or any of this to happen? Nami and Aika were my friends too. I never wanted them to die. How should I know how you wanted this to happen? Maybe it's because you're crazy. Anna then held the picture up, said, "Where are you now, Shizuko, huh? Now that you know the end is near, you hide?" It sound like much of a ghost to me. Please stop this. Shut up. I'm gonna prove to you that no one messes with me. I don't care if they're living or dead. And with that, Anna lit the picture on fire. She held on to it until there was barely anything left, and then let it go, where it danced on, whipping wind, before it burned away, nothing. It's over. I hope you're proud of yourself, said Sayuri. Of course I'm proud of myself. Why shouldn't I be? I haven't had a care in the world. Maybe I'll visit you in the prison sometime. How does that sound? Afraid to look at me when you say those things? Siri. I'm not afraid of anything. Before turning around, the cheer died quickly when Handa found Shizuko standing behind her. Ow! Shizuko took Hannah's hand in a tight embrace and jumped off the cliff. Like Shizuko had done before her, Hannah slammed.
Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another short horror story for you guys. This one is a one-shot written by Old School Horror titled Something's Out There. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, subscribe. Dark roads lead to dark places. These were the words which went through Jake Harris's mind as he was driving on the lonely country road. He was coming from a dark place, a place which was not physical. It was in his past, and no matter how fast he was driving, he couldn't get out of it. Guilt is a dangerous feeling. It was eating him for years, so he was driving away from the big city. He needed some time on his own. The state of Wisconsin proved to be an excellent choice for him. Jake's late parents had a cabin somewhere north in the woods. He was headed in that direction in order to escape for a few days. Sleepiness crawled over him, and he had a hard time concentrating on the road. He was driving for many hours now. But driving was also a thing which he loved. Long roads were his favorite. Since his wife and son had died, he was often on the road. Sometimes Jake just got into the car and drove off to nowhere. The road wasn't lit very well. It was a country road after all. It hadn't been rehabilitated since 1980. Now, in 2005, condition was already decayed by weather and because of the high frequency of truck traffic. Now, the trucks tried to avoid this road as much as possible because of poor condition. Many of the lights weren't working, and nobody bothered repairing them. Jake had to pay extra attention to the road and anything on the side. He didn't want to risk getting a deer or a wild boar. He reached a wooded area. I must be close, he thought. Pressed the gas pedal a little harder. After passing a dangerous curve, Jake spotted one of the light poles. Right behind the light pole, there was a sign which stated that there's a gas station about 1 mile down the road. He glanced at the instrument panel. It showed that there's still some gas in the tank. Glancing back at the sign, he saw that the light wasn't working properly. It kept fading, then brightening again. It was a strange occurrence. Jake couldn't remember seeing anything like that before. Then his eyes caught something here in its shadows. It looked like there was a person standing there. For a moment, he thought he saw a pair of circular red eyes. Or were they red lights? He slowed down a bit, but couldn't see more. So, he kept on driving. The front lights of his car flickered erratically, and he was in line of sight. They were even out for a few seconds, radio went crazy, switching channels in a chaotic manner, until he got past the sign. After about 30 yards or so, everything went back to normal. This strange event woke him up from his lethargic state. Jake thought that his battery might not be working properly. Faulty wiring combined with some interference might explain both of the phenomena. It was weird, however, that they happened at the same time. Coincidence like this had a tiny chance of happening. God, I'm tired, he thought, and sped up some more in order to reach the gas station as soon as possible. A few minutes of rest, and he'll be on his way. Maybe a cup of coffee would be a good idea. Jake hoped to find a vending machine there, and if strange events won't repeat themselves, then it will be alright. Continue. The tired man kept looking around to see if he can spot anything unusual between the trees. He couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. There were only oak and maple trees everywhere he looked. Lush vegetation surrounded the road from both sides. The dark parts, though, made him feel uneasy. He had to slow down and drive with extra care when going through those parts where the lights were out. The gas station appeared in front of him. It was a well-lit place, but not big. In front of the station, where the pumps had been placed, was covered by a metallic roof supported by an old steel structure. He then stopped his red 1993 BMW at one of the pumps and filled up the tank. Another car was parked at the other pump. There were only 4 of them. When Jake looked inside, he saw a woman and a little girl through the windows. They were looking around as if they didn't know what to buy. He looked around again, but couldn't see anything. Lights were all bright around the place, so he wasn't able to discern much of anything far away. What he had seen earlier left an uneasy feeling inside of him. A shadow with a strange shape. Or was it his imagination? He got out of the car and pulled up the zipper of his leather jacket. It was a little windy around here. Autumn had already arrived, so the weather kept getting colder each day. His legs had a hard time walking. He had spent a considerable time in a seated position, so his joints felt heavy and rusty. Jake wasn't too old. In fact, he was only 44, and still as healthy as a man can be at that age. The stubble on his face already turned into a beard. He hadn't shaved for a few days. His sunken cheeks and droopy eyes betrayed tiredness and past heavy encounters with the bottle. He filled up the tank, then went inside the station and bought himself a coffee from the vending machine. He waited for the clerk while listening to the pleasant music which was playing in the background. It must have been the radio, but he couldn't see where it was. Then the gas station clerk came to the counter a few seconds later. He was a tall black guy, also a little skinny. The man didn't look tired at all, maybe a little bored. He had thick lips and dark brown eyes, characteristic of African American people. Jake paid for the gas. Before he could leave, an agitated man rushed inside. He was in his 50s and sported an enormous belly. The blue baseball cap on his head was dirty and soaked in sweat. The man's hairy chest was heaving. Jake could see that because of the partially unbuttoned striped shirt the man was wearing. Hey, something's out there. What? There's something out there I saw. What's out there? I don't know. So what? Maybe it was a man. Yeah, but he was black. No shit. I'm black too, man. No, not like that. He was completely black. I'm completely black too. No, not like that. Look, about a mile from here, that way. Near the road. I saw it too. Look, I don't know what the two saw, but I ain't seen shit right. So with all due respect, please stop talking crazy stuff. Scaring the lady and her little daughter. He pointed towards the woman and child. They were close by. The woman was nice-looking brunette with long curly hair and had a decent physique. He was talking to her daughter, who also had brown hair and an angelic face. The little girl looked about 10 years old. Look, man, I think that what we've seen was just a trick. No, it wasn't. Look, I saw it moving. The lights in my car went out. I barely got here, man. Couldn't see a damn thing. Come on, man. Cut the bullshit. We're all trying to get through the night. So please, calm your ass down. Just after the clerk finished the sentence, the lights on the road went out. They all threw concerned looks towards the road. See what I mean? Are you people satisfied now? Oh, come on. Them lights weren't repaired in 100 years. Damn it. Alright, then I'm out of here. Whatever that thing was, it's coming. Hey, was it beside the big road sign? Sort of. It was further down the road, by the light post, not far away from the sign. The light wasn't on. Probably wasn't working. Anyway, I'm not sticking around much. Crept the fuck out of me. The guy is crazy. But deep down inside, Jake knew that the other man was right. Yeah, man, but haven't you said you seen it too? Look, honestly, I don't know what I've seen. Jake didn't like this. There was one more person who had seen the strange apparition, and there might have been something there after all. He didn't see it well, and didn't want to draw a conclusion. Might have just been a prank by local kids. He remembered a story from the teens. What he saw earlier was eerily similar to that. A long time ago, he and a few friends cut a piece of cardboard in order to resemble an evil face. Then they folded it up to look like a cylinder. After that, they glued a piece of cardboard to the top and one to the bottom. It resembled a jack-o'-lantern in the end. They cut a hole in the back, put a candle inside. Then they stuck the thing on a tree in the park in their hometown. After nightfall, a young boy and girl came to have some fun where nobody could see them. When they noticed it, they got scared and ran away screaming. Jake smiled at the thought. He still saw their scared faces. It sure looked like one of those pranks. The woman and the girl just arrived at the counter, and the woman wanted to pay. Jake looked at the woman and her child. They both looked back at him, smiled. He did the same, then headed to the door. Don't even think about it, he thought. You don't deserve it. The little girl's face struck him. He resembled his late son, Clark. The girl had the same cheeks, very similar nose, and the look in her eyes, just like Clark's. She was smiling with her eyes too. She was beautiful. Her smile brought back some painful memories. These memories dated back 4 years, and Jake hated them as much as he hated himself. His wife and his son were no more because of him. Only death could save him, the guilt he was feeling. He didn't start a new life since their death. He couldn't. The road was his salvation when he wasn't working. Jake was driving because this way he'd avoid the damn bottle. He couldn't drink himself to death being behind the wheel. His life mattered little to him, and he didn't want to kill anybody else. Sometimes he was fantasizing about saving somebody else at the expense of his own life in order to die, at least, half at peace. Jake walked out the front door and saw the big guy driving out the station. He was driving an old pickup truck, and Jake was wondering how it was still in one piece and didn't fall apart 100 years ago. The man wasn't hesitating much. He must have stepped on the gas really hard because he was out of the road in no time. The fat man was speeding away, his decrepit excuse of a car, no working lights, and he disappeared behind the trees. He didn't get far, however, as Jake heard tires screeching and then loud crashing noise. Crashing noise was quickly followed by a harsh metallic one, then an elongated scream. Jake couldn't see anything because of the lush vegetation surrounding the station, but he knew it was bad. Rushed back inside right away. Hey, I think the big guy had an accident. All right, I'm coming right away, said the clerk. Grabbed the flashlight. He then ran outside, right behind Jake. The woman and the child remained inside. The woman didn't want her daughter to see anything related to an accident. Jake reached the man's fat car. It looked like the man tried to avoid something on the road. Something he saw too late. The car hit an enormous tree and now lay on the side of the road, smoking. The two men looked inside the car, but they couldn't see the driver. They saw right away that the steering wheel was bloody. It was an old car, so it most likely didn't have an airbag. I mean, even if it had one, it obviously wasn't working. They noticed that the right-hand door wasn't where it should have been. It was ripped out of its hinges and lying about 5 yards away between the trees. The impact didn't look so forceful for the door to be that far away. Even for a wreck of a car like a pickup truck, it appeared impossible. What the hell happened here? Look, man, I don't know. No sign of the fat dude. Both men then looked around the car and under it. The men even searched their surroundings, but they found nothing. Jake's guts twisting, turning. The sight of the red-eyed shape came back to him. If it were only for him to see it, it would have been fine. The really unnerving fact was that the fat guy had also seen something even closer to the station. What if that thing reached the station? Maybe the road lights turning off were a sign that it was here. Look, it's a mess, man. Yeah, but where the hell did he go? Look, I don't know, but let's not just stand here. I'm gonna call emergency. Yeah, that's a good idea because I heard a scream. That door, something took him. Yeah, man, something big. But I ain't gonna wait here to see it. Alright, man. Let's go. Let's get back inside. The men were heading back towards the station. Right before turning from the main road onto the driveway, they met the woman and her daughter. Hey, what are you doing? Not safe here. But Jake saw that they were both trembling. Mister, the lights went out. Yeah, thought it was strange, so we came outside. We didn't feel safe inside. We heard something. Yeah, there were sounds coming from the back. Alright, look, let's get back first, and we'll see. They all went back to the station. The clerk was in front with the flashlight. The girls were behind him, and Jake in the back. For a short time, he turned and walked backwards. He kept his eyes on the road, but couldn't see a thing. The night was still, and nothing moved on the moonlit road. Not a car passed. He arrived. It really did seem like an abandoned road. He was wondering why the owner of the gas station hadn't gone out of business. It seemed that the owner made little money out here. Jake turned, found himself staring at the woman's hips. He liked how they swayed. She wore tight jeans, which accentuated her curves. A thin jacket, made of some material which resembled leather, covered the upper body. Beautiful woman, thought Jake again, then looked away, distaste. The distaste was for him because he began fantasizing about some woman or people dying. In the end, he thought, primal urges always win. My name is Curtis, by the way. Hi, I'm Jenna. This is my daughter, Claire. Not the best circumstances to make friends, huh? Definitely not. I'm Jake. Nice to meet you. Alright, I'm gonna check the brake panel out back. Alright, Curtis. I'm staying here with the ladies. Curtis went around the building, and Jake remained with Jenna and Claire. The little girl was hugging her mother. Jenna was keeping her hand protectively over Clara's shoulder. Jake then crouched in front of the girl, smiled comfortably at her. She smiled back. How old are you, Claire? I'm 10. Well, Claire, me and Curtis are gonna find out what's happening, and then... He couldn't finish because there was a loud curse coming from behind the building. Motherfucker. It was Curtis. Alright, stay here. Don't drive away because we don't know what's out there. Jake ran after Curtis and found him frozen, a blank stare on his face. When he turned toward the breaker panel, he saw what frightened the clerk. Blood and brains covered the panel surrounding wall. That guy's body was on the ground near the panel. His face was gone, along with about half of his head. Now they understood why there was no light at the station. The thing that took the man from his pickup truck brought him here, bashed his head to a bloody pulp on the breaker panel, which got damaged. What the hell? Asked Jake. He couldn't really say anything else. Look, this is why we got no electricity. Panel's broken. I'm calling 911. Jake and Curtis then ran back to the girls. They could see right away that something was wrong. What's wrong? Nothing. Come on, come inside, said Jake as calmly as possible. Oh, wait. What happened back there? Look, let's just go inside, please. The girls obeyed, and after they entered, they saw Curtis frantically buttoning his phone. Could somebody please tell me what's wrong? Jake then took her by the hand and pulled her away from Claire, and quickly told her about the body. She gasped in fright, but tried to muffle it with her hand. Jake told her they will try to call the authorities, solve the problem without Clara knowing much of it. Protecting the little girl was imperative. He didn't want her to be traumatized at such an early age. Damn, my signal is bad. Here, let me try the landline. Picked up the phone, dialed 911, then waited. Somebody picked it up, then the line went dead. After a few more times, it worked again. The line didn't go dead right away, so he could speak to some extent, but then it went dead again. Did it work? I don't know. I talked to an operator, but I'm not sure she could hear me right. Let's hope they received at least where we are. So what now? We wait. For what? Can't even be sure if help is on the way or not. Because the thing that did, Jake began, didn't realize it is a mistake and stopped mid-sentence. What thing? Nothing, honey. Could you please help Curtis find what he was looking for? Yeah, sure. Look, sorry for scaring your daughter, but going away is risky. We don't know what's out there. Then why is waiting here a better option? That thing could be anywhere, even inside. Yeah, I know. But I saw the fat guy drive away. Now he's dead, alright? Looks like we don't have a right option. No, not really. The only sure thing is that being outside is deadly. Also, there has to be something with the lights. Yo, what do you mean? The road outside is not well lit. Damn politicians ain't want to fix shit here. Yes, I know. The thing is, when the fat guy left, his lights weren't working. Yeah, he told us, man. I remember now, but what's your point? Yeah, what's with the lights? He also said his lights went out when he saw something on the roadside. I saw it too. When I got close to it, the lights went downright crazy. You mean like in the horror movies? I don't like horror movies. Yeah, something like that. And that thing, it was not human. You listening to yourselves? Really? Horror movies? Monsters? You two must have smoked something. Alright, come with me. Excuse me? Look, just come with me. I'll show you something. I won't hurt you, don't worry. Alright. Watch my daughter, Curtis. Yes, ma'am, no problem. Jake took a flashlight from Curtis and led the way outside. He knew it wasn't a good idea at all, but he also wanted to make sure that Jenna understood the situation they were in. They went back to where the breaker panel was, along with the dead man. What the fuck? What? What's wrong? There should have been a dead body here. Oh my God, said Jenna, and her hands jumped to her mouth. The bloodstains were still there. Bits of brain were still plastered to the panel. It looked like something bashed the poor man's head against the panel with substantial force. Oh my God, is that? Looks like a tongue? They stared for a second at the fat man's tongue, which laid in the small puddle of blood a few yards from the panel. Jake noticed that the bloodstains on the ground continued all the way towards the forest. He shone his light on the ground where the body used to be, and traced the blood-red streak till it disappeared in the darkness of the trees. That thing dragged the body into the woods. Yeah, but why? I don't know, maybe to eat it? Maybe. I don't know. But why leave it here first? Take it away later. Jake froze after his light beam fell on something he didn't see before. He gasped, and Jenna threw a half-frightened, half-worried look at him. What's that? They went closer in order to see what made the man stare, so dumbfounded, at the ground. There, on the decades of old asphalt, near the bloody drag marks, a name was painted on the ground. Jake couldn't believe his eyes. The moment he saw the bloody name on the ground, he knew that tonight's events aren't random. They have something to do with him. When he was pondering the implications, Jenna interrupted him. Clark? Who the hell is Clark? He was my son. Was? He died. I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks. Let's get back to... Then a loud scream interrupted him. It was Claire. Couldn't have been anybody else. Oh no, Clara! Shouted Jenna, and ran back towards the front of the station. Jake followed. A stream was light, illuminating the driveway from inside. It looked like somebody was searching for something. Mommy? It's alright, honey, I'm here. What happened? A monster wanted to take me. Curtis chased it away. Hey, y'all need to get inside. They followed the clerk's instructions and hurried in. He was trembling from head to toe. His chest was heaving, flashlight in his right hand was shaking. What happened? He said she wanted some candy, you know. So I let her search for candy. She wandered away, then I heard the scream, so I ran to her. She was by the big glass wall in the front. I pointed the light to her, then I saw the thing we were talking about behind her. Jenna held her hands to her chest like she was having a heart attack. She felt relieved because Clara was still alive, but she also knew that her daughter's life had almost been ended. Alright, then what happened next?
It disappeared. It dissolved into thin air.